Oh, there we go. Now let's hear that. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Now let's hear that. I'm sure that'll be the right volume. Get that silly echo out of my ear. Booyah. Alright, let's get the cheat sheet open. Planter is blue. And NVIDIA is red. Alright, beautiful. Alright, looks good. Throw myself on mute. We are about to get things rolling here. The match will be starting here soon. It is between Planter Technologies Prime and NVIDIA. And I will let you guys know as soon as we are about to hop in client and go through the pick bands. We had a little miscommunication during the pick fan phase at the end that we were doing in client. But we are about to get in here, so let me start off this with an intro and we will get rolling. Hello everyone and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. I am your caster for the match, Crit Chronic War Catalyst here, and this is the round of 32. This will be a match between Planter Technologies Prime and NVIDIA here in the After Hours Gaming League playoffs of the 2015 season. And let's get right into this pick ban phase, because we did certainly have an interesting pick ban phase. But actually, before we jump right into it, I do want to take an extra second to introduce our two teams. On the blue side, as I said, it's going to be Planter Technologies Prime. That is a data management and security company. They are going to be playing for Child's Play. It's a fantastic charity that brings children in hospitals and domestic abuse centers the joy of gaming to help them reconnect. I was actually speaking just yesterday with one of my cousins who works at a children's hospital for children who go through cancer, and I was talking with her about this exact charity and the work that they do to actually help those kids not just only sit in a bed and flip through channels on TV, to actually have something that engages their mind and brings them a little joy when they're in that horrid situation. I mean, that helps them quite a bit. So fantastic to see that charity being played for here. And of course, on the red side, we have NVIDIA. They are the company that made the lovely GPU I'm running on this computer, so we can all thank them for allowing me to broadcast this beautiful video today. They're going to be playing for Game Changer charity. What that does is it uses proceeds from the resale of donated materials to financially support children and families who are suffering from cancer. It also provides corporations that are in the tech field with alternatives to managing excess. Excuse me here. Sorry about that. I thought for a second I was reading the wrong charity for them. No, that is the correct charity. They manage excess electronics and inventory. So they help reduce a lot of waste that goes on just in industry. But they additionally use the proceeds from that to try and help children who are in those poor situations where they unfortunately ended up with cancer early on in their life. So fantastic charity on both sides here, both working to help those kids who are in need. So very nice. Why I love casting for the AHGL. I mean, we're going to be happy with whichever team wins here today, because I want to see both those charities go forward. But without any further ado, let's get right into this pick ban phase here. As we see, looking at the bans first, we want to talk about, of course, the Xerath, LeBlanc, and Annie bans. Insane target bans, all in target bans here, going against the mid laner Pax Noctum. It seems like he was able to get Ahri, which isn't something during my scouting I saw him play very predominantly, so it'll be interesting to see how he's able to perform on that champion. Of course, Ahri is quite strong, but I was expecting to see more of a Syndra or Kassadin, but with their recent changes, I can understand how Ahri might be a bit more safer of a pick, but we'll just see how comfortable he is on that champion and what his mechanical proficiency is on Ahri today. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that mid lane to see how that turns out, because they certainly took the time to ban that mid lane out multiple layers deep. So, but speaking for the blue side now, we of course have Vi, very strong now with the nerf to Cinderhulk coming out. She can actually go back to that warrior enchantment and really bring some solid DPS in the early stages. Have really strong engage to start off a fight. So to see her banned out right now is actually a very timely ban given the recent changes, I think. So that's going to be something we see more and more frequently going forward. But the J4, also similar vein, very strong champion given the current stage of the patch that the game is in right now. But also that is, of course, a bit of a targeted ban at Teapot here. Certainly has been known to break out the J4, and I was very pleased to see the Renekton ban. Oh, I've missed Renekton. It is as well a bit of a target ban. At the top laner here, Tao Okay, whatever. At the top laner who decided to go Maokai instead. Maokai. Speaking of Maokai, that's a perfect segue here. Maokai, very strong champion. Has that very easy self-chaining CC. Very strong form of engage here. And between that and the Wukong, that should be plenty of engage, especially if Sivir has her ultimate up to just speed everybody up, get them in position. Because with that, Maokai and Wukong are going to be able to gap close in with that Orianna ball on top of them. Orianna ultimate lands on multiple people's, ideally the squishies, especially if you're going to have that Sivir speed up. It should be able to get them within range of the vulnerable Zyra, of the vulnerable Jinx, of the vulnerable Ahri. Ahri especially because she's going to be wanting to hang out a bit more towards the front line because she is somebody who needs to get in close to do her full damage. So she tends to play a little bit more risky, which again puts more emphasis on, how is this mid laner going to be able to perform for Planetary Technologies Prime on that champion. So we'll have to keep a definite eye on that and see how it works out. But I do want to just take one moment as well to admire the Jinx Zyra bot lane. Oh, it's so nice to know other people run that lane. It's been so long since I've seen Zyra. I know Jinx has been coming back into flavor more and more as we get into a slower tank meta that tends to go a bit longer games. Jinx being the absolute late game hyper carry of all hyper carries, in my opinion at least. She definitely has been flowing back into favor, but Zyra has such strong CC, and especially if you go a more damagey Zyra build, those plants will absolutely get 100% ignored during the team fights. So her ability to just throw out absurd amounts of DPS by just virtue of having those plants ignored is certainly something that needs to be respected. And we'll have to wait and see what build the Zyra ends up going with, if it's going to be a more utility, traditional support build, or if it's going to be something a bit more damagey, since they do have so much CC already with the Zyra, with the Scion ultimate, with the Charm, with the Sejuani ultimate, and the Sejuani knockup, or displacement rather. But it looks like we are having a bit of what was considered a possible invade here, but it looks like both teams are going to think better of it here. Perhaps just setting up to deal with an invade on both sides should it occur, but with that Maokai saplings, line of scrimmage helping to set that up here, with the initial wards thrown down, it looks like everything's going to be a-okay here. Scion is opting to go with that crystalline flask, so full sustained start from both top laners here. I'm not expecting to see anything too exciting in that top lane going down. Depending on some early trades that may go back and forth here, we may see some action in the top lane with the junglers going up there early to try and make something happen. But if there's a lot of trades going down early, there's going to be so much sustain in that top lane, I don't expect to see any kill pressure in that lane for a significant period of time, even once they hit 6. Of course, Scion having so much trouble landing that ultimate traditionally is going to be not the hugest power spike at 6, and Maokai doesn't really have the most offensive ultimate either. So we'll see how that works out. We're going to see some strong leashes going into these junglers here from the good guy bot lanes. As Sejuani is going to start off with those Krugs, as Wukong starts off with the Gromp. We do have, in this patch, of course, some minor nerfs to the Gromp. Well, significant, I would actually say, nerfs to the Gromp buff. With Wukong being the choice here, it's not going to be too important to him too early on in the game, but we will have to keep an eye out for him to be smiting other camps over the Gromp as the game goes on here, because they're probably going to provide a little bit more utility for him. Do want to take a moment to note too, while we were focused on the spot lane, that Maokai did start with the camp. Some great poke there from the plants, of course. Being an absolute jerk there, placing the camp the plant right in the edge of that bush in the bot lane is Zyra to zone people off. Fantastic placement there, but like I was saying, Maokai got the early level 2 from starting that Razorbeak's camp. then went back to buy up an extra ward there for the laning phase. So Maokai going to be a bit an advantage in that top lane there. Though with those trinkets up, we'll see how safe they're going to be with just those wards being able to be thrown out. Maokai is pinging out the ward timing there, so they might look to try and abuse that ward timing as soon as that trinket expires, but we'll have to wait and see on that for now. Maokai is pushed up a little bit. We do see Wukong hanging out in the area looking to take that scuttle crab. And possibly as that ward times out, head up, but we'll see where he ends up heading here. Great charm there by Ahri. Even with the command protect, they're not able to block out nearly enough of the damage there to survive that trade effectively. Fantastic shot there by the Ahri to get quite a bit of damage down onto that Orianna. Orianna now already chugging through those last health pots. Running a little low on mana as well. Great poke there from the plants, so Sivir going to be content to farm those up as much as she can. But already we see a huge lead growing in that bottom lane from the zoning that Zyra has been able to provide, poking people off, using those plants to harass as much as possible to just try and conserve their HP in the bottom lane and deal with farming under turret. They have already fallen into a 7 creep deficit here, but just like we were saying earlier, there's the Wukong coming into that top lane early, and just like that, that will be first blood going on to that Wukong. Definitely the person you're content to have that first blood on is Wukong is going to want to get some good items, leads here, and create a lot of opportunities for other lanes with his early damage abilities. You see him opting to go for the Trailblazer here. Has some good trading of the poke back and forth here for both sides in that bottom lane. Again, able to farm up those plants is Sivir, but unfortunately, even with those plants artificially boosting her CS, she is still down by quite a bit. Hopefully, she'll be able to farm up a lot of this minion wave here at the turret, but actually she misses almost all of it, so now a 10 CS lead here as the two waves come in for the blue side in this bottom lane. Definitely going to be something that needs Wukong's attention down here, as they are very frequently poked out. Gosh, so much damage coming out from that Zyra Q and the follow-up damage from the plant. Wukong going to be spotting out that Sejuani, who's looking to take the Scuttle Crab and hang out in this bottom lane to try and snowball that lead even further. But Wukong in pursuit. We'll see Jinx looking to go down there, going to fend off the Wukong and Sejuani. Both junglers have been spotted out for both sides right now. You see some more poke damage again coming out. Sivir doing her best to farm out those plants as you just have to do, but taking so much damage on the back end of it. So you see the 6 coming first for that Scion. And that 6 is available as well. Wukong coming here doesn't have his ultimate, and the Spirit Rush already being used by Ahri is going to mean that she's able to just Spirit Rush on out of there. So Wukong, unfortunately, not really forcing the ultimate, but does prevent anything from coming of it. So a very timely gank there to make sure that Orianna is safe, as that initial charm could have spelled a kill in that mid lane, but luckily for her, she's able to rely on that Wukong to have her back. But hold that thought, because here in the bottom lane, the beautiful heal coming out from Sivir just in the nick of time to save her life. Fantastic play there. Just able to dodge that last little bit of damage from the final Jinx rocket there, but unfortunately that will mean she has to go back right as some minions crash into there. There is a cannon wave coming down now, so hopefully that'll buy her a little bit of time to head on back. But looking back to that mid lane momentarily here, we do see Ahri already with that needlessly large rod here, while Orianna opting to just go for another Doran's Ring, some boots, and a Chalice for a little bit of sustain for that damage, and the, of course, mana regen as well. We're going to see Scion actually does land that ultimate there, and with the Sejuani ultimate as well, that's going to be a lot of damage, but Maokai, with that ultimate turned on for himself, so tanky. Going to be able to just walk away. You got to question in that top lane with Maokai's ultimate still having plenty of time to just tick away and running. How much of a wise decision that was, that pesky blue buff. How wise of a decision that was to blow both ultimates in the top lane on a Maokai who's able to just simply walk away, not even having to really risk too much attention there being pulled from their own jungler to get away, but just able to walk away on his own merits. Whether or not that was really worth it, when you could have spent that Sejuani ultimate instead in one of these bottom lanes or mid lanes, try and create a little bit more pressure there and snowball one of those lanes, perhaps get this bottom lane even more out of control. As we see the Jinx going deep there, Wukong coming in with that gap close. Zyra is gonna be taken quite low, and there she goes. Her passive is up there. Let's see if she can make anything of it. Jinx forced to flash heal, and with the last shot of the turret, no, the heal is gonna be coming out from Nami, so she's gonna be, or Wukong rather, is gonna be just fine. Again, beautiful charms coming in from that Ahri there. I think that's definitely answered the concerns we had going into this about whether or not he has the mechanical prowess to perform on that champion. Clearly has been shown to do so. But again, fantastic play there by the Ahri. Unfortunately, or excuse me, by the Nami to save that Wukong from that last turret shot. Unfortunately, all those resources in the bottom lane were not able to result in a kill, but they did shove that Jinx finally out of lane, give that Sivir Nami a bit more breathing room. Although Jinx gonna be able to purchase a BF sword, and it looks like she's waiting on another item here. Yes, there she is. She's getting her boots on, and then gonna head on back down the lane. So that will be a very distinct item advantage in this bottom lane for the blue side. As we see the smacking back and forth of the face here is here in the top lane. Not too much action going to happen there though, even with that Scion. Fairly low right now, still does have, I believe actually he is out of class charges, but he still does have a health pot, so he's going to be just fine. But Wukong, looking to invade this blue buff here, should be able to take it uncontested as nobody is positioning properly, especially with the Maokai and Orianna both over here. They're actually going to look to steal that blue buff, and no, they are going to put it on Wukong. Leave the last little camp there to deny. And it looks like Ahri's getting an idea of what's going on. She did spot out the Wukong, so she might have an idea that that blue buff is gone. So Sejuani's going to spot out the pink ward here and be able to clear that out no problem. Wukong lingering about, looking to try and create a play here. But instead going to opt to just farm out of those camps as Sejuani becomes a very... informs a very sad Ahri that her blue buff was in fact counter jungle the way as suspected here. Wukong gonna reveal himself to try and bait out that there's no jungler in that direct area, but unfortunately there was a pink ward in this tri-buff, so Orianna coming down is going to be spotted out as well, and they do manage to actually defend that pink ward, but the more important story is, in the meantime, Wukong starting off this dragon here. And with the Orianna and Sivir, I mean, they are going to know this is going down. Zyra perhaps might attempt a last-minute steal there. She threw down the plant to try and get something set up, but unfortunately not going to be enough here. As Ahri actually going to Spirit Rush into a ultimate there from the Orianna. And Sejuani and Ahri kind of out alone there in the four members, but that's a beautiful ultimate from Sejuani, gonna force the flash away. But here comes Wukong with that ultimate himself, throwing down quite a bit of CC, and the exhaust gonna just barely keep him alive. Zyra earning the kill there by far, as the Sivir is picked up as well from that Ahri Q. Beautiful charm there as well. Great Zyra snare there onto Sivir, but also fantastic holding of the exhaust and throwing it down right as Wukong was getting deep enough to bring that Sejuani within kill range, and Sejuani just barely making it out despite that last auto attack taken so low. The exhaust there definitely saving her life. Beautiful Zyra play there. Zyra again definitely earning herself a kill in that exchange. Gonna be able to go back and make some purchases there. Thinking about the ruby sidestone, but actually going to think better of it here. Going to actually opt to go for an amp tomb here. Very interested to see what she decides to build that out of. It could be, like we were talking about earlier, a bit more damagey Zyra build here to bring out a lot of DPS during the fights with those plants, but we'll see what she opts to go for here as everybody looks to head on back to their lanes now after that exchange. That was the dragon, though, going over to the red side initially. So first dragon of the game is secured by this NVIDIA team here. And we'll see what they'll be able to do if they can maintain that dragon control. Get to an early 3 dragons here. That and the silver ultimate on top of it is going to be absurd amounts of mobility for this team. Especially if Orianna really wants to go on and throw down that command dissonance there as well. Going to be able to absolutely outposition this blue side team without anything they can do about it. But we'll see if they can actually maintain that level of dragon control as they go into this. Right now the gold lead is very insignificant right now, in the 100 amount, essentially. So, essentially dead heat here. Though we do see, looking at the lanes, there are distinct advantages in the lanes. Of course, 10 CS in the bot lane for the blue side. Nearly 20 CS here in the top lane for this Maokai. But 15 CS in the mid lane as well. So each lane with a distinct advantage. Maokai being the major advantage here for the red side. Certainly not going to be the most important lane to have that CS advantage in. So I would have to give that a little bit in favor of the blue team, because Maokai certainly going to enjoy having an early rod completed as quickly as possible from that gold, but Maokai definitely more about scaling with those levels here, and actually going to turn on the ultimate to try and get some extra damage onto that Scion. He will be able to do so, but Scion's going to go through those blast charges and chug those health pots, and he's going to be just fine here. Taking quite a bit of damage from the minions though, so right as I say that, perhaps I might want to think twice before I commit to that. No, it looks like he will be fine though. Of course, he does still have that teleport, so if he really gets in any trouble there, he'll be able to back right away and not miss too much CS, as he can teleport right back into that top lane. And with the dragon still having a significant amount of time before it respawns here, he shouldn't have to worry too much about losing that teleport for a near objective here. Okay, doing some good work with those saplings, zoning them off of a couple CS here. Sejuani good spawning out on that ward. Doing her best to clear out that jungle, regain control. Another fantastic charm by this Ahri. Oh, unfortunately, the Orianna ultimate does miss there. That's going to be a painful cooldown to have to wait through now. And that might be the signal for this blue side to start forcing their hands for a bit of a team fight situation coming up here. It looks like Ahri is going to go for the kill. Beautiful sidestep there by the Orianna, knowing that charm was coming. Going to be able to sidestep that away. I believe that's the first missed charm we've seen all game, so beautiful prediction there by Orianna. Able to just calmly sidestep. As of course blue buff not able to sidestep those charms quite as effectively here. Gonna go down to that Ahri. Put that blue buff in the mid lane. Of course we do have that Luden's Echo completed now for the Ahri. Got herself a little bit of extra mana regen as well with that fairy charm. Perhaps looking to go into a chalice herself. That charm just falling a little short of that Orianna here. As unfortunately Orianna does not have that chalice complete yet. Maokai looking to be a pest here, trying to take away some deep vision here in that area for the next blue buff spawn, but unfortunately it was already given way to that Ahri. So he will just be forced out of their jungle here, and he's going to make it back to lane without too much CS being missed there, so not too much of a concern for him. You see, spawning out this pink ward here as the dragon is now live. Sion did hold that teleport this whole time, opting to walk back to lane instead. So we'll see if Sion going to be able to use that teleport in. Unfortunately, there's no real ward coverage here. Wukong going to be able to secure the Scuttle Crab for the red side. And Jinx is shoving those minions up to that turret as quickly as she can to try and force Sivir and Nami back to this lane to answer. And she will successfully do so, but with Ahri recalling right now, that could mean an opportunity here for the red side. But with so many wards down by the blue side, they are actually looking to back away here. Orianna's stepping forward to try and get some even deeper ward coverage. And now we're starting to see this map around Dragon lit up like a light bright by this red team here. It's going to have a lot of vision going into that. That will be the turret going down from Jinx, who did shove those minions in. And unfortunately, Sivir and Nami not quite able to answer that power. Jinx left alone a little bit too long in that bottom lane. And of course, being that she's Jinx, that turret's not going to last too long with her. So, fantastic charm again by this Ahri. Even with that Athene's now completed with that extra resistance, still taking quite a bit of damage as Orianna. She's going to be able to chug through, or munch on some biscuits here and be just fine. But with this dragon coming up here from this positioning, I mean, we can only think that this is going to be some significant damage onto both sides here, as we saw, of course, Orianna landing some damage back there, trying to answer back onto Ahri here. Everybody dancing around. That is a beautiful catch, though, by Orianna. Does ultimate her into the turret, but that's not going to be enough because Sejuani able to lock her down. And there's the Wukong ultimate actually going to flash to make sure he lands a CC onto the other members of the team, but unfortunately, just nobody there to follow it up, so he's not going to be able to get much for that ultimate and flash. Two very critical cooldowns. Now onto that Wukong. And that will be another kill going over to this blue side here. And with Orianna down, with her ultimate not available, that could spell the dragon, but it looks like they're actually going to just back away with all of blue side recalling. Beautiful game sense from this red team to see that after they lost that fight there, all of blue was recalling to spend that gold, and without any vision down, they're going to be able to secure that that second dragon for the red side uncontested here. And that will be the mid lane turret going down as well. After those minions shoved up so many times here in this middle lane from that Ahri, they are able to push him in one final time to finish that off. So with two turrets now down for this blue side here, that's creating a bit of a global gold advantage here right now that we see in the 3k gold lead. Mostly coming from those turrets, as these lanes have stayed fairly stable here. The leads haven't really decreased or increased too much. They've sort of maintained since we last checked them in, though very significantly here. Both ADCs have their Infinity Edge complete right now, so no huge item advantage as far as that bot lane is concerned. Perhaps a little bit better mobility onto that Jinx with her tier 2 boots completed here. Ahri with that Luden's Echo looking to go into the Morellonomicon next. A good choice there if the Sivir does opt to go for some life steal, which is fairly an easy assumption to make there. It looks like that's not going to be a top lane turret coming out. Looking to complete the outer turret set is this blue team, but unfortunately with 3 members roaming up here to answer, that's not going to be enough damage. 3-on-3, simply not enough siege potential here. So we're getting a good chunk of poke down onto that. Excuse me, onto that Zyra in the bottom lane, chunking her out quite a bit there. The Sion looking to bully that Maokai away, with Ahri still hanging around the top lane. Content to let this Orianna push that mid lane back towards safety there, towards the turret, towards gankable zone there, and she will be making it back fairly easily. We're needed, but Jinx is caught out here. The Orianna ball not really in a good position for an ultimate there, but regardless, that will spell doom for the Zyra. Zyra waiting, and the Orianna ultimate does end up missing, and Jinx gonna get excited here, but that will be Wukong gap closing onto that Ori, and that will be a double kill for Jinx. The Sivir gonna be able to make it out of there with her life intact, but now that will be the blue side trying to shove up this top lane here. Great teleport timing from that Scion to get involved in the fight here. Unfortunately, Maokai opting not to teleport as well. Gonna instead try and answer with a top lane turret, but now with the inner middle turret taken down, perhaps a far more critical turret being lost here by this red side, though they will answer with their first turret of the game in that top lane turret. And now, of course, with that top wave pushing here, a good back timing for that Maokai, but his team definitely needed him in that team fight there. Unfortunately, gonna create a little bit of a further lead here, and those little leads starting to chip away at those advantages that were built up by this red side by having that early dragon control. I mean, we've seen so many times, so many games rather, that the dragons end up going over to one side early on, but it ends up not meaning a gosh darn thing because the other side was picking up kills all along the way, and when that critical third dragon comes up and team fights break out, all of a sudden one side is able to absolutely control the dragon from there on out, and those early two dragons don't result in too much. But we'll see what happens to Zyra. Going way deep there to try and clear out a pink ward, and she is going to still be caught out. She does have that flash. No, she does not, and she will be going down. Unfortunately, a little deep there, getting a little greedy, trying to throw down a deep ward, but also clear out a pink ward that she's happened to stumble upon there, and it will cost her her life. Good response there from this red side to be able to spot that out and act accordingly as quickly as possible. With the wave clear, of course, from this Ahri and this Jinx, it's going to be very hard to siege this up, and they are going to have to rotate back up top as there is a large wave of Scion getting the word from his team that they have head up in that direction. I believe that was Ahri stealing away the Scuttle Crab, and yes it was. That will be a speed shrine for the blue side. Great cue from Ahri. Again, definitely answering any concerns we had going into this game. That Ahri definitely very strong on a mechanical level here. Performing very well. And we do see with that Luden's Echo Morella Nomicon completed, she is far and away ahead of this Orianna now, who simply has an Athene's and a Blasting Wand to go off of. Not even able yet to get another needlessly large rod, or her first of the game rather. As we see Jinx almost with her Bloodthirster completed, just a little bit off right there. Little minor gold. I'm sure she'll be able to go back here fairly soon and pick that up. So Wukong diving in there, and that is an ultimate. Unfortunately, only lands onto the two tanks though. Not quite able to land on that Zyra though. Wukong is doing everything he can. The Jinx rocket comes in from deep. Scion gonna be able to make it out with his life. No, he will go down. And he will try and create a little extra damage on these squishy targets. Wukong gonna realize he was in too deep there and just go all in at the last second. But unfortunately, that's going to be two turnaround kills for the blue side, and all of a sudden, this team fight looking to have changed very severely. But beautiful Q W from the Orianna there, able to get a final kill onto that Ahri right before she goes down, making it overall a 3 for 2 in favor of the blue side, but definitely salvaged there after it started to go wrong by the red side there to try and keep it as even as possible and get some critical gold onto the people they needed. However, that will mean this is the first dragon of the game uncontestably going to this blue side here. As Jinx gonna look to go a little deep herself, do get revenge for the Zyra, and there goes down the pink ward. So very critically, we want to point out here for sure that Jinx 3-0-5 right now with that Bloodthirster Infinity Edge completed here. She, of course, is going to just get better and better as we go deeper and deeper into this game here. So having those kills onto her, having that kill participation in 100% of the kills for her team is going to absolutely be critical for her team on the blue side here. Jinx going to absolutely be able to carry, as we've seen in these past team fights. She knows just exactly how to sit back, wait, stay in auto range, turn that Q on, get excited, get the damage down when she needs to. So I have full confidence here in this Jinx to perform exactly as she needs to carry this game here. The Sivir, of course, definitely nothing to snub your nose at here, as she has 2-1 and 4 herself. Quite a bit of damage going to be coming out from her as well. Now Orianna, of course, critically does not have that death cap completed yet. Just has the ingredients here all bought up, but still waiting on that last bit of gold to be able to finish up that death cap. Whereas Ahri almost has her, not Void Staff, her, gosh darn it. Oh! Such noob! Why don't I know what that's called? Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Well, for shame, for casting shame that I cannot remember what that item is called here. Hopefully she'll complete that soon and be able to get that aura of magic resist reduction needs. But that's going to be Ahri looking to try and create some power here. Unfortunately, the Sejuani did back off. But with that ultimate now down and the charm pulling him out of the turret, that will be a kill onto that Maokai. The kill credit going over to Sejuani there. And overall, that is another kill going over to this blue side. And red side not able to answer with any objectives here. Orianna doing her best to shove that minion wave in to create pressure on this middle lane outer turret. But not going to be enough, as Ahri will get there in time with that Luden's Echo tier 2 boots completed. She's of course going to be able to get back to where she needs to be on the map very quickly here. Jinx laying down the harass with that zap. And that will be the top lane outer turret. Now all outer turrets down for this red side here. And Ahri catching out that Orianna again. She's gonna Spirit Rush. And that will be an Orianna ultimate to trade back. But unfortunately she did have to also burn her flash to get out of there, as Ahri could have continued to pursue that. And Orianna definitely didn't want any part of that there. Ahri going to wisely back away to her turret as these red side members do come in, and they will realize that there was a ward there spotting them out. They'll clear it out here. Now Orianna, with that death cap complete here, going to be able to, and let's take a minute. The Abyssal Scepter. There we go. Oh gosh, my brain. Can you guys tell I don't play mid lane very often? I actually have been playing mid lane quite a bit, but I do not play mid laners that build Abyssal. Oddly enough, Amumu is the most frequent champion I build that on. Anyways, back to the game here. Orianna, with that death cap completed now, going to be able to throw that down onto the Maokai, onto the Wukong, and get some very critical ultimates here. Those could easily turn the tides of this game back towards this red side here. That gold advantage is, of course, on the blue side of the map right now. It's about a 4k gold lead, 4.5k gold lead. But that can easily be turned around by a 3 or 4 man Orianna ultimate here. And she certainly has the tools to do it with that Sivir ultimate, with the gap close from Wukong and Maokai, with the CC from the Tsunami here. Gonna definitely be able to create something here, as we do see this red side setting up as much as they can for this dragon. Will be spawning in 1 minute here. Looks like I actually think that red side will end up pushing in the top lane there. It's going to be very close, nearly frozen here, but I think it's going to just barely start pushing in favor of that red side. So they will have to respond to this blue side bot lane push of the minions here. It looks like Wukong already cheating over to that side of the map to try and do so, as we see the pings coming out here. So they are going to have to back away with that Wukong backing off, which will give the blue side time to sweep out that dragon pit, throw down some wards of their own. But caught out a little bit, gonna throw down her ultimate to try and engage her, and that is the Jinx ultimate as well, but the Spirit Rush from... not gonna matter. Actually, beautiful bubble there onto those three members. Ahri almost picking up a kill onto that Sivir, but not going to be able to do so. The Orianna is caught out way too deep. Beautiful ultimate there. The Ignite taking away onto Jinx, but I do not think it'll be enough. No, just barely the last tick of Ignite. Not going to get that 20 HP. Oh, poor Orianna. I hope she doesn't know. I hope she doesn't know that that was 20 HP away from that huge shutdown onto Jinx. Stop that insane 305 Jinx from going into hyper carry mode here, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case, and that will be the second dragon for this blue side, evening up that dragon score, 2 dragons apiece, and just like that, red side starting to lose control of this game here, as that is a 5k gold lead and no dragon advantage at all for them. Going to be a little rough here. Of course, Maokai with that Rod of Ages fully stacked here, going to be in full tank mode as he looks to get that Frozen Heart completed as well. If he can get into those front lines, if he can tank up that bit of damage here. I mean, Wukong certainly not quite as tanky as him yet, but with that, with those resistances starting to be built here, with that raw HP of the Giant's Belt, he is going to be able to tank up quite a bit of damage if he can get in position here. And he will spot out that there is that blue buff up, but unfortunately for him, there is a pink ward right in the vicinity, so that ward is going to be immediately cleared out by Ahri here. Looks like as Ahri takes that blue buff, they're going to just rotate into this middle lane, looking to try and pick up a catch onto that Jinx, but unfortunately she's going to back away. And it looks like the rest of the members will be there in time to prevent this middle lane turret from going down, as Nami is able to pick up a pink ward for her troubles during that time. And Sion going to teleport down to the bot lane with Sivir, but hold on, there's a lot of action going down right now. Ahri, despite the teleport, Sion not able to save that turret in the bottom lane. Very unfortunate for the blue side here. It's going to be some very critical global gold going over here. And Ahri was not able to pick up a kill in that mid lane, though it did force Orianna to go back here. And of course, with those 4 items completed, with the Void Staff on top of the Abyssal Scepter, all that MR is going to be absolutely shredded away here. And Ahri looking to do near true damage levels of power with that Luden's Echo completed. Once she throws a death cap on top of all of that, it's going to become this red side's worst nightmare. Though, hold that thought, because we do have the Sivir ultimate coming up, and that is a great ultimate from the Zyra to answer, slow everybody down, and that will be Zyra going down in the end. The Jinx Rocket not able to get that kill, but the final plant getting the last hit. Beautiful kill there onto that, onto that Orianna, as that actually is going to be the charm not landing. Unfortunately, no ace there, but beautiful ultimate from that Sion to get that follow-up engage start off. We got to watch that one more time. I hope you guys will indulge me in going back, because that was such a huge turnaround fight here after that engagement from the red side. So let's pay attention here to the Zyra, who does get this started off here. There's the ultimate, and both speed ups coming in. They look to get onto Jinx, but Zyra steps forward to throw down that ultimate, and it does create a lot of time when that Sivir is not auto-attacking. And watch the hero plant here. Ba-boom! Between that and the minions. And then, of course, Sion ulting in as soon as he knew he was needed. Able to connect on that Ahri with the speed up on the Jinx, with the Spirit Rushes from the Ahri. That's going to be, unfortunately, again, that last charm not able to land, but that's going to be what started off to look really bad for this blue side. Is going to end up being a 1 for 4 in their favor. And that will be the middle lane inhibitor going down. I'd be very shocked if this Wukong was able to do anything about this here. He's going to have hard enough time fending them off if they chose to go for the Nexus turret. So they are going to opt to go back here for this inner turret in the top lane, making use of that wave that was already pushing. And unfortunately for this red side, all waves are pushing in here. They have to go up to try and defend this, but absolutely just going to miss out on all that CS in the bottom lane. Sivir going to be getting there much later than Wukong could, and Wukong, of course, not able to defend this top lane inner turret. So that will be 6-2 as far as the turret leads are concerned, but overall in kills 14-8. Blue side definitely hitting their stride here. Now that Jinx has that, Jesus, last whisper. There we go. My brain this morning. Whoa, sorry guys. Me and item names are not working out this morning. But now that she has that last whisper completed, that's going to be a lot of damage actually going down onto this Nami, who's forced to ultimate just to get away here. And that Jinx ultimate just barely not going to be enough damage. Thankfully the locket being popped from Nami going to give her a little bit of extra health there to sustain through that damage. That will be Nami already forced away. And with her so low, that's going to be a 4v5 if they want to try and contest here. Well, the super minions streaming up the middle lane, and I mean Zyra just being a pest with those plants, zoning people away. Ahri able to get so much damage already down. The Nami or the Zyra ultimate not going to land there, but that is the kill there. Maokai looking to try and be a hero, will get the kill onto the Zyra, but that will be the Baron going over, and the final plant kill, I do believe that was. Or no, it was probably the passive from Zyra going to be picking up the kill there. So overall, a 2 for 3 in favor of this blue side here. Also picking up the Baron, and that's got to be it for this game here. A near 10k gold lead with that Baron buff. They're going to be able to just push up this top wave, escort these minions through the top lane here, pick up that turret. Unfortunately, with those super minions coming in, I don't believe that they're going to be able to do anything to answer this. With Jinx, of course, the turret destroyer she is, being able to just sit way back behind those tanks. And with that ultimate from Sejuani, they're actually going to look to get these kills. Unfortunately, Sivir made it out alive there. A little miscalculation on how much damage that Jinx Q would do. Unfortunately, the Super Mega Death Rocket not going to be able to land onto Sivir there. Just barely coasting by her. Excuse me, but they will not be able to finish off the game here. They will just settle for taking that top lane inhibitor, getting a little extra gold from those kills, and they'll head on down to that bot lane to clear it out as they rotate up towards the Dragon Pit area here. Jinx gonna pick up that red buff for herself. Orianna getting that blue pot there to get herself all powered up here in what might be the final stand here as they try and get some semblance of control back over this dragon area. They're going to start it off here, try and get that dragon into a favorable position for them. They're going to force this back away. That is some great damage coming down from this red side. Orianna putting in a lot of work onto some squishier targets, so she will end up going down, but now that's a 2 for 2. Jinx being excited, gets the crit, and that will be a 3 for 2. No dragging completed. Oh, and Jinx with the Super Mega Death Rocket and the Zap landing. Will she go under the turret? Yes, she will. That's another crit, and that's the triple kill for Jinx, the ace for this red side here with super minions in the base. Sion wailing away. Those death timers are way too long. That's absolutely going to be the game here. GG. Going over to Palantir's Technologies Prime. The GG's coming out in chat here from both sides. And wow, that Jinx absolutely showing up huge for her team. 7-0-11 in the final count, though. Of course, Ahri seemed to be the story of that game throughout the main chunk of the game, creating such a huge advantage for herself. Always seemed to be ahead of that Orianna. Unfortunately for the red side, for this NVIDIA team, not able to deal with that Ahri. simply snowballed out of control. So much precision on those charms. Again, we saw very few charms miss that game. Almost always directly on point here, and it reflects, again, we went into this game with some questions about the mechanics of whether or not Pax Noctum would be able to perform on this champion. Highest CS in the game, 319. I'm so impressed that absolutely, and this was when, remember, at the start of this game, we had Redside ban out 3 target bans against Pax Noxum to try and push him off of his comfort champions, off of the champions we know he can perform on in that mid lane. And what does he do? He pulls out another champion, goes 8-2-9, highest CS in the game, always, almost always throughout the game, had an item advantage, as we see lots of tears for this Maokai. I didn't notice that till just now. But almost always had an item advantage on his laning opponent and was not given, there was no answer to him throughout the game. Certainly there were some great plays from this red side. And in that final battle, or one of the final battles, they were able to get that Wombo combo down from the Orianna, and on top of that Wukong, able to annihilate 2 targets right at the outset of the fight, but it was simply too little too late at that point in the game. The control was lost, there were super minions streaming into the base, and that's going to be the game going over to this blue side here. As we look again, that Ahri absolutely showing up so strong here, by far highest damage in the game. I don't even have to look at all of red side to know that to be true. I mean, almost double that of her laning opponent, nearly more than 2 of any of her even teammates combined here. Wow, I'm just so thoroughly impressed by that Ahri, and I don't know how people are going to deal with this team going forward. I mean, if you're up against Planter Technologies Prime in the next round of the playoffs, in the top 16 next week, I don't know what you do. Do you just ignore that mid laner, let Pax get whoever he wants and try and focus out one of the other lanes, perhaps try and take off the ADC from their comfort picks, try and ban out the jungler? I don't know what you do. But that being said, I mean, there's certainly, again, lots of power being demonstrated by this Jinx. She certainly did not feel to have any trough in the early game like we know she does have, being the late game hyper carry she is. She was not punished in the early game, and that might be something that other teams look at going forward, trying to ban out that Jinx to try and disrupt something. Because if you can perform early game on a hyper carry, I mean, you're gonna absolutely be a nightmare for the enemy team there. So in the end, though, of course, that is the game going over to Planter Technologies Prime, who will be advancing into the next round of the playoffs, into the top 16. So congratulations to them. And if you want to stay tuned for any of the upcoming games, I will be casting some more games later on in the afternoon here on this channel. You can always, of course, stay tuned to AfterHoursGaming.tv. They will have all the matches posted there, all the schedules posted there if you want to see what other teams are making it past this round of the playoffs here, and what matches are coming up next week as well, to stay tuned for your favorite teams. And of course, like I said, you can always stay tuned to this channel as well. I will be uploading all the games I cast after casted here. So stay tuned. Thank you for watching. I hope to see you guys next time. And to my 2 stream viewers, thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed the match as well. I believe, given the 2 I sent the link to, I'm pretty sure you guys had fun playing the match rather than just spectating it. I will get this match uploaded here probably within about an hour, hour and a half-ish is how long it takes for YouTube to process these videos usually, but I will get that uploading right now so you guys can review this game in full at your leisure here. And I will be back probably around noon, I believe, is the next match. Let me pull up the schedule here. Yes, I believe noon is going to be the next match Little chaotic scheduling this week, as you guys are familiar with. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be between Amazon, and Twitch. So if you want to stay tuned for that match, certainly feel free to do so. But in the meantime, I will be throwing myself on mute so as to not bother you guys. But feel free to hang out and chat, talk to me in chat. I'll be monitoring that throughout the break, and I will see you guys later. And silly me, I thought we were. Well, I was not really informed, but I am pleasantly surprised that we are doing best of threes now that we are actually in the playoffs. I was wondering when we were going to start doing best of threes. And I'm glad to see it is coming out now. So we will get into this game momentarily here. And of course, that implies the corrections that I am unfortunately going to have to post in the description for that first game here. As we do not have Planter Technologies Prime advancing just yet. But I am definitely excited to see what comes out in this next game. Again, as we were talking about at the end of that, so focused on that. What can we do here for these bans from this red side here? I'm just not sure how we handle this mid laner. I mean, it's looking like Nvidia is gonna try and just ban out that mid lane again. Already is Zerath and LeBlanc ban. You gotta think they're not gonna ban out the Ahri or the Annie this time around, and are gonna ban out the Ahri instead, which they do in fact do here. Will be Zerath, LeBlanc, and Ahri being banned out in the mid lane. But gosh, I'm not sure. I mean, if they again, the mechanics were so sound in that mid lane that you just have to imagine that, I mean, they can break out the Annie. Just looking at the notes here. Again, Kassadin, Syndra, Annie should all be champions that are comfortable to perform on here in this middle lane. And we'll have to wait and see what is picked up here. Nvidia gonna pick away that Jinx in the first pick. Definitely respect that. If they're not gonna ban out the Jinx, they definitely want to first pick it away here. Make sure they can't have a repeat performance there. So overall, I mean, this is what they have to do here. Just take away the two strongest comfort picks there, which are Zerath and LeBlanc. I mean, those are definitely the strongest comfort picks there for the mid laner, for Planter's Technologies Prime here. But just include that Ahri as well, I should say. First pick away the Jinx, and then see how this blue side adapts. And they will be picking up Zyra Corki, so they're definitely like the Zyra last game, and are going to be sticking with that, which absolutely had fantastic Zyra play all throughout. that last game. So I definitely agree with sticking onto that Zyra. And the Corki as well, going to be shifting their game plan almost entirely here from a more late game focused comp to something that's going to look to spike really early around the mid game and try and just snowball out of control here. And we'll see what this red side tries to do in reaction here. Rather than just talking about it for you lovely streamers, I'll just pull up the lobby so you can watch the picks as they happen here as well. Who are the bands for NVIDIA? Or not NVIDIA, for Planter. Vi again. Wukong and Sedge. So they didn't ban out J4 this time. I'm interested to see if that becomes something they pick up here. And there's that Renekton being picked up this time by NVIDIA, with those bans now being focused on to the jungler. That Renekton was left open, and they will be picking that away. A little non-synergy, though, between the Renekton and the Jinx. Renekton is very early game oriented here. Absolute monster bully in the early game, but Jinx going to need that time to scale up, so we'll see how they're able to get some synergy between those two. Morgana, obviously, good all the way around throughout the entire game there with that CC she can provide, so. Oh no. Oh no, did it happen? Did what I think happened just happen? You guys. Oh, you guys. Oh, this might be even more pandering to me with that Zyra possibly going into the mid lane. I mean, with that Nautilus pickup, that's got to be a Nautilus support. There's no way that's a Shyvana jungle Nautilus top. There's just no way. There's no way. That's definitely going to be a Zyra mid. It has to be a Zyra mid. As we see the final composition rounded out here for the red side. That's got to be a Zyra mid. It absolutely has to. It's got to be Shyvana in the top lane. Okay, it's got to be. Well, it's got to be Shyvana in the jungle then. Well, okay. The question is going to be who's going to be the mid laner here and who's going to go top. I mean, perhaps Annie goes top because she has a stun, but it's conditional, so you'd want Zyra. Well, let's intro the game, then we'll talk about it here. Hold on, let me. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. This is the second game of the best of 3 between Planters Technologies Prime and NVIDIA. And I was being a silly goose because I was not informed that they are going to be best of 3s now that we are in the playoffs, which I thought would make sense, but I didn't hear anything, so I assumed it was still best of 1 just to get through the top 32 or something. I don't know. But I'm glad it's best of 3 because this is an insane matchup here between these two teams. So, again, watch game 1 if you haven't already because we're going to just dive right into this pick ban phase because there is a lot to talk about here. The Vi, Wukong, and Sejuani being banned out by the red side this time around. They opted to drop that Renekton ban and add a little bit of banning into that jungle to try and focus down the jungler instead this time. Feeling the pinch there of the pressure laid on by all these mid lane bans last game, thinking that was a good strategy, want to get that themselves. So they're throwing out a whole bunch of focus bans on this red side to try and put Teapot onto something he's not as comfortable with, perhaps not as familiar with, but unfortunately that Pantheon definitely something he's familiar with here. Vi, I certainly think Vi is personally a little bit stronger than Pantheon right now, but T-Pod definitely has Pantheon higher up on his comfort list than his Vi, at least from what I've seen. So I would expect him to be able to perform very strongly on that Pantheon. And we did see the first pick, the first two picks coming out from this red side were actually in a different order here. Zyra and Corki were the first two picks, so we were thinking, okay, with the Jinx, and the Jinx was the first pick from the blue side here, which is NVIDIA this game. So we were thinking, okay, Jinx, first picked away. They banned out the Ahri this time as well on the blue side, switched that from an Annie to an Ahri ban. So they're going to be able to, you know, have to give up a little bit of something else, but they absolutely don't want to mess with that Ahri. So a good switch out there. But then how do you deal with the Jinx? Well, you first pick her away on the blue side to make sure they don't even have that as an option. And then we saw, again, the Corki Zyra pickup. So we thought, okay, they're sticking with that Zyra in the bot lane. Zyra, clearly as a support, had a lot of power coming out of her and was able to perform very strongly on that Zyra, able to land a lot of actually kills herself, but with those plants that are just so strong, but landed a lot of very critical CCs, zoned with her ultimate very well. But that's going to be the bot lane. And then we saw Nautilus and Annie come out. And then I was thinking, well, that's got to be a Nautilus support. There's no way that's Nautilus top. I mean, it's certainly not Nautilus jungle. When's the last time we saw Nautilus jungle? I mean, I know people do that, but come on, who plays Nautilus jungle? But that's in fact going to be a Nautilus jungle. Because, I mean, after that we saw Annie come out as well. And it definitely threw me for a loop there. I was a little confused with what was going to be coming up here. So I was thinking maybe we had some sort of insane swaps about here, going about here with that Shyvana in the jungle. Maybe that would have been a Nautilus top or something like that. But no, it's in fact going to be Nautilus in the jungle himself. Or excuse me, I thought that was going to be Nautilus support because of just the prominence we've been seeing with him in support lately. But no, it's going to be Nautilus in the jungle here. Shyvana is going to be opting to take that smite as well in the top lane for the challenging smite that the more tankier top lane jungles have become so accustomed to as of late, whereas Renekton going to go with the more traditional teleport flash there in the top lane. It would have been a very strong pick on him as well, since he does transition so hard into tank that the Cinder Hulk would have been a very good build on that Renekton. So I'll be interested to see how he works in the late game, if he's going to fall off even harder in the late game, as he doesn't have that extra bonus percent HP this game. But that will be a Zyra support. My little heart went aflutter when I thought other people were going to play Zyra mid. So unfortunately I was a little disappointed there. But no, that will be an Annie mid, a little bit more traditional. Of course, with that Annie not being banned out this time around, Pax just going to pick up the Annie, and we'll see if he's able to perform on that. We'll see if he was able to merit that ban in the first time around that gave him the Ahri. We'll see how much he can perform. That is going to be the Twisted Fate coming out to try and deal with that. TF going to be able to farm from pretty safe distance with those cards if he gets himself into an unfavorable matchup here, if that's how it ends up shaking out. So that should be a fairly safe pick. He's going to be looking to use his ultimate to create as much plays in other lanes, not really looking to necessarily get kills onto Annie, but looking to be able to create enough pressure in that mid lane to where he can use that ultimate to teleport around safely and get kills in other lanes, spiral his team out of control here, and see what they can do there. If they can get some kills in that bottom lane, that can help jumpstart Jinx like we saw in the last game and get her into hyper carry mode quicker. Perhaps while Renekton is still effective here in the mid game, because again, Renekton so early game oriented here. It's probably going to be very beneficial for TF to perhaps even pre-6 roam up to top lane early to get some first blood onto either him or Renekton because of how much power he does bring, and because of, depending on how Shyvana wants to start this out, she might not be able to even create any pressure onto that Renekton early at all, just given how strong of a lane bully he is. And with her going Smite, that challenging Smite, if she starts with the Hunter's Machete, and even if she doesn't, she's down by a Summoner spell. And she only has that teleport to use. Certainly not a combat Summoner spell, defensive or offensive at all. So, if TF can roam up to that top lane early, he's definitely going to be able to create some opportunities to get that Renekton ahead, make him an even stronger lane bully against that Shyvana. But this is all assuming that this Shyvana will in fact be the top lane, or in the top lane, and won't be lane swapped on. Jinx against Corki, of course, very unfavorable matchup there. Jinx so late game oriented, Corki so spike oriented in the late early mid game. She's definitely going to want to stay away from that Corki as long as possible and initiate a lane swap if she can. So as we get into the Rift here, let's see what positioning comes out at level 1 from these two teams here to see if anything shakes out. Looks like the blue side's going to be going just for a line of scrimmage start, and probably the same from this red side here as well. Excuse me. So no early game shenanigans. Annie is opting to start with that Q, so she doesn't have her stun charged up at the start of this game here. So Invids might have been a little strong against that Annie, opting to start with the Q. Won't have her CC available. They will spot out the ward here. But is the line of scrimmage coming out from both sides here. Red side playing a little bit more defensive, but not going to result in too much of anything here. Shyvana is, of course, going to start with that Dorn's Blade, not going to start with the Machete. Going to go for an item that gives her a little bit of early lane pressure. But again, without that Flash or Ignite, she's going to be down an entire Summoner spell, essentially, for quite a while in that top lane. So we see 3 members grouped up here. Shyvana she has thrown down her ward, and they did see it. Or no, they didn't see it on the blue side. Unfortunately, she's going to be backing away here. She's going to look to start those Krugs so she can get an early level 2 with that Smite to try and get to lane and be able to keep a experience advantage over this Renekton here, and use that as her way to make something happen. But unfortunately, this blue side is invading the jungle. It's a delayed invade. Will they spot out Shyvana? They will. They're going to check the Krugs. The yellow card is picked. It lands. And that's first blood onto Renekton in the camps. Going away to Pantheon. Oh my god. Not the start this red side wanted to see at all. Poor Shyvana taken so low at the start on those Krugs. Didn't even know which side Nautilus was starting on. But since he is Nautilus, they were just gambling on the fact that he wanted the more traditional blue buff start, but also wanted the stronger leash from this bottom lane. So Shyvana gonna be all by herself in that Krug area, and is gonna be vulnerable with how low she's taken, and absolutely able to capitalize on it. That early kill going over to Renekton. Now all the possibilities for her to say, hey, you know, I only have Smite with me early, but I'm going to be able to get that early level 2 on Renekton. I'm going to be able to not necessarily bully him, but I'm going to be able to deal with him during the lane phase because I'll have a slight experience advantage for most of it. All of that is gone. Already a 10 CS lead and a kill onto Renekton. A whole level advantage at this point in the game. Going to be absolutely monstrous to try and deal with on Shyvana. And, oh, I just feel so bad for her. I don't know how she's going to be able to deal with this Renekton now. Gonna need to be just camped so heavily, but Nautilus, I mean, not the strongest person to do ganks with here. Of course, he does have very strong initiation in CC, but he just doesn't have the damage. And as we see him coming up to this top lane here, again, he peeks out, shows himself, makes Renekton back away from the turret so he doesn't dive her. That's about all he can really do. There's no damage there. Shyvana, only with that Doran's Blade, definitely doesn't have that much damage herself to be able to make the most out of this. Beautiful snare onto that Jinx, and then a Q onto both members with that plant putting out some damage. That Zarya is showing up again in the bottom lane. We'll see if she's able to be as effective as she was last game. And there's that bullying being shown out from Renekton. Actually doesn't land. I believe he slightly missed the AoE of the slice and dice there to actually not get that onto Shyvana, but certainly bullying her away from these creeps, using that level advantage as much as possible here. And gosh, those plants just doing so much damage, and great play by that Zyra, of course, to spawn the plants just on the edge of the range of the turret there. So Jinx is unable to farm those plants because one turret shot will just outright kill them. So she'll get her poke down from that one auto attack on it and not be able to lose anything for that price. And Annie, so much power there already, poking that TF quite a bit, and he is already 15 CS behind in that mid lane. An even greater disadvantage than we see in this top lane here. Of course, Renekton opting to trade quite a bit, keeping both their CS artificially low here in the top lane, at least compared to that mid lane. But Jinx so low right now, out of sustain. Of course, has the Doran's Blade, but that's not going to mean too much here against a Corki who can poke that hard, that early. And here comes Pantheon, going to jump in, does land the stun, and that is some good damage going down to that Ahri, but unfortunately TF so low on health, but completely out of mana. Not going to be able to create too much more out of that. And he's just going to back away slightly, charge up that stun again, no doubt, and come back and threaten that TF. Going to shove him out of lane. Pantheon going to have to rotate to that mid lane to soak up that XP once Annie manages to shove that to turret. TF going to give that double Doran's Ring and a boots start here. Not the start you really want to have against an Annie. Actually does manage to pick up some consumables in addition to an amp tome as well. So that'll be good for him for sure. And Jinx is managing to stay in this bottom lane. She is managing to farm up a significant amount of these creeps here. Nautilus does get that Scuttlecrab for a little extra vision, but TF is just walking through lane here. Actually throws down that ultimate right as I say that, and is going to come in onto that Zyra primarily, who is so far away. I mean, no, with that ignite, the burst from the TF, gonna be plenty to put him away, and he's so low. He does land that yellow card onto the Nautilus, and that's gonna be a lot of damage coming in, but that's not gonna be enough. So TF absolutely getting a beautiful kill there, unanswered, and now that's 2 kills going over. Well, there was a kill onto that Jinx. Hold the phone here. Let's jump back slightly to see what exactly happened to the Jinx. I simply missed her during all this. Oh, Nautilus coming in, was able to burst down Jinx with all of his abilities there. That explained why he wasn't able to throw out the hook. I was a little curious as to why he wasn't able to catch that TF, but it was because he already made a kill out of it. So that will actually be a 1-for-1 in this bottom lane here. Unfortunately, for the red side, that kill did go on to Nautilus. So, I mean, fortunately that they were able to get a kill, but unfortunate in that he is not the target they wanted it on. So while it did go even, slight advantage there in favor for this blue side, as NVIDIA is able to take a great kill there on the ward by Renekton. I'm always impressed by those Renekton mechanics. But yeah, slight advantage going over to this blue side here, as the kill being placed onto TF is just going to mean he can create more and more kills as he teleports around the map with that ultimate as soon as it's off cooldown again. So we'll see how he's able to use that for his advantage, and he definitely needed the help with that as well to deal with that Annie in the mid lane here, who has so much more CS than he does at this point in the game. I mean, it's absolutely absurd, really. 26 CS advantage at 8 minutes in, almost 9 minutes in. It's just painful to see. But TF, of course, with that Aether Wisp, going to be able to move around all he wants, I do believe, at least. Yeah, it's the +5 movement speed AP item. So, going to be able to dodge around with those boots, with that Wisp. Hopefully he'll be able to stay out of range of that Annie to make sure Tibbers doesn't come out to play at an unexpected time here. With that Tiamat completed, that's a lot of burst on this Renekton, and with all those minions there, Shyvana can't afford to fight in that minion wave. Gonna take way too much damage, and we want to talk about absurd leads early on. Shyvana, 35 CS down to Renekton. I mean, she's gonna pick up a little bit with that wave that was shoved to her turret, but I mean, gosh, so far behind, 20 CS behind. Both the top lane and mid lanes so far out of proportion here. At least TF does have a kill in that middle lane to try and compensate for some of that, but Renekton, of course, with the kill in the top lane, making that an even worse position, just denying so much zoning potential on that Shyvana, and using that ultimate is TF here. Hold that thought, because he does land the yellow card, and that will be the Zyra going down. The flash, and that, oh, the true damage just not enough. The black shield, let's look at that one more time. Keep your eyes on TF here. I want you to see just how low he's taken as he comes in with the ultimate and the hand down as well. Watch how low he is. That quirky rocket, the black shield already eaten away from, and that just so low. Nearly 100 HP left. So close to finishing him off was Zyra. I mean, great shot. She did land that passive on him. So, good mechanical prowess there, but just wasn't low enough. And now, TF, 2 kills onto him. Gonna have those boots completed. And with that Ignite Summer spell, a little bit more dangerous than your average TF, who usually opts to take the Ghost instead. Great shot with the Morgana Q, and following up with the Jinx Chompers. Gonna force the Valkyrie away there. Fantastic play in this bottom lane. Shoving that Corki back, chunking him out. Now this is a Sheen Corki right now. He's certainly not one to be messed with. Not one to be trifled with, but blue side not content to just let that be. And with the Zyra dead, they're gonna do as much as they can. Now, of course, Zyra back now. Gonna be poking this Jinx quite a bit. Those plants putting in a lot of work there. Pantheon, of course, a little bit more scary than Nautilus here. And with the blue side rotating around. No! That was the red side, I believe. We'll see just in a second. Yes, that was the red side. Getting that Spellcraft. Beautiful chain CC again. The Jinx Chompers after the Morgana Q. The chain CC just too much in this bottom lane. And that's another kill on a Zyra. All of a sudden, this red side looking to have lost this game out of control already. I mean, two kills on that TF. Jinx participating in 2 kills herself. Morgana 0-0 and 3. And this Renekton actually losing the trade for the first time, I believe, now that Shyvana was able to go back and complete that challenging smite with that Cinder Hulk enchantment, of course. But now she's actually able to throw down her smite and trade with Renekton. That is a huge power spike for her, of course. Once you actually can complete that challenging smite, whenever a one-on-one happens in the top lane, you're going to be able to, if not out-trade, at least equally trade with your opponent there. The Renekton so far ahead, still 20 CS in the lead. Opting not even to teleport back to top lane, confident that he can just waltz up that top lane back there, and he has that Ravenous Hydra completed now. gonna be just a monster to deal with in this mid game when those team fights come around. I mean, Renekton slicing and dicing his way to the back line is gonna be terrifying to deal with. Looking back to the mid lane now, we do see after that Catalyst initially built, the Rod of Ages is completed now and stacking for the Annie. So Annie, in the weakest she's going to be all game right now. If there's going to be focus in this mid lane from Pantheon, he has to go right now, as we see Nautilus just lurking around that mid lane, knowing that that's the time. And of course, here he comes in the bottom lane again. Zyra caught out again. I mean, not even caught out, simply just caught on some flame chompers, and then Pantheon just ults in. There's not much you can do about that. Pantheon can all of a sudden just come in behind you with that ultimate, and there's not too much you can do to prevent that from happening to you. Zyra, definitely not looking like the Zyra from last game. 0-4-1 this game. Seems to almost be a different player entirely here, as this lane has just gone the exact opposite route. Perhaps Jinx just confirmed OP. That might be what the situation is here. But now we see, of course, TF does have that needlessly large rod now completed. So he will be going into that. Oh gosh. This morning, me and item names are not working out well. The new DFG, whatever it's called. Luden's Echo, there we go. Took me a minute, but I'm back. We were going to see that Luden's Echo coming out from TF, which of course is going to be great for him. He does not have that ghost, so he's not going to be able to hypercharge that up in team fights, but being how speedy he is, of course, with that Luden's Echo and tier 2 boots completed, going to be able to charge that up plenty quickly. The snare does miss from Zyra, but the poke from the plants and the Corki ultimate so low is Jinx gonna be forced to back away there. But in the meantime, that will be Renekton getting some global gold for his team by bullying Shyvana so hard, those minions up in that turret so frequently, he's going to be able to use that, and of course the resets from the Tiamat on his autos to get that top lane turret. And with that turret down, Pantheon going to feel confident enough to try and do a little counter jungling of this Nautilus here. Pantheon is in tow here. The yellow card is selected. She's bursting him so low though. TF wants to go back in, but he simply can't afford to, and too squishy at this point in the game. His Pantheon actually is going to go down, but here comes Renekton. The Renekton, who's already so far ahead. He's got those cooldown boots as well. No, going to be forced away. Unfortunately, the Jinx Rocket is blocked out by that really awesome looking dragon. Gosh, I love that skin. In the mid lane here, Tiber's being used for a little bit of zoning in case something should happen here. But in the meantime, perhaps almost more importantly, this first dragon of the game is being taken down by that bot lane and Nautilus, who were not occupied during all of that. So first dragon of the game going over to the red side. And overall, that's 5-2 in kills in favor of the blue side. Only a slightly more than 1k gold lead at this point in the game, but Jinx being left alone with that turret is almost certainly going to be able to get another turret taken down, get her team rather a lead in turrets 2-1, and she will do that as she gets excited as she farms out the rest of those waves. Shyvana gonna be cleaning out that pink ward, but looks to be collapsed upon here, and that's a Q. She tries to sidestep it, but even with the burnout turned on, not gonna be enough. Into the yellow card as well, and the stun from Renekton through the slice and dice gonna be enough. That's a Shyvana down, and that's another kill over to this blue side. So many kills already, and with them all already around this middle lane turret, with the Jinx able to throw it down, that Zyra not able to get anything off that ultimate. It absolutely destroyed, annihilated his Zyra, blown up without anything to say about it. Oh gosh, so low is Jinx. The last shot from the caster minion just barely not enough. Unfortunately for red side, Jinx and TF gonna be taken solo, but not quite enough to get down. Unfortunately, that rocket going over the shoulder of Nautilus on the minimap there, not going to be able to connect. So overall, that's another 2 kills going over to this blue side here. And now, with all outer turrets down for the red side, capitalizing beautifully as blue side off of these kills as well, by turning them into objective kills. That's a nearly 3.5k gold lead. Already spiraling since we just recently last checked it, in favor of this blue side here. And now we gotta wonder how this Planter Technologies prime team on the red side is gonna deal with this. They've gotta have a way prepared to handle this situation here. And as of yet, there's not too much they seem to have for ways of answer. I mean, Annie, with that Rod of Ages stacking already over halfway there, she did get that fairly quickly in this game, so blue side looks to try and push their vision even deeper into the red side jungle here. Perhaps catch some people out, and actually no, just going to rotate to this mid turret. Going to just try and straight up take this mid turret here. Nautilus forced to throw out the ultimate just to try and force them away. He will be able to do so. That's the Nautilus ultimate down. Just to try and defend a turret. That is the amount of pressure this red side is under at this early stage in the game. With that deep vision down in red side's jungle here, it looks like they will be able to spot out. Yes, they will spot out that pink ward, but the deep vision down even more forward behind that isn't going to be cleared out, unfortunately. So blue side will be able to continue to spot them out and make plays here as they have Jinx just hang out seemingly alone in this mid lane. Just try and bait out some more fights here, but red side not going to fall for it, going to sit back, going to let the CS come to them. Going to take their time on this one. As we see Zyra actually, right as I say that, absolutely out on her own, farming a lane by herself. And this does not look to be the AP Zyra version. I mean, she does have the pen boots, but aside from that, doesn't have any signs yet of going into AP. So going out there farming by herself, when there's a TF on the field who has a global ultimate like that, simply can't do it. Perhaps a little bit of tilt coming out on this Zyra from the discrepancy between this game and the last game. 0-6-1 right now. Unfortunate for her. She's got to find a way to just relax here, get back in her right frame of mind, and provide the utility she was for the last game. Looks like Annie's going to want to create a play here onto this Renekton. Does land the CC down, and he's actually going to slice and dice. No, he's going to have to flash over the wall there. He's going to slice and dice past the Baron Pit. Actually ends up not really needing the flash there. Had he had just simply sliced and diced his way over that initial wall and saved the flash for the pit, but that will not be any follow as Shyvana does not have her flash up, and you're not going to follow that alone into the fog of war. And unfortunately the Valkyrie, the Valkyrie away started just right when he needed to get out of there. And still get stunned under the turret, but not be caught out. So Corki going to make it out alive. Of course, with that Triforce and the pen boots completed on Corki, he is power spiking right now. So despite being so far behind, if they're going to mount a comeback anytime this game for the red side, now's the time they're going to do it. That speed shrine is down for the blue side, giving them invulnerable vision here of this dragon pit. So if they do try and start this dragon on the red side, blue side's definitely going to know about it. The rest of the vision is largely denied here, as we see a couple of wards smattered throughout, but with that speed shrine going down, a lot of darkness gets surrounded on that map here. And despite this 4K gold lead, the blue side is in a precarious position here. Not sure if they can rotate back to mid. Not sure if they're getting caught out right here. Gonna force to throw those flame chompers down. Just to zone here. Zap doesn't land, unfortunately. But again, with that Corki spiking right now, this is the time. If red side can create sieges, if red side can create objectives in their favor, now's the time. But here comes the Pantheon, gonna ultimate in, gonna jump onto Shyvana, not the target he wants, but the Zyra coming in. But the hold that thought is the Wombo coming out here. Renekton way out where he doesn't want to be. And that will be the Renekton going down. And that is absolutely the fight this red side needed to see, only losing that squishy Zyra, who has died so many times, quite frankly, at this point in the game. She is worth no serious amount of gold. That is absolutely the team fight this red side needed to stay in the game. And it looks like they're going to be able to get a dragon off of it as well with 2 smites. Going to double smite that dragon down. No concerns about it. With Corki in the mid lane, using those Triforce Sheen procs, going to be able to get that kill on the outer turret. Going to Valkyrie away safely from that TF who tried to get some yellow card shenanigans. Not going to be able to do so. But all of a sudden, that gold lead shrinks, blown apart in favor of this red side now. Only, only, but compared to what it was, still only about a 2.5K gold lead in favor of the blue side now. Evened up quite a bit, but by that last exchange, and very critically so, that is a second dragon of the game, putting them in position for that critical third dragon. Shyvana, good game sense here to know that this Baron might be going down as an answer. She, of course, does have a smite herself, and is looking to come in. She does have that ultimate available, so she can dive over the wall, but she's going to have to go now. She does! She smites! She does not land the smite on the right amount of damage, so that is the Baron going over to the blue side, but now the fight has started. Shyvana goes down first. Renekton is too tanky, gets the heal, and is going to be going down eventually to the return damage from that Tibbers and the Corki. But that's not going to be enough. Tibbers does block out the zap. So low are these members, but unfortunately that's not going to be enough. Annie does go down in the end, and that is an ace for this blue side. Gosh, right before this too, we had the hope come back for this red side. We were saying right now, this is the time they have to go. They have to find a fight if they're going to get back in this. And unfortunately, the very next fight, I mean, that first fight went well for them, but the very next fight was not the fight they could afford to take. Was not the, this is not the fight you wanted. And Shyvana, trying to be a hero with that smite, she did jump in, she did get the smite off, but it simply was not timed well enough. Credit to the blue side there to be very studious with their smite. Wait for the very last second. Wait till that Baron came within range, and then the Baron buff going over to the blue side here. Gonna create them some kills and a kill very critically onto the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. So the base for the red side is now cracked wide open here. Those inner turrets on either the top or bottom lane almost for show at this point. Zyra is pushed away. She is opting to go for a more damaging Zyra build here with that burn coming from the Leandries. I'm not sure how good of a build that is though. With how far behind she is, it might have been better this game. Despite how much you guys know I love going the damage Zyra. I was talking about Zyra mid game during the stream here, or Zyra mid lane during the stream here before the champ select started. But I mean, this is not the game to go a damage Zyra here if you're going Zyra support. You definitely need to go for that more utility Zyra. Get your cooldown boots. Get your utility support items here. Just try and enable that Corki to go insane. You know, I mean, he's 2-1-4 right now. He has those critical items completed. And hold that thought, actually, because this looks to be Pantheon going down here. There's the ultimate from Shyvana, and that will be the kill. Very good to get that kill on Shyvana. She definitely needs it at this point in the game. Does get the assist onto Nautilus as well. Going to be helpful for him. Slowly evening up the score. I mean, if Red side can continue to find people who are just getting a little bit too far out in their split pushes here, they're going to be able to take quite a bit of damage on that TF. Tibbers going to be black shielded, unfortunately. The slice and dice back in going to be enough. And no ultimate available for Shyvana. That rage not filled up just enough quite yet. Corki thinking about it, not going to choose to be the hyper aggro Corkis we see from time to time. Valkyrieing way too deep. Gonna just go back here. And they do end up losing that inner turret on the bot side. And TF 5-0-7. This TF, I mean, this is an exact reversal of what we saw last game. That Ahri simply couldn't be dealt with, but this TF has been insane this game. Using that ultimate to get exactly where he needs to be. He's picking the right cards, he's landing that Q, he's getting the damage down. And he's looking to go into Zhonya's now, as he is of course going to be a very high priority target with that shutdown gold looking so tasty for this red side here. He's going to definitely need that Zhonya's completed so he can stasis out, not have to worry about Corki Valkyrieing on top of him, getting some Sheen procs, getting a lucky crit or two and finishing him off. But Corki now, with that Triforce Bloodthirster completed with those pen boots, again, he does have quite a bit of damage right now with that Bloodthirster shield. He's going to be, again, still at his peak potential right now. So if there's going to be a fight that goes in their favor, it's probably going to be in the next few minutes here. There comes the Nautilus ultimate, does knock up two people, and there's a flash forward on the Zyra to land her snare, and the ultimate unfortunately doesn't land on too many other people. That will be Renekton going down, but Pantheon drops as well in the backline to Shyvana, who is just putting in work way in the face of this blue side here. Shyvana taken pretty low, gonna think better of it to disengage, and they will definitely take that 2-for-1 in favor of this red side here. Absolutely needed for them. Again, if you're gonna find these fights, if you're gonna find not necessarily picks, but if you can find strong engages, and you can get them when they're overextending, even just in the slightest, trying to get that last objective, that last inner turret, then you can find a position where you can get them, you can get those kills, and you can start to even up that score. The ping's coming out onto that dragon. There is some vision, I believe. Yes, they are spawning out the Corki, rotating around there. Now with the ward from the Morgana, they will see how this dragon is started off. And that's Pantheon going to be throwing down the ultimate to get in. He again lands that Corki after he's already Valkyrie. And that's Pantheon so low already. Pantheon going down. Now this is going to be a 4v5 with Zyra entering the fray as well. So that is Corki going down. 4v4 now. But so low is that Jinx, and she's gone. There's going to be the Renekton. Yes, gonna be a beautiful use of that ultimate from Shyvana to peel that Renekton away as he tried to slice and dice his way over to the squishy Zyra. But that's not going to be the kill. So that will be a 3-for-1. This time Corki going down. So both smites available again for this red side will mean that is critically the third dragon going over to the red side now with that bonus movement speed. Absolutely going to be a game changer here. Denying that dragon. No bonus AP or AD at all for this blue side yet. And that bonus move speed coming out for the red side. Very critical here. And now we're hitting again a very key time. We've talked at length already about the Corki, but we have that Rod of Ages completed all the way fully stacked for this Annie. The completed death cap for Annie. Her pen boots. Almost a Morella and Omicron built. She's gonna be very dangerous here. She's going to be able to be a 100-0 threat. Oh, but Zyra stepping too far forward again, trying to throw down the wards, be a good support, but that's not how you can do it there. Stepping that far forward, so demoralized, she's barely able to throwed out that passive as well. Couldn't find a decent target, but let's watch this Annie here, because Annie, during all that, was hiding in this bush, saying, okay, you're going to step forward. Boom! 100 zeroed. That's exactly what we're talking about. Annie, now with that blue buff too, so dangerous. She's going to be always having that stun available, always ready to tippers you, always ready to come out and play. Definitely a huge threat right now. And could be the red side's ticket back into this game. As again, the scores are evening up now. Again, with some very key items completed. That Aegis completed onto Nautilus, giving them the AoE MR to deal with TF. Giving them the attack speed slow to deal with Jinx, to deal with Renekton. The tankiness has begun. Tank items have been built for Shyvana, giving that bonus health. We see here already nearly 400 bonus health off of that Cinder Hulk. She's going to be putting in work as the tank. She's able to get in there and be a damage threat too, because, I mean, she's Shyvana. You got to worry about the damage to an extent, even if she doesn't go for the old school Bork first. She still has quite a bit of damage she can throw out. And with those bonus resistances when she throws down her ultimate, she's just so tanky. She can't really be ignored, but you have to ignore her. That's the only way to really deal with her, is to just get beyond her, get to that backline, kill the real damage threats, and then move on from there. As we see Zyra, after completing that Leandre's Torment, is going to be going, it looks, to a bit more utility route with that Ruby Crystal completed here. Going to be either upping that Sightstone into a Ruby Sightstone or going for a more tank/utility item next. But here comes Pantheon, actually ulting in really deep here. That's going to be the flash from Zyra to reposition. Going to be a good flash there, definitely needed to get out of the danger zone. And Nautilus, beautiful hook right over the shoulder of Renekton. Annie stepping so far forward to land that damage, but Renekton going to be able to punish her and finish her off for that, because she's so squishy. Renekton with that Hydra, so much damage, but right now that's a 2-for-1. If they can get out, Shyvana doesn't land the ultimate on anyone, but Corki able to Valkyrie away. Renekton so tanky though, gonna be looking to create any damage, but eventually the big man does go down. The alligator has been finished off, and that is an extended 3-for-1 in favor of this red side. And all of a sudden, this red side has come back from this game, has used beautifully, I might add myself, those power spikes of the Rod of Ages Annie, of the Triforce Corki with the Pen Boots, able to make the most out of this. And Zyra, again, transitioning into a bit more tankier of a build than perhaps was initially thought of here. Jinx using that ultimate just to check, not going to be able to make anything out of it though. And with the double smites here, that will surely be the Baron going over to the red side. Gosh, just like that, I mean, a negligible amount of gold separating these two teams, despite there being 3 turrets in the lead for the blue side, despite there being a Baron inhibitor in the middle lane. This game has been an absolute roller coaster of a ride here, and the red side, the Planter Technologies Prime team, has managed to turn this game around. They managed to suffer through that early game and make it back. You know, we gotta, again, looking at what the cause of this might be. Pantheon going full damage. I mean, just now, I suppose Hex Drinker, of course, a little bit of MR there. But just now getting his first real tank item here in the Giant's Belt. Taking a little while to transition there, trying to snowball his team with that early advantage. By going to more damagey Pantheon with that pen from the Last Whisper. But it hasn't been working out for him. 2, 6, and 8. I mean, he's created some plays for the rest of his team there, but he hasn't gone hog wild just yet. And he's certainly not going to look to as we get into the late game here. And Jinx, unfortunately for her side, is not really able to do too much at this time. She has the Infinity Edge completed, but then she doesn't really have anything else. She has a whole bunch of ingredients for nearly 3 or 4 other items, depending on what she's going to go for next. And Zyra actually is forced to use that ultimate in a bit of defense there. but it's perfectly valid as in the meantime there. Oh no, the yellow card and the chain CC gonna cost Corki his life. So that will be this, again, squishy Pantheon going down immediately after. And gosh, that Luden's Echo damage doing so much damage onto that Annie. But yeah, like we were saying earlier, the Jinx, now she is able to complete that last Whisper. Hopefully, as she actually completes some items and doesn't just rely on those ingredients, trying to do what she can. Jesus, that Renekton taking so much damage here, gonna be so low. He needs to get out of there. But Jinx caught out. I mean, the red side, I can't believe it, but they seem to have done it. Annie killing the Morgana as well. That's gotta be this inhibitor turret going down, and the inhibitor so vulnerable right now. Only the TF and the Renekton. I don't think they can defend this. All of a sudden, with the Baron up minions, that's gonna be the inhibitor going down after this Baron inhibitor. Then the middle lane has been vulnerable for so long for this blue side. I mean, they have teleport available on the Renekton. They have TF with his ultimate. If there's a team that can backdoor, if there's a team that can create pressure where you don't expect it, it's this team. And they haven't made use of it yet. So I just don't know what to what's happened here. What's really caused this situation to fall apart for the blue side. They were so good, they've capitalized so early on off of those kills to get those objectives in those turrets, to have such a monstrous turret lead for the majority of the game. But we're at a stage in the game now where those turret leads are negated. It's 6 and 6 in turrets. The kills are actually now in favor of the red side. 3 dragons in favor of the red side. This is looking to be their 4th dragon, and if they don't stop it, and they're not able to, now the blue side is in absolute disaster situation. If they lose a single more dragon, not only do they remain without their basic buffs onto their AP and AD, but they also give up the Dragon 5. And that is going to possibly spell the entire end of the game there for this blue side if they don't do something about this. I mean, NVIDIA, they have to find a way to prevent that next dragon. They have to find a way to prevent that Baron. They have to find a way to deal with just the outplays that have been coming positionally from this teamwork on the red side team to play from behind here. Jinx, I mean, she's got a... She has so many ingredients, is what's bothering me for these items. We need Jinx to get to that late game hyper carry mode, of course. And once she gets there, she can kick in really hard and just carry her team on her shoulders, no problem. But she needs to be able to get there as soon as possible because time is running out for this blue side. They've lost what was a monster lead, and they're starting, I mean, this lead is creeping more and more in favor of the red side now. It's not like they just lost the lead and it's still even. The red side's starting to build a lead of their own, nearly 3k gold lead right now. So with that, Jinx needs to find a way to complete some items, give some priority to some more just flat damage here. I mean, it's great that she has the QSS built to try and deal with Annie if she jumps on top of her, but I've got news for you. If you get stunned by Annie, you're already dead at this point. Annie, with that death cap completed, with that void staff, with the fully stacked Rod of Ages, Annie's going to be able to 100-0 people. It actually looks like they're not going to tank that bottom lane turret. They are going to opt to go up to the minions and bring it down. Corgi actually, no, going to be a hero and tank it himself, and does get it. So that's, for the first time in the game, I believe, the red side, at least the first time in a long time this game, the red side is going to be able to have that turret lead in their advantage here. And the blue side is now relegated to defending their base here, trying to defend those inhibitors as they wait for the top lane inhibitor to respawn. But I mean, that's a very critical inhibitor to be down because the Baron is about to spawn here, and with super minions just pushing through that top lane, all the red side has to do is hang out in this mid lane, and that just creates the threat of enough pressure to where they can back away at their leisure and get that Baron, and it shouldn't be very contestable at this point. probably after clearing out this wave here from the blue side, they're just going to back away, go straight to that Baron here. And there it is. Filing right up past the blue vision. There's no wards there. There is one ward here. Hero ward in the pixel bush. Gonna be spotting this out so they know. They know now is the time. They've got to let the super minions stream into the base. They've got to ignore it. They've got to contest this Baron. If they don't, this might be GG for them. And here comes Pantheon ulting in on the Baron. Taking quite low is Zyra, but it's not going to matter because that's TF down. That's Pantheon down. Renekton already so low. And in the back, Jinx nowhere to run in the pit. She's pinned there. She does have flash available, but is it really even going to matter at this point? I think not. Jinx flashing, but still going down to the last shot of Baron. That's the ace, and that's the game. 5 for 0 at the last second here. Going over Hero Inhib trying to respawn. Not going to be enough though. With so many minions already in the space. That's going to be both the Nexus turrets going down. And that will be the second game taken back by this Planters Technology Prime team on the red side here. Fantastic comeback. I'm so impressed by this team to be able to come back from such a heavy deficit in the end through the great amount of teamwork that they had. Able to create those plays where they waited in the jungle. They caught one person out. When they were trying to push a top lane turret, they collapsed immediately on him. Only got one kill. And when they chased for it, they backed off. They said, okay, we're not going to overextend here. We're not going to overcommit. We're not going to give them an opportunity to turn this around on us. They took one kill here, 2 kills there. And then all of a sudden they win a critical team fight back in the game. And then they just cooperate from there and continue to work together and make what seemed to be an impossible comeback a reality here. I mean, looking at these, again, I gotta think the most critical flaw by the blue side, they had such an advantage, but Jinx, for the longest time, had ingredients, even just barely completed this last Whisper right before the end of the game here. That was just a pickaxe sitting for so long. And with that, I mean, this is going to go into a Bloodthirster, this is going to go into probably a Phantom Dancer. This QSS, in and of itself, is a good item to just have completed at that level, but it doesn't give you any damage, and Jinx needs the damage at that game. The attack speed is great, the little bit of lifesteal is great, the pen is great, but you need some damage behind that. Jinx really needs to be able to make use of those frequent auto attacks, having a lot of punch to them. That's why she's so strong, and just having all those ingredients seems to really have been what set her behind this game and made it so they weren't able to capitalize on that. I mean, the back timings may not have been the best, but you suffer through it. You just don't buy a whole bunch of ingredients for different items. You try and buy the same ingredients for other items here. And again, TF went insane that game. We do have to give huge credit to TF. 5-2 and 10. Absolutely put on a clinic with that champion, using those teleports around, using, even without the ghost, using that ignite to secure those kills. Had that Luden's Echo completed, had the death cap, had the pen. I'm actually interested to see here. 29k damage. Second highest damage in the game, second only to Annie, who obviously later in the game we go, the more burst that she's going to have. Going to be hard to match up to her, but fantastic play by the TF, and Renekton too, bullied so hard in that early game. Created so much pressure onto that Shyvana, locked her out of that top lane experience and damage. And again, the beautiful start to this game from the red side to have the game sense to know Shyvana's on those Krugs. Let's go in there. Let's not worry about taking red buff. Let's go straight to those Krugs right as she's getting low, right before she finishes even the first Krug so she doesn't have any XP. Let's get first blood on her. Let's put her behind in lane. She's already down to summon her spell because she took Smite. And then Renekton he capitalized on that so hard, but there just wasn't any follow-up in the mid game. They had great rotations to take those turrets, to take those objectives, but it just wasn't enough in the end. And that is the second game going over to the Planters Technologies Prime team here. And that will be the series locked up for real this time in favor of Planter Technologies Prime. And again, with Annie, despite even that start, Annie went 6-2-12. Definitely, PAX proved that that was a worthy ban in the first game. And when you have that strong of a champion pool on him, and again, the picks that I thought were going to be, or the next two bans coming out, were even Kassadin and Syndra over the Ahri. So when he has those in his little bag of tricks too, what do you do with Pax? You just gotta accept Pax is gonna be this monster of a mid laner who's not gonna be able to be stopped. You gotta try and focus out maybe the top laner, focus out maybe the bottom laners, perhaps push the jungler onto something they're not comfortable with. But the mid lane, it seems, for this Planter Technologies Prime team is gonna be a nightmare that people aren't gonna be able to deal with going forward. But anyways, that is the game. Going over to the Planters Technologies Prime team, you will be seeing them next week in the top 16 brackets as these playoffs continue for the 2015 season of AHGL. Of course, stay tuned to the AHGL website for all the details on the upcoming schedules. Find all the videos uploaded there, and feel free to stay tuned to this channel and subscribe if you like these casts and want to stay plugged in with all the games I cast. I will be casting some more games later this afternoon. Between some more teams in the playoffs. And I will see you guys then. And thank you for watching. I hope you had a good time. Alright, and to my one stream viewer remaining, thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, I believe the next series I will be casting here will be the Twitch versus Amazon game at noon. So that will be starting here in just about 50 minutes. So I will get that going, or I will come back, unmute myself at that time, let you know once we're getting into game there. And I will be uploading both the matches we just casted live here within probably the next hour and a half to 2 hours. Both of those should be available for you. So I will definitely let you know as soon as those are available. And thank you for tuning in. I hope you had a good time. And welcome to the After Hours. This is week 12 on the blue side.
World of anime. It's a genre that I don't like. That's all I watched. And when your basis for a genre are things like Karikano and Ouran and School Rumble, for me, I've seen it before. Now, whether this special something be like a supernatural element a la Princess Jellyfish, it just has to be there to be worth it. And so, ladies, gentlemen, and others, my name is Arcada, and welcome to Minded Romance with a manga artist. I give you monthly girls, Nozaki-kun. Let's jam. Okay, so what do we got? Young girl named Sakura with weird yet easily identifiable hairstyle. Check. She's in love with him, but fails horribly. Check. He mistakes her love for fangirling because unbeknownst to the majority of his classmates, he is a decently successful manga author. Okay, I'll admit, that's a new one. What follows is the trials and tribulations of a young girl who would really like to ask out his assistant. Well, one of them anyways. The unique twist of the show is how it attempts to fill in the show's romantic plotline with information about the creation of manga, or at least parts of it. There are many a factor I feel get exaggerated seconds to prove a point, as an example. The problem I have with the surface, which is something I'm probably going to say quite a few times. Now, I will admit that I know nothing about the actual creation last season called Shirobako, which is somewhat similar to Nozaki-kun because it deals with production, except in that case it is production of an anime, not a manga. But a bigger difference between the two to me is anime is produced. Nozaki-kun is less so, spending a lot more time on the actual rom-com that the story was written for. If you're looking for more romance and less comedy, there are other places that you could be looking, and of course, your sense of humor. I will say that the comedy in this series is not bad. It had me laughing quite a few times. A friend sends you a funny text and you respond with LOL but don't actually laugh out loud. What I dislike though is that the show's romance is not the possibility that a brilliant romance will eventually blossom, but ultimately sticks to a generic status that get brought up with the intro of each new character. Nothing much changes. By the end of the series, I don't feel like I know Sakura as a character have, but each of those experiences to me feel like they had no impact on her as a character either. Technically, there are 3 one-sided romances. Easy it is for me to describe them as one-sided romances. Heck, in one case, it's not even a one-sided romance. It's more like the show just it just doesn't do anything with it. And you know, that's the whole vibe I get from the show, at least from the to be a ridiculously awfully wanting to say the right words. Not that it would matter, because even if she did, it would probably get misconstrued. Not really anything to the animation that is particularly unique, as that would be something I could talk about. Effects and various graphics to help along particular parts of the show's comedy. The designs of the characters, however, aren't quite detailed, at least more than or blinding, and the general figure for the characters resembles the roles that they are meant to play and no references, and the various supporting characters being role models for the characters and knowledge of it. Sure, it can dip into the realm of exaggerated facial expressions like all good comedy anime tend. Is that a frame? No, that's a frame. Single frame. But I did enjoy that particular thing about it. Now, at the time of this video, there is no dub. Yet. The show has been licensed by Sentai Filmworks, but Sentai Filmworks are not the kind of company that just automatically gives everything a dub. Like this show's romantic plotline, it's, release the discs. The Japanese dub, though, did add the right amount of merriment that this series requires, with performances that capture the nature of all the characters from the withdrawn so much goddamn scenery it is last season that I just fits so well, lends itself to the show's romantic The feeling that I got from the show were comedy. The romantic a very for in romance that I've seen too much of that. As for the comedy, I can say that at the same time, most of what characters, both in personality, unique premise, even if I feel like, because when you establish a status quo in episode 1 and stay there, much romances I watch doesn't always happen, but when it does, oh, yes, everybody's gonna put a gif of that. And so, with all that in mind, on your sense of humor, numerous moments, it is good or at least a decent offer. I would just show them off on their own as they work with them. At the time of this video month, again, no idea if they ever plan to double if you happen to have access to it, of course, and while you don't need premium trial, like crunchyroll.com/recommendations, which is one of my favorite parts, I first point you to Kari Kano. I will admit exactly what I would hope for footsteps. For the second recommendation, this one is going to be a blind Bakuman, a series that apparently it has 3 seasons and so check it out because I liking. And that's it for me. Please subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Follow me on Twitter. Please consider. But I'm back. And a very special thanks to writing already. But you guys are all awesome. Seriously. Thank you so much. And until next time, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, we up and get rolling. Hello everyone and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League video, and we have a match coming up for you today between, on the blue side, Team Amazon. That's right. The name's so punny I can't even pronounce it. Amazon, of course, allows you to buy things online. The charity they're playing for is Child's Play. Child's Play bring up those kids, one, during their time in those places, not be bored out of their mind, but also up in a place like that to help them reconnect with their youth and their childlike realities they've been through. So a fantastic charity there, a noble goal, and that is also the charity that the Red Side, the gaming specific streaming service of Justin TV, which I am not streaming, obviously the premier site for streaming games, and I haven't had a YouTube set up. So anyways, without further ado, let's the Red Side. The bands are Vi, Fizz, and Syndra, and Sivir. So, very notable, the very first pick, the #1 comfort pick for Iron Sheep here, to lock that Sejuani. Good power, some good power coming out of the jungle. It seems to at least have just sort of taken the lesser viable tank junglers, while keeping the more really strong. So Sejuani obviously is one of the premier tank junglers, is going to be very strong, since this is a player we're going to see that has a lot of comfort on that champion in particular side jungle here. And despite the Caitlyn ban, which of course was in fact the ADC for the Red Side, they did leave his other pick, which I think is actually a Jinx pickup here. It seems to be go together given their character wars. But yeah, so Jinx, certainly a very comfortable ban, too much at all, going to be very comfortable with that Jinx, and I'm interested to see how she fares up as the support. Possibly, of course, that could be a flex pick Morgana, but with the chunk of enemies who are then not able to instantly react because they're knocked up, actually get people locked down with that, and this is Zhonya's Hourglass, we're able to actually get the second proc off of those soldiers. On top of the Sejuani, I mean, you've already got quite the wombo combo there. Throw Morgana seed, throw that ultimate out there, lock them down, give that enough time by the time that the Sejuani ultimate, the entire Red Side team has been blown up. So we already see might be the Cho'Gath and the Zed coming after, but it looks like they're going to take an extra second to think about this, given that they don't know the mid lane matchup yet. The Zed for something a little bit safer, and it looks like in fact that will be with the ability to just throw them with Sejuani's CC. I mean, we're just adding Wombo on top of the ultimate from Orianna there. Going to be a lot of damage if they can get this combo at Cho'Gath for a moment here. I'm very glad to see Cho'Gath coming, champions being picked up here. He's making quite a bit of resurgence as his ultimate gives him plenty, even if he opts to go full tank and doesn't go like the off AP hybrid tank. Squishy target who comes within range. And in particular, he is going to be very strong. Turns it off. I mean, sometimes you do want to toggle that to control your waves a little bit better. It's very much on Cho'Gath, so those the passive from Maokai is negated. And Weir is down, and she knows she's right now just hovering that flavor to this opportunity to flash in the Maokai to hop on in with his CC, his launch piling on during all that, all those auto attacks, even the front line up that damage quite a bit, like a Lulu. We think more of new, well, even with that Vladimir, who's going to be doing a very strong amount of action. That Jinx is her main bounce from this Zac. And this Queen of Disengage here, Janet. Also, these fights break out as we're talking about. But hold that thought, because we haven't even mentioned Zac yet. I briefly mentioned that. And let's give a hand to Zac actually showing up in the game. Awesome. Fantastic. It's been excited to see how this Zac will work out in the jungle for this Red Side here. He, of course, he's going to be one of those Cinderhulk champions who continues to go Cinderhulk now and just maximize that amount of AP, or through that jungle route quickly as possible, picking up those blobs that he drops to keep, or somebody's a little out of position. He's going to launch from deep in the jungle into that mid lane, at least as it sneaks camp all the way to the middle of mid lane and land some immediate CC onto, or perhaps a little bit more forward out of a mid laner. She looks to scale up into the late game, be able to become a huge mom. So we shouldn't see her pushing too hard in the early game against that Zac engage. But also hopefully not, because Zac succeed. Let's be honest here. We all want to see Zac. This works out, of course. Jinx gonna be taking all of these champions, I should say, gonna be taking the stand, opted to go for the flash instead of the ghost here. Perhaps a little bit safer of a summoner spell this match here. Now that we are in the playoffs, flash of course is a little bit safer than ghost, even when you can pool. A little more precarious of a situation because they have time to see what's happening, time to react, time to try and throw down some skill shots to right when you're going to come out of your pool and you'll have nowhere to go. So taking that flash, a little risky situations, a little bit better than that more risky ghost would. Quickly here. Come on, there we go. Alright, so from what I can see, sometimes we do with that flask instead of the Doran's ring, but in a more passive lane like this, because you're going to want to spam those abilities out a little bit more in order to first. Those are two very important wards. Hold on, we'll get back into that top lane matchup in a moment, but these, so they're going to try for a sneaky invade up right here, but unfortunately and they're going to be able to back away in time. Cho got thrown down the Q. First blood onto the Morgana. Wow, that did not react in time. Very unfortunate. Vladimir now coming down to try and not really going to be able to accomplish much here. Probably should run over there and try and throw down a ward at first blood, but unfortunately Maokai's trinket already down Krugs, so very unfortunate for this red side. That is that ward there. They do know this is going down, and actually that's 3 members, so they're getting a little off at the start, but not really going to be able to do much for it. He's still going to be able to get that level 2, and they will be going to show up in this area. Beautiful Q from Morgana again. Thanks already, so that's a both summoner spells down for this. Another Q onto this Jinx. Morgana seemingly doing her best impression of an Urgot. And again, onto the Jinx. This already with a double kill, and that's going to be one more hop, and she will get a chance to burn the is all the way in base. She'll just throw that spear to get herself over the wall, no problem. And that is this side in this bottom lane. This does not bode well. And you gotta wonder. I mean, this is going to be a best of 5, of course. So advantage here in the bottom lane. The main damage to this could be this, as if they've got no hope here and started playing to make it to that late game where Jinx is going to be able to put on those carry pants and just, that's going to be a real hindrance overall for this team, and just worry about your play. Possibly the second and safe only right now, the Vamp Scepter game here. Concerned about is that level the same. There shouldn't be too much Maokai from what should have been a point-blank Q there. For his trouble though. Maokai will be able to get him with that. We will come right back to it, but check as we come down to the bottom lane. I can't believe that Morgana, or throw down something, thinking she was dead to the lane, because I know we had looked away. Oops, let's see here. Engage from Janna now, and then the levels getting out of control. Level 4 hits. They've been screwing up her pathing a little bit. The last tick. You can't go in, you just gotta surrender. Get a little bit of little mistake there by this Jinx. Oh, for the red on the red side. You could have planned a bet. You want to put that, then she's able to get the Runon's Hurricane without having to worry about if she gets more of the kills here. But if she is able to get that much Hurricane and not have to give up any power, so many. And Orianna, very aggressive here, just walking in. Vladimir, no, gonna be safe here by the Zac. No, eventually the fed Vladimir to keep himself. So that pool doing a lot of. So it should have been a much more favorable trade here. Far ahead right now, with her damage prevent that wave clear. going to be able to theoretically at least sustain through for the Forbidden Idol first moves. As you see, Sejuani taking low. He's going to have to play it very safe in that mid lane. Vlad forcing both Summoner here. Jinx again, just going for last hits. You have to give them up. It hurts. I've been in those positions. There's another opportunity for yourself to get further and further behind, and you can't let that happen. You can't let the Sejuani ult into the Orianna ult happen is what you can't let happen. And that's going to be Vladimir going down. There's a kill. Khan completed now. Perhaps even trying to get that mid lane for another. Actually just going to rotate down the dragon and to clean that dragon on up. Get that first dragon out of that situation, and it's very painful to have to just give up that CS, let that experience go to waste, but again, throwing out a Q there just to deter some people from coming in. That will be the first dragon of the game, going over to the blue side here, getting them that, starting off the slippery slope here towards that 5th dragon. Fairly, but since it's already 7-1, already a 5k plus gold lead, you gotta wonder, luckily for this red side, hold that thought actually, because Vladimir going way deeper, and that's with the old kill coming out. Zach gonna immediately think better of going in on that Sejuani. But I mean, that's a 1-for-1 for of this blue side here. The red side at this point just needs to trade kills evenly to get themselves back in the video to how much gold there is out there, trying to lower that disparity. So. Yeah, Jinx playing a little bit safer now, using that Q to farm those rockets, but Janna now actually stepping a little too far forward. Once there were a few shots, and she had a whole bunch of arrows sticking out of her, she feared the ref was going to zone that Jinx away, proc that Spell Thieves. Very, very good annoying play there. Quite a bit. Always good to interrupt the recall, get a little gold for doing so as well. So that's going to be the bot. There goes Kalista immediately spotting out Janna in that bush on the bot side. Around and taking quite a chunk out of Jinx with that rend here. A little bit. Play slightly safer here, but Maokai taking in quite a bit of damage there. Maokai tries to hang around in that top lane. He might be taken out by Cho if he can land a good Q or two here. He's actually going to just go back here. Does not have that teleport available. So this is going to be a painful back time for him. Morgana actually able to black shield herself as Zac comes in. Janna going to try to lock him down long enough to where that will be the passive proc, and they should be able to clean up those little chunks of Zac. And Morgana, no fear of stepping forward to clear out that pink ward, just going to eat the zap, not care at all. The flash ultimate there from Orianna gonna result in a kill there, actually being pushed up now. Just gonna meander down, and Vladimir, perhaps suspecting it, going out to ward, was able to silence him, prevent him from using that flash, and then it was just simply too late at that point, and he was already done. So, and right now, starting to look again a little out of control at this point. You gotta start to wonder at what point does this become an unwinnable game for the red side. Rush that. Hold on, as we are going to see Vladimir. Actually, Cho'Gath wants this fight. But yes, we see Zac here opting to get that Spectral's Cow first, trying build in, and even before he gets that Cinderbolt builds, but tanking quite a bit of turret in there, are going to force the backs to come out. Actually, Morgana being respected now. After we see Morgana with that 4-0-4 stats, going to be getting that needlessly large rod build to start heading up towards that Zonias. But that's going to be so much damage coming out from that support Morgana. As we see, oh, excuse me. Pardon me, all the action's going down and I missed all of it because I am just so bored by the action, apparently. That is a flash Q from Morgana This Morgana has such heat-seeking Qs. I am so impressed. That has to be a ban coming out in the next game. This Morgana cannot be allowed to go through again. Perhaps the first pick, but cannot be allowed to end up on this blue side's team again. Would absolutely be a nightmare if that happened, because she has made so many plays with those Qs. Again, another Q onto Jinx. Now with the ultimate ticking away, Jinx gonna be forced to flash, but she's flashed right into a wall. Back against the wall, gonna go down. Poor Firecracker Jinx, never stood a chance. Wow, I mean, so yeah, this Morgana is already building into that Zonius here to try and get herself in a position as quickly as possible to do the maximum amount of power in those team fights. Actually get that ultimate procced onto as many people as she can. And with a 4, 0, and 6 stats to back up that build, she's getting to that Zonius way quicker than she should be able to. And Cho'Gath now looking to do a little counter jungling. As you see already on 6 stacks here, so not going to need to use the ultimate to get that down. And Zac being in this bottom lane, not going to have any hopes of smiting that away. And Kalista in the 3v2, going to pick up a kill onto Janna. Again, another Morgana Q, locking her down. This game, it's never over. I've seen way worse situations have comebacks occur, but I haven't seen them often. That's going to be the first turret of the game going down for the red side here, giving them some very much needed global gold. But Cho'Gath should be able to pick up the kill onto this Maokai here. One more auto should do it. Actually going to use that feast. Just a little bit of BM there. Has the 6 stacks still. But there comes the teleport into the bottom lane here. They're going to try and take this inhibitor turret right now. This is exactly what you want to do if you're the blue side. Make sure there's no opportunity for that Jinx to scale up here. And actually going to jump right back in. Gets the Orianna ultimate down. Results in a kill onto that Janna, taking a lot of damage from the turret, but another Morgana Q, and that's going to be the Vlad going down to the Rend. Yes! Jinx will get the kill onto the Cho'Gath though. Cho'Gath not tanking quite enough yet, and that will be the inhibitor turret saved. Just barely not dying to the burn too. 20 HP on that Orianna. But Kalista is too scary. The Nightmare Kalista, 8-0-4, simply can't be trifled with. Those very low blinking red health bars can't be taken advantage of because Kalista is in the area. She is a one-man zoning crew here. One-woman zoning crew, I should say. Yeah, I mean, all the credit to this Kalista, too, to be able to certainly capitalize on these opportunities that have been made for her by Morgana. But I really feel like the reason Kalista has gone so out of control isn't because of the Kalista, the ADC for the blue side on Kalista. It's because of that Morgana. That Morgana has set up so many kills in and out of bot lane, out in mid lane as well. Got Orianna her first kill. Those Qs have been absolutely deadly. Another Q, taking out half of the other support's entire HP with just a simple QW combo. And now, gonna throw down the ultimate, gonna Zonius, gonna land it. There's the Wombo we were talking about during Champion Select. And it's over, another 2 kills down. That will be the triple kill going over to Orianna. And now we have reached the point in the game where everyone on blue side is officially fed. There's no weak links available at this point. You see the turret going down in the mid lane as well. Cho'Gath pushing that inner turret in the top lane. Should be able to get it here, as it will be unchallenged, as they're going to be forced to try and defend this middle lane, which is already so low. Kalista should be able to take it out with just a couple more auto attacks. and she is able to do so. So that will be the top lane inner turret going down simultaneously as well, and the blue side will be able to fall right back to the Dragon Pit. Beautiful flash over the Q, is able to land the Chemo Plague onto the 2 key targets, but there is no follow-up damage to capitalize on it. The Ignite gonna force Morgana to tick down and go down. The Let's Bounce gonna be thrown out from Zac, but the CC is not gonna be enough to really create any opportunities here, and that will be Maokai going down. The flash forward on the Kalista, gonna get her into position, and Jinx not allowed to go anywhere. The Orianna ultimate pulling her right back, and now that is a 3-for-1 in favor of this blue side. And with that Kalista still up, these are definitely going to be some inhibitors going down. Those death timers are fairly low, as it is still only 22 minutes in the game, despite being a 24-5 game. But that will be the middle lane inhibitor going down right now. Kalista looking to rotate up to that top lane, but gonna think better of it. Dragon again is gonna be spawning in 5 seconds here. So they will most likely clean up that blue buff, clean up that third dragon, get the passive movement speed as well. And with that, I mean, 10-0-7 Callisto with that Bork, with that IE, looking to go into her, oh goodness, my brain. Runon's Hurricane here is actually looking to jump forward, does land the Ren onto Jinx to get that slow, and even with the barrier, excuse me, even with the shield from Janna, not going to be enough. And Vladimir just happened to be in the area, not going to be able to get out with his life, even with the flash, the missed Orianna, or excuse me, the missed Morgana Q, the missed Sejuani ultimate, not enough. Janna goes down too, and that is GG. That is the game. Going over this blue side, insane game, ends 20k ahead, 27-5, 3 dragons unanswered. You just got to put this out of your mind if you are the red side team here. I mean, going into the next game, remember, this is, of course, a best of 3. So for this Twitch team, they just need to not think about this, put this out of their mind, relax, reset, say, okay, that Morgana was the thing that created a lot of plays. Kalista got really far ahead. Nightmare Kalista happened, and this is what happens when Nightmare Kalista happened. The Orianna didn't go too insane. 5-3, did have 11 assists, of course, participated in a lot of kills, don't get me wrong, but on her own wasn't destroying that lane. Cho'Gath, only 3-1-3 throughout the whole game. Wasn't challenged, but does need to scale up as well. So while he was able to scale up fairly unchallenged, keep those stacks maintained, that's not a huge concern. The concern in this game was the Kalista, was the Morgana. So if they ban out that Morgana, again, I said it earlier, I stand by, I think that Kalista isn't the fear is the Morgana. So if they can ban out that Morgana next game, perhaps even if they are particularly intimidated by that, try and first pick that Kalista away. Maybe that's something they'll be able to deal with here. Just really quickly. Actually, we do have word, as you're seeing on the screen, they are actually going to just forfeit the second game as well. The demoralization, that's very unfortunate. I really think that they could have come back in a second game and pulled a reverse sweep here. But I definitely understand the demoralizing when you're against a 13-0-7 Kalista. When you're 20k behind in a 24-minute game, I understand that pain. Just looking at the scores really quickly again, Kalista, 22k, 23k damage. Gosh, almost more than I believe that's more than the entire team combined. No, it's not, but it's darn near close. So, unfortunately, it looks like Team Twitch will just forfeit the second game here and give that the series to Amazon here. They will be going on to the round of 16 playoffs here. Again, unfortunate that the team for Twitch was a little dismayed, but as we get into these long series, you got to be able to bounce back after heavy losses like that, put it out of your mind, and just say, okay, what happened, happened. switch up the pick ban a little bit and move forward. But unfortunately, it looks like the mental wear and tear of that first game is a little too much to overcome. So that will be the series going over to Amazon Hamazon, who we will be seeing next week in the round of 16. So if you want to stay tuned to all the upcoming matches, all the schedules, see who's advanced to the round of 16, sees who's paired with whom, you can always check out AfterHoursGaming.tv. And they, of course, will be posting all of that information there. All of the streams will be posted there as well. And if you want to stay tuned to this channel as well, we are going to try and get another series casted today as well. I believe at 2 o'clock. I will give you guys more information about that as I get it available here. But all of this match and all matches will be uploaded to this channel as well. So if you want to stay tuned to this channel, of course, every Sunday I will be streaming live and uploading matches afterwards to this channel. And thank you for tuning in. I hope you had a good time, and I will see you guys next time. And thank you to my lovely 3 live streamers. I hope you enjoyed the match. Unfortunately, we aren't going to have those extra games. It will just be that single game for this series. I, again, really feel like Team Twitch could have been able to just tweak that pick ban phase a little bit and be alright. But, you know, I certainly understand the pain felt in that situation as well. So, all respect to them for fighting that game out as long as they did, trying their hardest, and hopefully they have some better luck going forward in the future. And I thank you guys for coming out. And if you want to hang around and chat in the chat, feel free to do so. I will be monitoring that in between games, and I will let you guys know as soon as I know what the next match will be casting in. I believe the next series that is going to be cast on this channel will be at 2 o'clock, so if you want to hang out till then, feel free to do so, and I will see you guys in about an hour. still hanging out, I just want to let you know that the next match will not be at 2 o'clock. It will actually be at 3 o'clock. It will be between clock Pacific time. So if you want to hang out and stay tuned till then, I will see you at 3. Otherwise, I hope you have a great
Come in and shut the door. It's cold out here.
My magic will prevail.
versus Jaina.
You asked for it. My magic will tear you apart. Hello. Hello.
It's time for a little blood.
No, stupid!
Blood and plunder. Your magic shall not save you.
Let's get salty! Something needs tinkering?
Dumb mage.
Let's get salty!
Trogzor!
Well played. Well played.
Valera!
Watch your back. You asked for it. Hello. The pleasure is mine.
Wanna blow something up? Oh, yeah, you got it!
Tazdingo! Yes!
Someday I'll be just like you! Oh, yeah, you got it!
So many options.
Ha, this guy's toast.
What to do? What to do? I did. Well played.
versus Jaina.
You asked for it. My magic will tear you apart.
I'll never tell.
Hello. Hello.
It's time for a little blood.
X marks the spot.
Well played.
You gotta be kidding me!
Powering up. Portals online.
Not good, not good.
Shields up!
Well played. I wonder.
For the king! For honor! versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
You asked for it. Hello.
Reporting for duty.
Wanna blow something up?
Reporting for duty.
Oh, yeah, you got it!
Your magic shall not save you.
Whoops.
You gotta be kidding me!
Truth is my shield.
How you doing? How you doing?
Squire, attend me.
Ready, sir.
duty. To battle! For the Lich King! Castingo! Yes!
Pass me that arc light spanner!
Are you ready for this?
I wonder.
Get back, you scurvy dogs!
I wonder. Justice. Death does not scare me.
Let the pain speak to me.
It's time for a little blood.
Well played.
Jaina versus Garrosh.
Victory or death!
You asked for it. Hello.
Attend me.
Ready, sir.
You gotta be kidding me!
The Frost Wolves stand ready.
Well played.
How you
Jaina versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin.
You asked for it. Hello.
Greetings, traveler.
Well played.
I will hunt you down.
Wanna blow something up? Special delivery!
Squire, attend me.
I am the blade of the gods.
You insist.
I wonder. I let the dogs out.
Well played.
Your magic shall not save me. You insist.
Jaina versus Anduin.
The light shall bring victory.
You asked for it. Hello.
I'll never tell.
Battles online! Repairs available.
Well played. Time runs out on me.
Greetings.
Hello.
Get back, you dirty dogs! Put this apple on your head.
Wanna blow something up?
For the king! For honor!
Special delivery!
For honor!
Silver Moon shall not fall. Your magic shall not save you.
Someday I'll be just like you!
Is someone injured?
Thank you.
I am not a morning person. Join or die, or both.
Squire, attend me.
Well played.
Ready, sir.
Well played.
Jaina versus Uther.
I will fight with honor.
You asked for it. Hello.
I'll never tell.
Don't mess with Tusk.
Let me think. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
my
Reporting for duty.
What to do? What to do?
Get back, you sturdy dog!
Let me think. Let me think. Let's move quickly.
Behold the might of Stormwind!
Let me think.
Give me a quest!
Let's move quickly.
Special delivery!
Quest failed. Reporting for duty. Victory.
Well played.
Jaina versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine!
You asked for it.
Job's done.
Hello.
Ready for action!
I can ease your pain.
For the king! For the king! For honor!
Someday
For those still hanging out, the match between Google Ward Search and Bluehost is about to begin. It should be a best of 3 as normal. This is a top 32 round, as we've been doing all day. Google Ward Search will be on the blue side. Bluehost, ironically, will be on the red side. So I'll let you guys know as soon as we get into pick ban phase, and I'll see you probably in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Alright everybody, it looks like we are about to hop into game here. This will be game 1 of the match between Google Ward Search and Bluehost. So let me do our little intro, then we'll get rolling. Hello everyone and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. This is the championship, as it were. We are in the finals, the playoffs. Best of the top 32 right now. This is a best of 3 series. Game 1 between, on the blue side, Google Ward Search. Google, of course, the infamous company that has long since won the internet. They are playing for the charity Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders is fantastic charity. They send doctors to the war-torn regions of the world and developing countries facing diseases that they don't have the infrastructure to handle, and they put their lives on the line to try and help the people out there and help cure those diseases, help treat the people who aren't going to be treated otherwise, because it's just, quite frankly, not safe. So a very brave group of people and a great charity that enables them to go out there and do that important work. And they are against, on the red side, Bluehost. Bluehost is a website hosting company that I've personally used because they were the best deal back when I last checked. So huge shout out to them, full value. They are playing for Huntsman's Cancer Foundation. That's a group that raises funds for the Huntsman Cancer Institute, go figure, which is one of the top cancer research facilities and hospitals in the U.S. So, fantastic cause there. Very glad to see them playing for that. Just letting them know that we will be uploading the cast of this later to the archive, as always. So, without further ado, let's get into the pick ban of this match. This is, of course, match 1, and on the blue side, we see the bans coming out are Thresh, Vi, and Dr. Mundo. Vi, definitely a targeted ban here. Vi, the Big Bomb Big Bomb Betty? I don't know. Whatever, the first person on the red side, their jungler, certainly is familiar with Vi and knows how to make the most out of her kit, as well as Rek'Sai. So this first pick Rek'Sai we're seeing here come in from the blue side is part of a denial to try and push the jungler for the red side off of both Vi and Rek'Sai. So good pickups there. I wouldn't be surprised to see something on the likes of Udyr come out instead, but certainly their jungler has a very deep champion pool, so we could see anything come out of him. So we'll see exactly what gets picked up here in a minute. But to talk more about the bans initially, we of course have from the red side coming out Aurelia, Sejuani, and Hecarim. Sejuani is definitely a target ban at the jungler of the blue side, though that sort of just ended up playing into their strategy a little bit of picking away the champion pool from the jungler of the red side. So that Sejuani ban not the most effective in this first matchup here, but definitely shows they've done their research here. Hecarim, obviously a very strong ban, familiar with that pick as well as H-Roll. Should he choose to go mid with it, we've seen a lot of Hecarim in the top. As of late, even going with the teleport smite to get that challenging smite in the top lane, but it looks like H-Roll with that band away is going to go on something more traditional here with that fairly safe standard Orianna. And it looks like we will be seeing Susan in the top lane. Oh, I am all of a sudden so excited for this match. We are going to see teleport Ghost on Nasus here as well. So this is going to be a very scary Nasus. I mean, whenever you see that Nasus running Ghost, you get a little fear in you. Because that is somebody who is a confident Nasus. Very willing to be vulnerable to ganks, especially if they're going into a Lissandra who has the ability to slow them down, possibly even lock them down once she hits 6. So that shows a lot of confidence there, and I am excited to see how this top lane turns out. And with both the Nasus and the Jinx locked in for this blue side here, they are going super late game, as well as the Orianna as well. This is a very late game oriented comp. The only thing that isn't very late game is the Rek'Sai, which does have a lot of early game ganking potential, but I mean, that's something you always want from a jungler anyway. If your team was all scaling, I mean, the red side would just invade your jungle and just be in your jungle and kill you and feed off you. So there wouldn't be much you could do about that. When you went left lane to go defend your jungle, they would just follow you and kill you. So you need a little bit of early power somewhere there on the team. And certainly not like these champions don't do anything at all early game, but this is a very late game composition on the blue side, as opposed to particularly on the red side. I mean, Leona obviously scales well into the late game too, but she can create a lot of fights in the early game, so she works very well with Graves, who is a huge lane bully, very strong early game. So I would be expecting to see a possible lane swap coming out of this blue side here from that Jinx Janna lane to try and get away from Graves, Leona, make sure that they can't jump on their face, get a little distance between the two, farm up a little bit. The concern with that, though, is that it would mean Nasus would have to go initially in this double jungle route with Rek'Sai, which wouldn't be that bad initially because they can just do some of the camps with a little more minions, the wolves, the Razorbeaks, let Nasus actually last hit those minions to start rolling on his Q farm. But the concern with that would be once Nasus has to go back to lane in the bottom lane, should they choose the lane swap here on the blue side, he would have a lot of trouble hitting, getting those Q stacks, because I'm sure there's going to be a very strong freeze should this be a lane swap situation, and that freeze is going to make it very hard for Nasus to actually do what he needs to get done there. But we'll see how it works out here. Obviously, we're not quite in game yet, so we still have yet to see how this is going to go. And very notably, we have a mid lane Nidalee. Oh man, takes me back. Takes me back. We're going to have a lot of AP coming out of this team. That's going to be just a full-on glass cannon Nidalee. So I'm looking forward to seeing the matchup between her and Orianna. Orianna able to play pretty safe, but if Nidalee can really land those spears, it doesn't really matter how safe Orianna is playing because Nidalee will just jump on her. It's going to be very tricky as well to use that Orianna ball for zoning and trying to get damage. Of course, you want to try and position that ball in a place where you can harass at the same time as you do AoE damage to the minions around to sort of get and maintain control of the lane. But with Nidalee, she's so hyper-mobile in that cougar form. Again, let alone if she can land spears on you or throw traps under your feet, she should be able to dodge around all of that. So I think that'll be a pretty rough lane for Orianna here. We'll see how that goes. She did opt to take the Ignite. I think that's probably a good choice overall because there's going to be lots of skirmishes going back and forth, and with Nidalee's heal ability, I mean, she's obviously going to negate some of that self-healing ability Nidalee has in lane when she does get help from Rek'Sai to get those ganks. But it does make her quite vulnerable to a lot of harassment, so we almost never see Orianna's go full sustain with that flask start. And I probably wouldn't expect to see that even in this matchup where there's going to be a lot of poke headed her way. We'll probably just see Command Protect leveled first. Maybe not leveled first, but taken at level 1 to try and be able to weather the storm that is Nidalee. See if she can manage through that lane alright, and wait until she can actually get a gank from Rek'Sai here early on. Oh my goodness gracious, I never took us off the actual screen. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, let me actually show you the champions we have instead of just telling you. Goodness gracious. Well, at least we all know what website this is for. This is for the After Hours Gaming League. I'm sure you guys have that website by now. Well, I'm glad we noticed that at this point. Alright, anyways, into the game now. My apologies for that. So we are going to see the flash start here from Nasus. Typically we see either a Doran shield or that flash start coming out of the Nasus, given that Lissandra is going to be more about harassing with that ability that she'll use to farm and get some AoE damage on him, and not as much about the auto attacks. She is ranged, so there will be a lot of auto damage coming in anyway, but since she won't be having any AD, like any significant AD I should say, that's going to be largely insignificant. So the Doran shield start, not as important here, just overall sustain start, the more important out of those two. So the flask, going to cover Nasus plenty, going to give him enough sustain to actually sit up there, farm it out, rely on his passive for a little bit of lifesteal if he gets low on mana, trying to trade back and forth, throwing down that E occasionally to actually get some decent trades. He can, of course, use that flask charge to get some of that mana back as well, so he should be alright. See a little bit of a line of scrimmage here. Rek'Sai poked up just for a moment to force the ward out of that Lissandra, but nothing too severe here. And we do, of course, see that Nautilus in the jungle. I was very surprised to see that earlier today because usually we see that Nautilus in support. In one of the other best of 3 games we were casting, I assumed that was going to be a Nautilus support, but it looks like we are having a lot of Nautilus jungle, so that's fantastic. I always love to see Nautilus coming in the jungle. Once you just see that hook coming into a lane out of a bush, you know you're done for. So it's always a fun champion to have in the jungle.
A little bit of precipitation.
Looks like we are going to have strong leashes here for both sides, starting on the bot side here to get that extra little bit of leash. Both ADCs should be getting to their lane just in time as per normal. Jinx opting to try and push this lane a little bit, but with that relic shield, Leona is going to definitely be pushing that back just as quickly. Java, do not install. There we go. Anyways. So some early trades going back and forth, that shield, putting in some work. They did not opt for that lane swap as we were considering early on, so looks like there's going to be an early level 2 for the red side here, so we started to see already Jinx and Janna starting to play a little ways back here. Probably the right decision there, because once that level 2 is hit, there's going to be some problems. As you saw right there, that Leona stepping forward right as that last minion was about to die to try and get that set up, but throwing down the ward defensively off that trinket there, make sure that Leona stays in vision, nothing silly goes on here. And now that we're all level 2, everything's settled back down a little bit. So of course Leona still going to be very threatening all throughout. And here's that early gank from Rek'Sai. Unfortunately, not able to get too much out of it. Takes a turret shot for his trouble there. But will create a little extra pressure onto that Nidalee here. As we see Nasus hanging out in that top lane, doing his Nasus things. Let's actually see here. 24 stacks as of right now, about to get some nice stacks off that cannon. Oh, actually, misses that cannon. Unfortunate there. A little bit of harass here coming from Mori with those auto attacks that are a little stronger than average because of that passive. Actually going to turn onto that Nidalee a little bit to try and juke out some of this damage from Nautilus, but it won't be enough. That will be the first blood going on to Orianna there. Or excuse me, going on to Nautilus, getting the kill on Orianna there. Unfortunate for Orianna, she was just pushed up a little bit too far. Was getting some good harassment down on that Nidalee, but the out-harass game isn't one you really want to play with Nidalee. She's certainly got the Jinx having a little fun here in the bottom lane. Nidalee definitely has the sustain to deal with that, so all you're doing is making yourself a little bit vulnerable to those ganks, and especially like we were saying earlier, when Nautilus comes to gank you, you've got some issues, so gonna have to play a little bit safer here. We do see her getting the Null Magic Mantle, I believe is the full name for that. Yeah, there we go. And a Fairy Charm. So trying to build up to that Chalice as quickly as possible. Obviously, having died, she didn't have the right back timing there, but that's okay. Some good. Oh, unfortunately, missing that cannon minion is Jinx, and she stepped forward and ended up just taking harass for free there. That shield did block out most of the damage from Janna though, so an overall fairly equal trade there, and actually going to miss the engagement there is Leona. Just going to try and step forward, and Auto though actually does miss that as well, so Zenith Blade and then the stun onto a minion there, not working out ideally for this Leona Graves lane here, and again, you know, the Jinx just wants to survive this lane. They don't necessarily need to win this lane, it's just a matter of survival here, and they are going to ping out that Rek'Sai here as she pokes around. Going to run into Nautilus in the jungle there. Going to probably just tunnel away. There she goes. She's fine. With her coming out in the top lane to try and prevent some of that follow-up damage from Lissandra. Going to have to just lifesteal, chug that last flash charge under the turret, and probably go back and teleport in before that next wave comes. It is a cannon wave, so Nasus should be alright. Yeah, he's going to head on back. He'll be perfectly fine. Challenging Smite is ready for that Rek'Sai, so anywhere she ganks now going forward, she's going to be very strong and very dangerous in those ganks, as if being a Rek'Sai weren't enough already. So definitely keep our eyes peeled for that. Right now, despite that early kill and being forced to back at an inopportune time there, Orianna is in a 10 CS lead over this Nidalee right now. You see some harassment coming down. Oh, the Zenith Blade misses though, unfortunately, just shooting that a little bit wide. Nasus is going to be able to keep on Q farming up here in the top lane now that he's back. He's got his ingredients there, heading on up to the Spirit Visage. Goodness gracious, why can't I remember? The Spectre's Cowl, there we go. So he's going to have a little bit easier time here dealing with this Lissandra here in the top lane as he works his way up to that Spirit Visage. Of course, Spirit Visage, love to start Spirit Visage on that Nasus because you get instant huge benefit from your passive lifesteal. And here's a lot of damage, harassment coming onto that Graves with the Janet Shield to give that extra AD onto Jinx. Going to force that Graves to back here. Not sure if that's the most opportune time for him to back. We'll see what he can pick up. He actually does get the BF sword, so he's going to be just fine. But that's going to leave Jinx and Janet in that bottom lane. Give them a little time. So Rek'Sai comes in, has a little fight there, puts some harassment down on that Nidalee, but she's all the way by her turret. She's going to be just fine as well. Fairly straightforward start here. Not too much action. Rek'Sai making herself known, not really able to get too much done at this stage in the game, but it's alleviating that pressure, and this is overall what we want to see if we're the blue side. Definitely want to see a game that doesn't have too much action, maybe give up a kill here, maybe lose, have an unsuccessful gank there, but what matters most is that we're getting time, getting Nasus farmed up here, getting that Jinx time to build her items. Actually, we're going to see a very aggressive flash here coming in from Nautilus, who wants to fight in this jungle, contest the red buff. He doesn't get it, and the shield from Janna is going to be enough, but actually Janna is jumped on by that Leona, and she's going to have to flash away the heal. Not enough to keep her alive for much longer after that initial burst. And that will be another kill going on to this red team, particularly onto that Nidalee. So Nidalee definitely getting the gold she needs to start becoming a huge threat here. Does have a little Nasus throwing down the ultimate there, forcing out Lissandra out of lane there. But yeah, Nidalee is going to be a huge threat here once she gets that hold up as the first dragon goes down to this red side here. She will be behind in CS, but that kill will definitely help even that on up. So the roaming potential paying off here for Nidalee, even though she was having a less than perfect laning phase here. Definitely made up for that with the early roam down there to make that very aggressive flash into the attempt to steal red buff worth it for the Nautilus as they come away with the kill unanswered. But again, right now, we see even just looking at the gold score after all that exchange, the blue side is still up by a negligible amount at this point, but is still up right now. So giving up those 2 kills, not the worst thing that could happen, as all the lanes are ahead right now in CS. Oh, the Zenith Blade just barely missing. Beautiful juke out by that Janna to bait the Zenith Blade out. That's going to be the ultimate as well, coming from Leona, thinking that the Graves ultimate chained with that would be enough burst to kill this Jinx off, but unfortunately for them, Jinx barely surviving that. Now with the Janna shield, should be able to hang out here just long enough to farm out these minions and then go back, should she choose to. Actually going to opt to hang out here. Nasus forcing that Lissandra away as the spear does land onto Orianna here. Chose not to follow it up, but they might follow up this spear onto. No, they're actually going to back away. Not going to risk it. Not too bloodthirsty. Going to opt to play a little safe here. Not risk their advantage at this point in the game. Want to maintain that. Going to just take the successful harassment and back away as Leona's going to clear out a ward. Nautilus going deep into Rek'Sai's jungle. I am very surprised to see this turn of events where Rek'Sai is the one being counter-jungled by Nautilus. We wanted to see some interesting play here from the Nautilus jungle. I mean, that's it. And having a Nautilus supported by this Nidalee mid lane can actually counter-jungle very effectively here, as we see Janna going around just trying to do ward duty here. And Orianna looking to get some more vision down. Is going to be able to force that Nautilus away. Nidalee, of course, having to leave him there. Once Orianna spots him, he's going to back on out of there because he no longer has that support. But certainly has gotten a lot of deep wards in. Nasus farming up. Actually gonna go for some trades here. Gonna be forced away by that Lysandra. But Nasus is just gonna lifesteal on up, no worries for him. And just keep on farming as Nasus is wont to do. See, of course, that challenging smite now available with the warrior enchantment, I believe. It's kind of hard to tell on that, but yeah, that is the warrior enchantment completed as well for Rek'Sai. So the ganks sort of at their deadliest right now. Rek'Sai, with that ultimate available, has the global presence as well. So we'll keep an eye out to see if she creates any tunnel networks around the map in some lane bushes here, either in the top lane or in the bottom lane, so she can ult right back to the opposite side of the map. Perhaps make them think it's a farm alarm here, but actually would be the real alarm for the first time in a while. Because you're just hanging out in Tribush is this Rek'Sai. It is pink, so they know there's no vision there. But unfortunately for them, just not quite working out. The dragon will be spawning here in about 2 minutes. Nasus trading very effectively here with this Lysandra, of course, with that Spirit Visage almost completed here. Able to sustain through that damage very solidly now. But he is out of mana and flash charges, so he's going to have to back right here. There is a cannon minion wave, but hold that thought because Jinx gets engaged on Janna. Having to use that ultimate perfectly knocks them back though and saves the Jinx. Beautiful play from Janna, and what should have been a dead Jinx is a Jinx who's going to be alright and probably actually going to be able to back here before this next dragon, so she'll be able to heal on up. And Graves, certainly not the healthiest guy himself right now either, so Nautilus is in this bottom lane, so they are looking to make this fight happen still, but so is Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai taking those Gromps, or those Krugs, I believe. Perhaps just hanging out just outside of vision there. Looks like they're just gonna, the red side just gonna throw down some vision here and back away. Good use of the zoning there from this bot lane to force the red side away from that pink ward. Gonna get nothing for that. I'm just gonna give up a free ward charge there. Nasus now back without that teleport though, so we do definitely have to keep that in mind as the dragon here is about to spawn. Jinx has created that pressure in the bottom lane, but the red side seems very poised to go for this dragon. Jinx actually thinking about going back, but with that ward, they're going to see that this dragon is totally set up for, so they might just give it up here. Given how prepped it already is, maybe thinking they should opt to just give this second dragon up and worry about making it to the late game again. They are nearly 1,000 gold in the lead, despite being 2 kills down, just relying on those laning fundamental mechanics right now. Trying to pull the dragon out, doesn't get it too far out. Little do they know, unfortunately, that it was not even going to be contested here. Rek'Sai just going to opt to do some counter jungling. Now that's some very good play from this Rek'Sai. If they're going to give up the dragon, you definitely want to get something for it. So if not a turret, you definitely want to get some counter jungling. And unfortunately, Orianna very far up here trying to get some damage on that mid lane turret. And we do see she did almost get the turret. Oh gosh, only 95 hit points. Hopefully somebody from blue side can go blow on that before there's a next back cycle for them, so they can get some of that gold. But unfortunately, it looks like they're not going to be able to do it at the moment, but hopefully there's not going to be too many backs coming out. Lysandra gonna claw away, no worries there. As she does now have that Rod of Ages completed. Beautiful zap there, catching him in the dash. The old Super Mega Death Rocket ultimate from Jinx. Not going to land, unfortunately, though. So Graves will make it out of there with his life intact. And all of a sudden, are we talking about the stage in the game where Graves has to be worried about being in lane with the Jinx? I mean, there certainly was a 2v1 aspect to that there. So don't not give him enough credit for that. But Lysandra looking to go in, but here comes Nasus with his ultimate turned on. They are going to throw down the ultimate onto herself is Lysandra. But in the meantime, Rek'Sai taking quite a bit of damage. Going to flash under the turret, and no, Rek'Sai is enough to prevent the kill. No help from Nasus needed there. Rek'Sai able to defend herself under the turret, and that is a kill onto Rek'Sai, getting the flash for free as well, burning no summoners in that engagement from the blue side, and all of a sudden blue side jumping into the lead, rocketing into the lead. Excuse the pun with Jinx on our screen with that Q turned on. 2k gold lead now, just with that one kill, and now with Orianna finally getting close enough to blow on that last bit of the turret. Actually, hold that thought, because Jinx thinking about it, but thinking better of it at the same time, because getting within turret range of a Leona, never a good idea here. But yes, now that Orianna did get that last blow onto that turret here, that's a huge amount of gold, and Jinx, with that Infinity Edging completed now, going to be able to tear through this turret as well, even going to just try and deny some CS here. Leona does her best to interrupt the pathing of the creeps there, try and prevent them from getting within the Jinx range as long as possible. Does land a beautiful ultimate onto that Janna, but perhaps not enough, but Jinx is going to be pulled there. There's the ultimate onto two members from Orianna, and that will be a kill going down. Jinx stepping way too far forward, got way overexcited, took a spear right to the face, and Graves point blank ultimate gonna get the kill on her. So this blue side getting a little over aggressive there, and here comes the TP in from Lissandra. Where's the claw? Will she go for it? Just how thirsty is the Ice Queen? No, she's gonna go up for Orianna. She does have that ultimate available. There it is. Gonna flash out of the Nidalee Spear. Beautiful flash there. And here comes Janna, the disengaged queen, to save her. Ultimate is available should they need it. But Rek'Sai is now the one who's being focused on with those spears. Beautiful flash at the last second to make sure that spear does not connect. So a lot of summoners burned from this blue side. But in the end, overall, that is a 1-for-1, I believe, was the total exchange there. And what happened was, two turrets went down, depending on how far extended out you want to count that, possibly even 3 turrets went down in favor of this blue side here during that very extended exchange, and now, including this mid lane turret that just fell, that's only 3-1 for this red side. So, blue side definitely getting the advantage out of that exchange. And now Jinx, with a little bit of an item advantage here, might be able to take out this Graves. Leona in tow, though. I'm not sure if she's a strong enough threat at this point to handle 2v1, but she's certainly looking to bait for it, if nothing else. Fortunately, the AoE from Leona gonna proc that Relic Shield passive, so not gonna be able to hand over the cannon minion to Graves, but we'll still get some gold there. Right now, let's just look briefly at this Lissandra, who does have that Rod of Ages almost fully stacked here. Beautiful tunnel over to that Leona, who is way too deep all of a sudden, gonna be forced to flash to have the Flame Chompers not make it to her in time. Debating whether or not to go back in is Leona. Nautilus going in on his own, not communicating with the team there, maybe missing the teleport that came in from Nasus, and that's going to be a free kill onto this Nautilus. A little lack of proper team communication there. Dancing back and forth was Leona initially, and so was Nautilus, not really wanting to commit either way, and then right as Leona backed out, Nautilus went in, so that's going to be a free kill. Now tying up the kills overall, letting that CS score really shine here. That CS advantage. Oh my god, beautiful ultimate onto 3 people under their own turret from Orianna. That was gorgeous play. Now this Nidalee is going to try and heal up people as much as possible, but Graves and Leona and Nidalee are all so low right now, they might have to go back just to give up this turret. Nautilus unfortunately hooking a minion, not quite able to get just far enough on that. You know, they will be able to, with all 5 members here, prevent this siege from occurring any longer as the blue side does finally back away. But in the meantime, do not forget, good old Susan in the top lane, Q farming away. Now up to 468 additional damage in that Siphoning Strike bonus, and poor Janna is not going to be able to make it out of this one, even being Janna. So Nidalee will get the best of her there. Let's do a quick jump back here to see what happened exactly here. So I know people were disengaging. Looked like Janna just opting to go forward to try and place another ward and walk right into a Nidalee Spear. Nidalee throwing down the Ignite as well. Gonna burn through that Janna shield. Will take that last little bit of damage to finish her off, but she does get the auto attack in the end, so no one can escape a Nidalee, even a Janna. At least not a Janna without an ultimate. So, good pick up there by Nidalee. Great map awareness to be prepared to look around for stuff like that. And it looks like with that Glacial Shroud completed, Nidalee looking to go a little bit more damage heavy, or excuse me, a little bit more tank heavy than the traditional mids we've been seeing lately. That go just pure glass cannon here. Opting to go for that Iceborne Gauntlet. We'll get a lot of use out of the passive slow that comes with that item, so definitely a great chase item here for that Nidalee. We'll see just how much she's able to make use of that going forward. And we see very far forward. Gonna even miss the ultimate there. Wow, she does actually make it out of there all right. Does have to burn her Ignite, but gets a flash in return. I'm very surprised to see Orianna go that aggressive and not be punished for it at all. That was a very impressive play there. To have the game sense, I guess, to know where people were. They did, of course, have a ward here in that area, so she could have seen any reinforcements coming, but that was still a very gutsy play by Orianna. Perhaps a little too risky. I would suggest playing a little bit safer than that, but it seems to be working out for them. So, I mean, all the credit in the world for what turned out to be a good play and even trade there. Actually, a little bit positive of a trade. Obviously, Flash a little bit more valuable than Ignite. So, definitely a favorable exchange there. With Nasus already in the pit here. Hold that thought, because this Rek'Sai might be caught out. She's going to try and tunnel away, but is blown up before she can get within range. And now, all of a sudden, this is a 4v5. All 5 members of the red side here, but Lyssandra's so low right now. Lysandra essentially taken out of the fight, and Nasus doing his thing. Ghosted. Huge. With that, a huge Q farm already as well. Doing so much damage, tanking up that front line. That's exactly the kind of team fight you want to have if you're this blue side. Let's watch that one more time very quickly here. Watch as this Rek'Sai is caught out a little bit early. Watch this Nasus. Keep your eye on. Again, Nasus doing 540 extra damage on every Q. Definitely not going to be the one they focus on with that tankiness already starting to show up here. Rek'Sai far more squishy. Caught out is blown up. But that's the key ultimates already thrown out. And here's Nasus in the thick of things with that E. That E shreds that armor. So he already got quite a bit of damage down. Poked that Lysandra out. Throws down the E again. Is doing insane amounts of damage. And able to just finish off this Graves here with another Q. Oh, even as Graves flashed it in the very end, the Q range is stronger than the flash. And that is going to be a 4-for-1, a near ace going in favor of the blue side as they pick up their first dragon of the game. Nidalee actually looking to try and fight this, but definitely going to have to think better of it here. The slow does come out, but here's Orianna. Actually, they might be able to make an extended ace here. How excited is Jinx going to be when this kill comes her way? Oh my gosh, Nidalee might be able to make it out though. Oh no, Nasus doesn't have the teleport available, no, but the very tip of the zap will catch her. Very close play there. Nidalee just barely not able to make it out, and that will be a very extended, but an ace nonetheless coming out for this blue side. And all of a sudden, that score, the gold lead, rocketing ahead for this red side, or for this blue side here, as they are now 7K in the lead. That is absolutely a massive amount of gold right now. And it shows with those items. The locket already completed onto this Nasus. Choosing, now that he's so far ahead with that 1-0-5, with those stacks already huge on him, gonna go for a little bit more of a team-oriented build here, given that Rek'Sai did get blown up so quickly there. Perhaps a little miscommunication though, as we do see the Aegis already built as well onto that Janna. Definitely, those passives do not stack, so definitely don't like building 2 of those on the same team if possible though. The active on the locket itself is something that will stack and it's something that can be used back to back here. So that's not too bad overall. And you know, if Janna is concerned about getting blown up here, I mean, she has only died twice, but she has technically died the most on her team. So if she's got some concerns about being a little squishy and might possibly be focused down, that's a good redundancy to build on both of them. And you know, I think this bot lane could be going down here. Jinx trying to find another way out. And there's the ultimate from Leona. They're going to stay trained on her. We'll go back and watch Jinx. But it looks like, no, Janna will be able to make it out alive. And Jinx, we're not even going to watch this. We saw what happened. She went back up. She knew that Janna had to get out by herself. That was the only way. So Jinx, being a good guy, running back in there, letting herself die, giving herself up for the support. Pro ADC is pro. But again, in the meantime, while all that was going down, while that huge chase, I mean, certainly getting a kill on Jinx, definitely always want to do that when you can. Put her behind as much as possible. But Nasus farming unchallenged in that top lane throughout that whole period of time. And with all that MR he has built, this Lissandra is absolutely, totally unable to challenge him. No fear of going up against this Lissandra right now. There's only, once that Nautilus is missing from their vision, once that Graves is up there in the top lane as well, that this Nasus decides to back away. And I assume that's going to be some more armor coming out of this Nasus as soon as he has some money to pick up his next items. Right now, just grabbing some more vision for his team with that pink ward. Getting a little cooldown reduction as well. Always great to see a Nasus who understands he's going to be a little bit absent throughout some of those team fights initially as he farms up that Q. Build some extra team-oriented items here. Always pick up those pink wards. Always get those lockets. That always feels nice. Especially when you're a little bit ahead as Nasus too, so it doesn't put you too far behind here. You see that Janna does land the knockup, but does actually bait out her own teammates with her there. That's slow. Not going to matter too much, but Nasus plenty of mana at this point. Not worrying too much about anything as far aside from that cooldown, which doesn't seem too significant. And here we do see this bush is pink. They're going to throw in an inspecting Nidalee spear there, so they will spot him out. Great game sense there to not walk up into there and to check that bush first. Nasus going back to this mid lane here, hanging out, Q farming up, getting more and more scary as time goes on. Now we see Rek'Sai with that Randuin's Omen completed, going to be able to dive right into the thick of these fights here and have a little bit more survivability this time. Be able to pop the active on that Randuin, slow everybody down, make that a little bit easier for Jinx to kite, for Nasus to even kite. Again, Nasus so strong already, and he's back in the top lane. Does have that teleport available, so he's probably going to hang out in that top lane as long as possible. Wait for these sieges to turn into something really important, which might have happened right here as Janna forced to ultimate, but that's going to be the Orianna ultimate catching two of them out. Nidalee did escape that though, and Nidalee diving back in. She is exhausted, so she doesn't do too much damage, and the knockup gonna keep her in range for Jinx to get that last rocket, get excited, and Nasus with the teleport in, all of a sudden ripping people to shreds here, and that's gonna be 2 for nothing as Nasus walking up, gonna tank up that turret, gonna eat through this mid lane inner turret, and that's gonna be the 4th turret of the game going down for this blue side here, as this game looks to have gone out of hand for the red side. Looks like they're going to try and take this dragon off of it as well, and absolutely no way to contest this with the 5 members hanging out here. Jinx just breaking off to go take a little farm for herself. So now dragons are evened up 2-2 here. Seeing that Orianna backing right outside the pit, the red side will have a good idea of when that dragon timer is, so they'll know when to contest it next, as they will definitely want to contest the 3rd dragon. As we see Rek'Sai hitting that farm alarm. Trying to expand that tunnel network a little bit, as we see the red side doing their best to clear out her network, clear out some vision. Looking very quickly just at the vision for the blue side. They definitely have a lot of vision invested in the top side of the jungle, so they might want to work on baiting out a Baron fight, because they will definitely have a lot of potential to see where the enemy is coming from, what they're doing, and conversely, the red side invested very heavily in warding the more dragon side of the map, which is very unfortunate, because after that last fight, blue side was able to pick up that dragon essentially for free here. And this Baron's going to be cleared on out. Actually, not going to be aggro. There's the aggro from a Nid Spear here. Going to get a little bit of damage onto Orianna, not too much though. As the infamous Baron dance begins. Jinx actually going to be able to land that zap onto her. Graves trying to get a good position there, possibly able to dash forward and then burst somebody down with that ultimate, but not going to be able to find anybody. Orianna not able to find Alessandra with her ball either. You see that Orianna, of course, with that death cap and void staff completed, she is going to be a huge threat now. She has definitely hit her stride here and is going to be looking to become an absolute nightmare. If she can land her ultimate onto those squishies in these fights, they are going to be absolutely demolished here. And with the ability of Nasus to just run on in, ghost on in, actually looking to possibly pick a fight here. Nasus tanking that up, no big problem. Here comes Rek'Sai into the fight. Now it is a 5v5 situation here, and Nautilus actually a little caught out. Even as tanky as Nautilus is, he's not as tanky as this front line here with the Janna reinforced Nasus, who is going to get the Wither, and that's going to be tanky Leona going down. That's a kill for this Orianna. Now 3-1-6. Ultimate still available for Orianna here. And this could mean the Baron going over to this blue side. Only Leona is down, but that's going to be enough. I mean, Nasus certainly able to tank this up. Orianna not going to take too much damage. She's going to be way far out with that ball doing all the work for her. Actually going to get a quite large bit of poke. Oh, Lissandra barely survives the Jinx ultimate. 40 hit points on her, and that is going to be enough to reset this Baron here. And no, they are going to decide to back away, let that Baron heal on up, reset there. Blue side really looking to get a fight more so than the actual Baron itself, but not really able to find what they're looking for. Taking quite a bit of damage here. Getting fairly low, but I mean, whenever Nasus is in the wings, that doesn't matter nearly as much. Nasus simply aggroes onto himself, and there you go. Nasus absolutely able to chunk out a third of that turret with one Q. Disgusting display of power there. And that's again Leona going down. Tanky Leona with Face of the Mountain completed and a whole nother, what is this, Kindle Gem. The health bead with cooldown, whatever that is, the Kindle Gem. So tanky, but Nasus is absolutely just able to eat through her. When you see that banner of command coming out from this Janna here, who's actually opting to try and pick up the coin next as well to get that extra speed boost here to further position her team, enable her team to do even more. And again, when you have that 6-2-5 Jinx, the 3-1-7 Orianna, the 1-0-8 Nasus, who all have their significant item breaks here. I mean, Nasus, the only one who has a possible vulnerability in that he doesn't yet have any armor built, but everybody else seems to have their resistances ready, their pen ready. You know, an interesting choice on that Orianna as well, opting to not go for that Zonius, despite already having some MR from that Chalice completed. Or, excuse me, from the Athenes. Gonna instead go for another Spectre's Cowl. Perhaps looking to just avoid any Nid Spears coming out by getting a Banshee's Veil. Make sure that she's not chunked out of the fight. but she's going to be very vulnerable to that Graves. Graves could actually be the hero in waiting here for this red team if they can get him into a position where he can get some massive burst damage onto this team that is actually very much lacking in armor. The only one with any armor is that Rek'Sai, who does, of course, have a range win. That's plenty of armor for you. But with that last Whisper now completed on a Graves, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage in these team fights. We'll see if he can make the most out of that. I mean, he is 2-1-2, so he certainly does have that confidence in his mind, I'm sure. Almost with enough to complete that. I don't know, he just came out, I suppose. But is working on that Bloodthirster here, so he's going to have quite a bit of damage soon enough. Instantly just re-pinking that Baron. Throwing down a pink in a little bit better position. That's going to be the Baron started here. And with Jinx and Orianna and Toa, that's going to be a lot of damage. Nasus running zoning duty, and it looks like they are just going to give that up and trade it for the third dragon to give themselves a little bit of speed boost here. But that will mean that the blue side gets the first Baron of the game, and the pushing power is going to be very intimidating here. All 5 members are going to stay grouped up right now. Going to just push into that top lane. No one in position to get caught here, as Nasus running out in the front. And again, Leona getting weathered, getting slowed, getting knocked up, and despite being so tanky, she's not able to survive it, and that is Leona going down. 4 members are going to be here, but it's too late. The turret's already gone in. This inhibitor simply is not going to be defendable here. They're getting a valiant effort of a lot of poke in while that inhibitor does go down, but it's nothing that can really be stood up to, especially with that Baroned up Banner of Command cannon minion there. The pushing power is absolutely insane right now coming out of this blue team. And now that is the base officially cracked from the red side. An 11k gold lead right now. We've definitely seen some matches in this league go back. Actually, a lot of damage onto that Graves. He's gonna barely survive that ignite. I cannot believe that. Sidesteps the ultimate. We're gonna have to go back and watch the rest of this here, but I wanted to make sure he didn't die to Jinx off screen there. So low in double digits of HP here. Well, let's watch what happened here. Orianna gets flashed forward, but just so much damage onto Lissandra that Orianna just has so much damage right now. That was plenty to just take out Lissandra on her own. No help needed at all. And here's Nasus ghosting in, taking on that Leona so hard. The Wither gonna be flashed away from here, as Nidalee doing her best to try and zone people away right now. But Nasus just so tanky. Already level 17 here. Watch those Qs on the turret. Gonna just chunk it away here. Doesn't care about tanking the laser at all. And with 2 inhibitors down now, an over 12k gold lead. Or, excuse me, an over 11.5k gold lead. That's still actually not true. Whatever. Anyways, an over 10k gold lead and 2 inhibitors down. The Baron is looking to expire soon, I believe, though. With all these wards, I just don't know how this red side can come back from here. That's the final inner turret going down. Just barely any vision at all on this team. Nasus is going to go down to that Nidalee, though. And Jinx will get the return kill onto Graves. Going to force the flash out of the Nidalee. But that is a 1-for-1. That's pretty good. I mean, if they can continue to get these 1-for-1 trades here, that will slowly delay the game enough for this team to get back in it, and that's what they need right now. Beautiful hook from Nautilus, and that will be Jinx getting shut down. There's that delicious shutdown gold that this red side absolutely needed right now. Fantastic for them to kill that Jinx off. Oh man, they've got to be celebrating right now. Goodness gracious, well. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here, as we do see they still are, of course, down over 10k gold right now, and do have both those those inhibitors down. So the super minions are still flooding into the base. The Talisman of Ascension is completed, so the engages are just going to get harder and harder to avoid. The pushing power still just as strong. And oh, I do not think that... No, Nautilus did not get that blue buff. That was stolen away from him by the Orianna. As we do see, it was in fact a Banshee's Veil completed on that Orianna. Keep trying to dodge out of those Nid Spears, dodge out of those Nautilus hooks. A good choice to pick up here, but that's definitely going to nerf a lot of the damage that could be coming out of Orianna. Not that there's too much damage they need to worry about on their team, because look at this, I mean, 843 bonus damage coming out of Nasus. Nasus has hit that late game monster stage. Jinx with that Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper completed, going up towards a Bloodthirster as well. She's got so much damage. Orianna can afford to play it a little safe here, as Nidalee does get caught up, but the ultimate from Leona going to be forced out. It does save that Nidalee, prevent any further engagement, but will mean that critical ultimate is down. Trying to do their best to clear out the wave here. Taking a lot of damage, even as Nasus here. Banner of Command minion does finally die in these extended sieges. That is very important, of course. No Baron currently on the blue side. That is Jinx getting pulled by Nautilus, but this might not be the fight they want here. It's Graves so low. He's the only one that's not itemized against, and Nautilus hooking Nasus to try and run out, but he doesn't want to be by Nasus. And now Graves solo, barely gonna make it out alive. But that is gonna be Jinx getting killed. So nothing going over, and that actually is an overextension a little bit by Orianna. Gonna get punished by the Lissandra there, and finally Nasus is going down as well. A triple kill for this Nidalee, and I can't believe it, but the base has been defended by this red side. The gold lead is now sub 10k, and all of a sudden, this red side is showing signs of life. They are going to lose this inhibitor on the way back out. Graves not intimidating enough with that Randuin's completed now. Plenty of safety there with the Moby Boots as well on that Janna with the Captain enchantment. They know they're fine, so they'll take that inhibitor on the way out. So this mid lane inhibitor will be respawning soon, and the base has been defended now. There are no wards in the base to sneak and teleport to and try and finish. But, I mean, at the same time, perhaps we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Despite that miraculous defense, and we want to give full credit to this red side, and the fact that this middle lane inhibitor should be coming up soon, but at the same time, that is a period of time where 3 inhibitors are down. Baron's about to spawn. This dragon's going to go down. That's going to be the 3rd dragon of the game for the blue side. So now the dragons are going to be evened out here. And even with the double super minions now stopped, I mean, you're still going to have to deal with 2 super minions on either far side of the map here. I don't know how this dragon or this Baron is going to be contestable. They have to pull some sort of miracle steal here. And the pressure isn't on in the mid lane, but this Baron is getting melted fast. The smite isn't in range. There's no Rek'Sai to be found here. Coming in way too late. Definitely could have been a contested thing if Nautilus had gone in to try and be a hero, but if Nautilus went down, even with the Baron working in their favor, I'm not sure they would be able to defend this base afterwards. But I'm not sure they can defend it now. I wasn't sure they could defend it last time though, and they proved me wrong, so I'm ready and willing to be proven wrong here. Stranger things again have happened in this league, but there's a great engage by Rek'Sai. There's the slow, and no, Graves is taken out. That has to be the game right there. Without that Graves damage, that's not going to be anything that can be stopped here. We do see the home wrecker built on Nasus. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. As we see, that's going to be GG coming out. A very scrappy game from this red side, just fighting as hard as they could to defend and pulling a miraculous defense, but in the end, they were already too far behind to come back from. with a game that gets so good in the late game with that Jinx, with that Nasus. So that's going to be the game coming out here in favor of the blue side. So first game in this best of 3 going over to Google Ward Search over Bluehost. And looking very quickly here because we are going to hop into the next game immediately. Jinx, absolute nightmare there. 42k damage. Outpacing absolutely everyone. More than any 2 players almost on the enemy team. So definitely going to be looked to see if that Nasus and Jinx get banned out. Certainly Orianna was no slouch here. It's just going to have to be a completely different game strategy going into this game too. Something more early game oriented, something more mid game oriented from all the lanes. I mean, not that this wasn't, but you got to have even more pressure. Maybe swapping out that Nautilus for something a little bit more aggressive like a Rek'Sai. But we'll call out the game here and get into this next game so we can hurry up and get this next one rolling here for the people who are watching live. But if you do want to see Game 2, please go to this channel. If you're watching in the archives, this Game 2 will be uploaded here, and I will be right back to you guys with that content on the live stream. Alright, now that all that is taken care of, alright, and we are about to hop into Game 2 here. Of course, the sides are going to be swapped now. This will be Bluehost on their namesake blue side, and Google Ward Search on the red side of this game. And here we go. Hello everyone, welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. I am your caster for the match, Crit Chronic War Catalyst, and we are going to jump right back into it here because this is Game 2 of Google Ward Search versus Bluehost. If you haven't seen Game 1, please check out the video on my channel. I'm sure everyone on the live stream here has seen Game 1, but that will give you guys a little cluing in to some of the bans that are already coming out here. Nasus immediately banned away by this blue side. Nasus absolutely was not shut down in the previous game and became that Nasus that we all know. So Susan getting her ban here as is necessary going into this game from the Bluehost team on the blue side here. We're also going to see that Thresh being banned away by the Google Ward Search team here. Thresh is a favorite pick here from Genru the Ghost the support for this Bluehost team. So definitely a targeted ban there, as well as the Vi ban. Again, aimed just like last game. I believe there was a Vi ban. Definitely targeted at the jungler there to prevent something that's more of a comfort pick, and especially with the minor nerfs to Cinderhold coming in recently, those warrior enchantment junglers are looking a little bit more delicious nowadays. So a damagey Vi, always scary. And of course we see the repeat ban again of Dr. Mundo. Some strong respect here for Periplex in the top lane with that Mundo ability. Looking of course at the bans on Bluehost side. Of course Nasus we already spoke about a little bit. That Cassiopeia, I believe Cassiopeia was in the last game as well. Definitely a comfort pick in the middle lane as well, so smart ban there. Especially, I mean, we've seen how nuts Google word search can go when they get scaling champions. So cutting out those scaling champions away from them, definitely a good choice there. And Sejuani, a very top pick for Shaper of Chaos in the jungle. So some very targeted bans here on both sides. These teams knowing each other fairly well, especially after that last game, getting even more in each other's faces there. It looks like that will be the Rek'Sai Annie coming out. So going with that Rek'Sai again for something that's got a little bit more of a punch in the early game. Looking to get something to happen here. The Annie though, I am interested to see if that's going to be an Annie support or Annie mid lane. We've seen in a lot of the more recent games those Annie mids coming out and going back to that traditional Annie burst mid lane. So we'll see what can happen here. That is of course a flex pick there. She can go to support, just rely on that utility of her AoE stun, especially as we get into the late game here, but that depends on what kind of composition we're going to see coming out. Of course, we want to give a shout out to the Jinx first pick. Whenever you don't have enough bans, first pick it away. So great adaptation here. Jinx, I wouldn't say the safest champion in the world, but as far as AD carries go, she has a lot of range, so she can play it fairly safe. And Morgana with the black shield coming out, going to be very helpful to her. Make sure she doesn't get blown up too hard. They are going to be picking the Graves into that though to try and bully her as much as possible in the early game. A bit of a turnabout here from the previous match where we're going to see the same champions just on different sides. See who can win this fight a little bit. Of course, Morgana not going to be in the previous game here. But as far as AD carries go, we'll see who's able to bully each other a little bit more. And that will be an Annie support coming out here, because that's definitely going to be an Orianna in the mid lane. So with that Rek'Sai being the ball delivery system right now, that could be enough on its own. We might see a gap closing top laner coming in as well for her. We'll see. I don't see a smite covered yet on that top laner, who did just switch it back from a ghost since we're not going to be seeing Susan coming out again. So that gives me a little bit of an idea of what's going to be coming out in that top lane, but I do want to also take time to point out that the Udyr has been locked in. Oh god, it begins. Udyr, a very, very top pick here for the jungler for blue side in this game. So to see him on Udyr scares me, because I want there to be 3 games, because I like watching these people play, and I like the bloodthirstiness. But I fear that seeing that Udyr locked in might mean we only get 2 games here. Or excuse me, my brain. Now Bluehost is on the blue side this game, so seeing that locked in is good for me, because that means I'm throwing my money behind that. Anyways, after that little fumble in my casting here, we do see the Swain coming out as well in that top lane. A less frequently chosen champion here, but definitely something that needs to be respected. If you can land the snares with Swain, you will do insane amounts of damage, because if you can confidently land that CC and just throw down your Q to make them take additional magic damage from you, and then combo like throw the bird, watch that bird eat away their HP. Sustain yourself on up. It's great. It's beautiful if you can land it. So we'll see just how good this Swain in the top lane actually is. It's going to be a very mechanically oriented champion, but there's not going to be a lot of kill pressure on him early on. Of course, that Maokai not going to be too huge of a threat, but with the Rek'Sai looming about, there is always a kill potential anywhere on the map. So, going to have to be respectful with the warding to make sure that Rek'Sai doesn't come out of nowhere and surprise him. Get some knock-up CC, chain that with the Maokai, create enough time to get enough autos to wear Swain down, especially pre-6 before he has that sustain. So, we'll have to see some cautious play there, but perhaps most deliciously, I want to throw out some attention to the lock-in of the Vel'Koz. And technically, we don't know who's support in this matchup because both of them have Ignite currently. So theoretically, we could be seeing Vel'Koz or that Morgana in the mid lane. I'm going to put the smart money on the Vel'Koz in the mid lane, though. Definitely Vel'Koz support has some scary poke. If you can use that displacement, just like Swain, if you can land that displacement, Vel'Koz support can be very mean. But I'm going to assume this is a more traditional Vel'Koz in the middle lane here. And it will be interesting to see how that matchup goes with Orianna. Orianna, of course, can play a little bit of a safer game here. And we're actually, now that I'm looking at it, I'm seeing the Ignite on the Annie as well. So very aggressive choices from both sides here. I understand the red side choosing a double Ignite composition a little bit more because of that Swain. Definitely are going to want to always throw down an Ignite on a Swain in every team fight. So having two Ignite summoners available to make sure you never have a team fight with without one on cooldown there. Or without one off cooldown, I should say. To make sure you combat Swain properly if he becomes a nightmare. And nullify a lot of his sustainability. I definitely understand that, but the Morgana taking the Ignite is just a very aggressive choice here. I mean, certainly, of course, as lifesteal eventually gets built onto that Graves with the Bloodthirster, that's going to be helpful. It can be helpful onto the Maokai if he twisted advances right into the middle of a team. But if he twist advances right into the middle of a team and starts to get that passive heal coming out frequently, you're probably going to be more concerned about the fact that he's being a ball delivery system. So we'll see how that ends up working out here for this blue side. It'll be very interesting to watch the lanes. It'll also be interesting to see what exact style of Udyr play comes out here. Of course, there's very annoying constantly camping one side lane Udyr to just take advantage of his speed up and the stun and the follow-up damage from the laning teammate. But there's also the more traditional solo queue Udyr who just farms forever. We'll see which kind of Udyr this is. Obviously, going to be going for the Cinderhulk enchantment, so it's going to incentivize a little bit more action in the lanes and not as much hard farming in the jungle. But certainly not going to be as aggressive in these lanes as the Rek'Sai is. Rek'Sai going to be in and out of lanes as much as she was in last game, I assume here, obviously showing up on a different team this time around. Or no, on the same team this time around. I'm getting all my games all mixed up, you guys. It's been a long day. Oh, maybe I don't want this to go to a best of 3 because maybe I'm not able to handle this already. But as we load up into this game here, it's definitely, we're going to be looking to see that Annie with best Annie skin, with that Flash Tibbers as a main source of engagement here. Of course, Maokai can always twist it, advance into people, but with the Udyr, with the Swain, and with the extremely long range on the squishies, it's probably going to be impossible to get within range of an actual good target to twisted advance to without taking a whole heap of damage going in for it. So, and yeah, it is in fact, of course, that Vel'Koz in the middle lane. Annie is opting to start with her W so she can charge that stun in case if there's an early invade here. As she already has that stun nice and charged up right now. And it looks like they're going to be the ones starting out on this invade. And Vel'Koz will spot out that Annie is pushing forward very aggressively here. And see the Rek'Sai there as well. But that's only 2 members. They see the Maokai now as well. Now Ward is going to reveal a lot of people in there. All of them now. So that should signal to the Swain and Udyr to go do some deep warding. But unfortunately, it looks like they're not going to even risk that. They're just going to sort of accept the deep warding and play it a little bit safe themselves, see what they can do. Annie being a little adventurous there, venturing deep into where I would think Maokai and Udyr would have been. Checks for any pink wards, doesn't spot anything. And that is the first CS of the game! Good position there from Swain to be able to know to come back, throw that auto in to make sure they get it down. And it looks like that will be a blue start for this Udyr here. We'll see if that's going to mean Krugs come out. As that ward in the tri-bush does now die. Looks like blue side is not going to opt to start Krugs here. They're just going to get to lane early, see if they can shove this lane a little bit quicker here. Thinking that that Rek'Sai is going to start with her blue buff. We see the pool already thrown out onto all minions here. Definitely going for that rush level 2, banking on that they did not do the Gromp themselves, which they did not in fact do. Missing a lot of CS actually is the Jinx just to try and get this. And there's the flash stun already with the Ignite onto Jinx. Afraid to even kite right now is Jinx because of how low she is. Gonna be chugging through those health pods, and unfortunately neither side was level 2 for that engage, so neither of them could even get the best of that situation. Whichever side you're pulling for here, neither of them were able to get that level 2, but now with that level 2 up, there's the zap. It is missed, and so is the Q. Unfortunately, both of them were thrown in the same direction there. But because of this really rushed pace here in the bottom lane to try and get this early advantage, that CS lead is going to go over to Graves. Unfortunately for him, he did lose some of that to the turret, so it's overall going to be largely equalized. Only 1 CS for that forced trade here, and it looks like with the spell vamp of Morgana, they're going to get the benefit of this overall. Great Q into the pool there. A lot of damage onto Annie. Graves already blinking red here. Before we even have double digits of CS in this bottom lane right now. So lots of action here. Both sides clearly feeling that this lane is going to largely determine what happens in the game after how hard the snowball was last game. So both sides not backing down from this fight here. Taking a little bit of poke on Orianna there in the mid lane, but that's going to happen with a Vel'Koz. Okay, minor CS advantage right now. Does get both procs of that W, I believe, off. Does Vel'Koz onto Orianna. So Maokai looks to pick up that Scuttlecraft for a little extra vision. Morgana hanging a little bit back in the brush, respecting the play here. The possibility of a Rek'Sai tunneling behind that Scuttlecraft vision. Udyr actually opting to not do a level 3 dragon. I'm not sure exactly what that was. Hold on, we need to jump back here because I know Udyr spent a long time. Maybe he just got deterred and gave up, unfortunately, or there was some concern about Rek'Sai was. We're going to keep our eyes peeled on this Udyr here. You know, maybe he's just making a call right there saying, you know, I'm losing half my hit points before this dragon is. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit. Yeah, very unfortunate for Udyr there. And Rek'Sai, we'll see it resetting here. Unfortunately, it is full health. But that does mean she knows. She knows Udyr is back. She knows. And she knows where they are. Here comes the knockup. Oh, goodness gracious, was that a flash? Hold on, we gotta watch that one more time. Watch. Oh, goodness, that totally was a flash. Oh, thinking that there was going to be a flash from the Jinx, I believe, or that she was going to turn back around. Jinx deciding just to run through. Misses the knockup there. Instead, still lands it, though, onto Morgana, who's just barely going to make it away. Thanks to Summoner Heal. 30 hit points, going to be keeping her alive. Summoner Heal being the hero of the day. Graves, super low as well, though. Was probably around just as many hit points. Taking quite a bit of damage from that Jinx. So overall, looks like in both games, despite that she swapped sides here, Jinx going to be showing to be the superior laner over Graves. Not something I'm used to saying. But with that, I mean, Graves forced to head back to lane with only a longsword and some pots for sustain here. Whereas Jinx able to go back and pick up a full pickaxe here. Going to be a huge advantage in this bottom lane now for that Jinx Morgana. This poor Swain missing some of those autos. This auto is so tricky to land here. Ugh. Yeah, somebody who Swain, as somebody who plays Swain, I know that pain very, very familiarly. Yeah, Swain certainly has taken that Maokai quite low here. And as soon as he hits 6, I'm expecting him to get a little bit even more aggressive there with that full mana bar. Try and burn through some of that, make use of his passive sustain as well. Jinx giving up a little bit of CS. Trying to bait out an engagement here with that Udyr in tow. He is not on top of a ward, so they don't know he's there. I don't believe they saw him go through the tri-bush either, so... Stepping forward, here's Morgana. Trying to bait out the fight as hard as they can here. Annie not falling for it, though. There's the flash engage there from Annie. Actually, so much damage, though. It might be too much, and that will be first blood from the Ignite. Baited just a little too hard. Did this blue side, and they're actually going to end up losing the trade there. That's an unfavorable trade. Didn't even get the assist onto Jinx and giving up first blood. An unfortunate turn of events there as Swain throwing down the snare onto himself, getting a good bit of return damage onto that Maokai. In this mid lane here, we've yet to see either ultimate be used, both sitting ready and waiting here. Maokai does throw the ward down on that blue buff. Gonna opt to not try and steal it here. Gonna be content just to ward it to get the timer. That way perhaps next time around they will be able to get the steal off cooldown. Make sure it's not even contestable here. Now we'll just be Udyr picking it up for himself here. As Rek'Sai gonna be starting off this dragon here. I'm not sure if it can be contested. Only Jinx in tow. She does not have ultimate available rather. So a good Q from Morgana. Actually getting a lot of poke onto Rek'Sai, who has to be shielded there. And there's the ultimate from Vel'Koz over the top. Couldn't be able to get the kill. And he's so low. Oh, but the blind Q not going to find its mark. And poor Morgana gonna go down. Actually, the Super Mega Death Rocket was not available. So let's go back really quickly and watch this Jinx, who walked the long way around through a ward. And Annie, oh, made a poor choice to try and come back and help out and just ended up going down to a zap there. Blind zap, very good choice there. Just throw that out, see if she could get Annie. So overall, that's going to be a 1-for-1. Actually, a 2-for-1. Though they did lose Dragon here over to the red side. Udyr is able to counter jump a little bit. In the meantime, punish that as much as possible. And overall, I believe that's probably a favorable trade for this blue side. A bit of a gold lead right now in favor of the red side here. Of course, the passive dragon buff not meaning too much this early on. Definitely good to have going forward, though, and as we get later and later into the game, it's going to matter more and more. Graves, already at level 6, going to force that pop of the heal from Jinx just by having Annie around him. And walking back into it, a little bit brave there, despite playing cautiously just a moment before popping that heal. But knowing Morgana was in tow, that stun, not really a huge threat. You're going to be showing up, clearing out a ward, going to get those Krugs. Not too much exciting there. Does, of course, have the Chilling Smite for a little bit better chase rather than the Challenging Smite we see also common nowadays. There's the Flash ultimate from Orianna, and she does pick up the Vel'Koz. Beautiful play there, knowing the limits of her champion. And speaking of that exact thing, here's Swain. Oh, he does go down to the last turret shot. Unfortunately, the root lasting just long enough from the twisted advance to prevent him from being able to flash out of the turret before the next shot aggroed onto him. So that will be a 1-for-1 in the top lane. Both of these laners getting going here. Both of them looking to go Rod. Jinx actually blinded, going to have a huge advantage. This Graves, as the crits come out and with the stun, Graves going to be able to actually, Annie picks that up. In the meantime, Orianna going to be soloed by Udyr, just coming out of the fog of war. Unfortunate for red side that ended up occurring, but regardless, that is going to be a return kill for this blue side, sort of punishing, well, I guess making the most out of the fact that he wasn't there to deal with those two deaths of his bot laners. Oh, and Jinx with the super mega death rocket from deep gets the kill onto Graves, who backed right in the face of the turret. Oh, that is just absolute punishment of the disrespect there from Graves. And it looks like Maokai, even with that ultimate running, taking so much damage, gonna be going down there. And that will be another kill onto Swain, who is officially going, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna see a Swain in this game who's gonna be looking pretty scary. He is, of course, looking to complete that Rod of Ages first, but once that Rod of Ages gets stacking, hold that thought actually, because Morgana throwing in a lot of harassment onto this Orianna. Not able to quite follow it up is Vel'Koz. Still so impressed by that dragon play by Vel'Koz to just no fear throw down that ultimate over the wall and pick up the last few ticks of damage to get that kill. Fantastic play. It really shows that this Vel'Koz is not sort of a pocket pick. This is something that Blamo is very comfortable on in this game. Jinx, great zap onto Graves there. Here's turning around trying to get a little answer damage here. We're thinking about going a little bit deep there, but gonna think better of it here, as she knows Dragon is coming up in a minute 30 here. So gonna opt to just let Jinx keep the pressure on, clear out some vision, crush some tunnels. But here comes Orianna roaming down. But there's the flash, Timbers engaged. Oh, but the flash return from Jinx. Gonna be able to dodge out. Orianna actually gonna be zoning her away, so Jinx will go down eventually if just to autos. So even though unfortunately that ultimate, full-on combo I should say, from Graves did miss her, the Orianna roam a little too strong. Vel'Koz trying to make the most out of not following there, shoving those minions up to the turret, but they're going to be able to defend that in time. The turret in the mid lane still half health. Not too much concern about that there. So overall, Orianna roaming so much this game, making the most out of those plays, doing it absolutely by the book here, showing if you're going to roam, how to make the most out of those plays. And you're revealing yourself here around the mid lane. Beautiful snare there on Maokai, but here's the Rek'Sai. Maokai a little bit intimidated here, as he should be. There's the challenging smite finally coming out here. But hold that thought here, because Annie, oh, is so zoned right now. She has absolutely nowhere to go. And Udi are going to be securing that kill with those point-blank autos. A little selfish there. Could have given that over to the Jinx. Get her into hyper carry mode a little bit sooner, but that's alright. Make sure nothing crazy happens. Maybe wasn't sure if her flash was available. And they will go right over to this dragon immediately after to pick up their first dragon of the game here. Now, dragon scores are even 1-1, and despite a single kill in the advantage of the blue side here, there still is a 1k gold lead for this red side, largely coming out of this mid lane here. Can extend the bot lane as well, looking at the Jinx versus Graves discrepancy here. But, I mean, the main story right now is 30 CS in the lead is Orianna, who also has 3 kills. This Orianna is miles ahead of everybody else right now in this game. And I believe she has quite a bit of gold to spend as well. Yeah, 2,100 gold after getting the local gold bonus as well from finishing off mid-turret. She's going to be able to go back and nearly complete any item of her choice. The Swain going to be able to fight pretty well with that sustain. Lots of people to heal off of there. A fairly even trade as we see Orianna waiting on a little bit more gold there. Gonna actually just pick up the needlessly large rod and head back to lane. Floating a lot of gold unfortunately does, well, not too much I suppose, does upgrade that trinket to try and get some more wards out for her team. Yeah, we see that gorgeous Luden Zeko animation coming out. My brain. Why am I questioning whether or not it's Luden Zeko? For some reason I wasn't sure if it was Echo, but yes, Luden Zeko animation coming out from that Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz is not the most mobile champion, but definitely loves having that AP stacked on him hard, so definitely happy to build up that Luden Zeko when possible. We see Rek'Sai securing up that buff here. Beautiful tunnel network, by the way, showing for the red side. This Rek'Sai clearly knows how to set up hyper mobility using those tunnels. Can be anywhere on the map essentially, and just jump from one section to another at her leisure here. So he's not able to find the lockdown onto that Udi, or excuse me, onto that Maokai here. Okay, I'm gonna wait, just head back after Swain goes to get that farm. I'm gonna finish off that pink ward. Give it a couple slaps, backhanded a few times, there you go. Yeah, Twisted advanced in actually. Looking for a fight here. And it does get the better of that exchange. Swain, though, of course, one of the strongest sustaining champions in the game here. Not going to have too many concerns about that, as Udyr is actually a little caught out right now between a rock and a hard place. Orianna thinking about throwing down the ultimate, but chooses not to pull the trigger there. Wisely so, as Maokai was a little bit too far away to follow up on that. And Udyr, with those Merc Treads completed, does have some solid MR. Let's see, I'm going to clear out a pink ward of her own here. Just looking at the items completed, largely equal here in this bottom lane. A slight advantage for Graves, which is going to show. Jinx actually able to flash away with just the smallest tick of health here. Trying to make the most out of the situation. Saw that Orianna was coming. Trying to turn it back around onto Graves, but simply didn't have the damage to get it done, unfortunately. Not able to get those autos enough onto Graves in time here. We're again looking to try and make something sneaky happen. Graves gets a little out of position here. And there's a point blank Q. She does get it. Where's the ultimate? No ultimate being channeled. Not going to even be needed though. Not even throwing out the ignite. A very risky play there from that Morgana. Going into so much damage to not even throw out the ignite or the ultimate. Or she did throw down the ultimate, pardon me. The knock-up central here in the mid lane as that turret does go down. Rek'Sai not paying enough credence to the minion damage there. This is going to mean that that mid lane turret is down. And now that turret score is evened up 2-2 here. As we're back to a negligible gold difference here. Sub 1k in favor of the red side, but not by much here. The main story has now evolved a little bit to that bottom lane as far as the gold discrepancy is concerned. The mid lane is starting to even up bit by bit here. Now only 20 gold or 20 CS in the lead is Orianna. But in the bottom lane now, nearly 50 gold or 50 CS lead to Graves. That's painful to see. Despite neither ADC having the best kill score right now. I mean, it shows in the items how far ahead Graves is right now. With that tier 2 boots already completed, some recipe items. We're going to see the teleport coming in here. Looks like it's just going to secure the dragon. All 5 members from both teams are here. Udyr getting left a little bit alone in that turret. Morgana trying to do what she can. Udyr is going to be able to turn on that speed and just run out though. Now will be second turret, or excuse me, second dragon for this blue side, third dragon of the game going down. As the blue side looks to create a little bit of pressure in that mid lane as they suffer a little bit of pressure in the top lane themselves. Fortunately, no one up there quite yet. Probably Udyr just going to scoot on up there to soak up that experience. Looking at some of the builds here, we see mirrored builds, similar looking at least at this stage in the game, from the two top laners here. The Rod of Ages a little bit ahead for the Maokai, already fully stacked here, but Swain is catching up, so that discrepancy is going to get less and less as time goes on here. Unfortunately, it looks like Udyr going to be too speedy. Not going to be able to be caught even by a Rek'Sai throwing out those tunnels. Rek'Sai accidentally taking the tunnel herself. Going to hook back around to those Krugs. Rek'Sai, of course, far ways ahead of this Udyr as far as the items are concerned. Just because Udyr hadn't backed it, but now that Udyr has gone back, he's just going to buy a straight up Trinity Force. And now we can see fully here the discrepancy in these junglers. Rek'Sai transitioning into tank now that she's completed the Warrior enchantment, so not too much damage behind, but the tankiness as far as Rek'Sai is concerned is going to be lacking severely. Of course, Udyr with that Warrior, or the Devourer enchant, opting not to go for the Warrior. I've seen, that's obviously the more traditional Udyr build is to go for that Devourer. I've seen a lot of Udyrs opting to go for the Warrior, perhaps just not having as much faith in the hard farming as normal. Ultra Super Mega Death Rocket does go wide, just barely over Annie's shoulder there, and Udyr focusing on the Graves means that Annie is going to get away, throwing out Tibbers, or sending out Tibbers to scout behind her to make sure she's alright. Throw a little harassment damage onto Graves. And he is gonna, no! Annie cancels her back, would have made it out of there! Possibly, I mean, the smite could have come down in time, but Annie certainly didn't make it out of there. if she canceled her recall, which she unfortunately did. So that does end up being 2 kills. Took a while to get there, but that was a 2 kill bonus there for Udyr, who's now 5-0-1. And we have reached a scary part of the game here. I mean, just like last game here, we had on the blue side the scaling champions that just get better the longer the game goes on. Vel'Koz, the longer the game goes on, the more Swain and Udyr are going to be able to keep people in a position where he can lay out that ultimate for a long period of time. And the longer that ultimate goes out, the more ticks of true damage gets stacked onto everybody. So Vel'Koz going to be exceedingly well in the late game. Obviously, Jinx hyper carry in the late game. Udyr, with that Devourer enchantment, going to get scarier and scarier as time goes on here. Definitely good to see as well. Definitely just doesn't feel like Udyr if you go with more Warrior enchantment. Because just Devourer, I mean, I don't know. Udyr in my heart is always going to be that Feral Flare jungler. So I'm glad to see the Devourer was what was picked up here in the end. Looking briefly at the ward coverage here, we're going to see not too many wards encroaching into the red side of the jungle, but hold that thought here. The tunnel might be enough to get her out, and yes, Rek'Sai gonna make it out alive. But looking back very briefly to this, neither side getting too far past the line of scrimmage here. A little bit of forwardness from the wards from the blue side, but most wards on both sides very defensive and very reflective of just how even this game is. Looking at the gold right now, it is absolutely dead even right now. Obviously, 3 kills in the lead for the blue side, but the CS discrepancy in that top lane making up for a bit of that, especially in the bottom lane. Oh, wow. Morgana blown up there by Graves. Caught out doing a little ward duty, and Graves is not the guy you want to run into if you're Morgana. Well, at least if you don't have Zhonya's completed yet, definitely not the guy you want to run into there. So that's another kill going over the red side, and gonna get that score a little bit more in their favor now. Annie, gotta be careful here. She's quite low. The Super Mega Death Rocket is available. Possibly baiting this out, and yes, does bait it out successfully here. Swain coming in at the last second, and the Death Rocket actually gonna pass right through and not do too much on the full health Rek'Sai. But that will be a double kill. Beautiful team coordination there on that bait. Almost caught Jinx cost Jinx her life there, but definitely worth it in the long run as it very much paid off. And Udyr is so confident in being able to land that dragon on his own that he's going to just send Swain away to the top lane as they pick up their 3rd dragon of the game to get that bonus movement speed. Udyr now 7-0-1. I mean, again, looking forward to the next game. Should there be a game 3, that Udyr is going to be banned. I was a little surprised to not see it picked up here in game 1 because if I recall correctly, at least I believe it was not banned. So I was a little surprised to see that Udyr not picked up. But this is certainly a good reason as to why I was surprised. This is what that Udyr looks like when it's picked up for this blue team. Absolutely going to go nuts here. Vel'Koz does now have that death cap complete as well to make that Luden's Echo hurt even worse at this point in the game. It's that Infinity Edge Last Whisper completed for Jinx here. Opting to go for a little bit more pen early on, as there is a lot of armor starting to be stacked here. Possible Zhonya is coming out next item here from this Orianna with that Amp Tome. Hold that thought though, because Graves dashing back, trying to get to safety, throws out everything, but is not in the end able to deal with Udyr. Just too tanky at this stage of the game with that Warden's Mail completed. Oh, chunked out so hard as Orianna, does Orianna onto Morgana here. Simple QW combo, taking out more than half her health. This, I mean, she needs to be very careful here. I mean, this is very risky stepping that far forward. Udyr, with that split push, is able to take down that bot turret, finally finishing the outer turret. There's the pop on the Talisman of Ascension, but not really sure what they want to do with it. Perhaps it was just feigning reinforcements there, trying to back them away, give Maokai a little bit more time to get into that bottom lane. The Super Mega Death Rocket just barely goes wide over Rek'Sai's shoulder there. Jinx picking up an early Fervor enchantment here, thinking she's probably going to have to deal with a lot of extended team fights, a lot of kiting here. Definitely, I mean, with that Rek'Sai and with that Maokai, as tanky as they're getting right now, they're going to just dive in and try and look for that Jinx, try and get to her, try and slow her down. So that Fervor enchantment is going to be very helpful to make sure that she can kite away effectively. But I mean, just looking at the scores here, it seems like the real threat is Udyr. I mean, this is one of those games where it's Udyr is the threat, and how do you deal with an Udyr? They're gonna have to find some good fights where they can actually get people picked off before everybody can get into position. Let Udyr just run into the enemy backline and start doing his thing. But Udyr, speaking of doing his thing, split pushing up, counter jungling along the way here. And as this red side looks to siege, they actually do land a Timbers onto that Jinx, who's going to go down immediately here. There's a lot of turret damage coming in. Swain tanking it up quite a bit, does eventually go down. Rek'Sai gonna barely die to the last tick of Ignite there. And speaking of ticks of Ignite, the pool taking away, finishing off Orianna. And that's going to be a 3 for 2 in favor of the blue side. A very greedy dive there, not paying off. And a flash from the Annie again. The last auto gonna be enough to get the kill. But in the meantime, despite all of this effort, here's Udyr in the top lane, taking your whole base, as Udyrs are wont to do. Going overall 4 for 4. Not the fight you gotta have if you're in this position where you have a 5-on-4 advantage, because Udyr is doing his split push thing. Now Maokai actually going to just back right there on top of a ward, fearing that Udyr is going to be lurking somewhere nearby. But perhaps Udyr might actually... No, Udyr is just going to go back. I was thinking perhaps he might get a little adventurous himself there and go for a Baron right off of those back timers, but going to think better of it and just go back, complete up... well, not really complete up anything. Complete up some home guards here, I suppose, and start building some damage here, or some more attack speed here. Looking to just go insane here. Now that he's got that Devourer stacking up quite a bit, he's going to just look to speed up his auto attacks as much as possible here. Where's that Udyr at? Where are those Devourer stacks here? 89 stacks, I believe that is. So we're going to just speed up his attack speed as much as possible to get those Devourer stacks out more frequently. It just becomes somebody you can't deal with. I mean, Dragon's about to spawn. Udyr way deep, but it doesn't even matter. Udyr is so threatening in and of himself. The red side now knows where he is. Can't really do anything about it. They're afraid to even collapse onto him. And that allows blue side to reposition him properly here. Now Swain way in their face, giving the backline plenty of time to zone away Graves, who's now a non-factor in this fight. And there's Annie getting absolutely blown up. Udyr able to lock her down just long enough for Vel'Koz to throw out the ultimate and get the last hits he needs. And there you go, that's another 2 kills unanswered. Another dragon going over to the blue side here. And very keyly, that is the 4th dragon for blue side. So any more dragons going forward are going to mean that Dragon 5 huge buff is going to be thrown onto this blue side team. And now Udyr starting the Baron. Jinx coming in, or excuse me, Morgana coming in and throwing out just a little bit of extra poke to make sure that turret is secured. And just that little eensy bit of pressure onto that turret is plenty to make it so that this Baron goes down uncontested, perhaps not even known. Annie looking to poke out very slowly, very cautiously into her jungle here. Little does she know the Baron already taken. Not even going to venture too far out. Only now with Maokai, she very cautiously wore. I mean, that's what you got to do at this point, but it's just so unfortunate. I mean, no way to know. She just now finally sees that the Baron is gone. So now they know that Swain, that Udyr, able to split push even harder than they already could before. And with that top lane inhibitor still down, they're going to have to devote resources there. Udyr split pushing in that bottom lane, giving me plenty. And with that Baron buff in the mid lane, wow, actually Orianna probably could have thrown out the ultimate there and got a kill onto Jinx. Perhaps. Maybe not, but I mean the QW alone getting more than half her hit points. But there's a combo, speaking of combos, coming out from, Vel'Koz, who then gets the last tick needed from the Jinx, who obliges with the Super Mega Death Rocket. And there's the shutdown on the Vel'Koz. Does end up coming out in the end. And just the last bird getting to him in the nick of time to make sure Swain doesn't go down. Overall, a 1 for 4, and that's got to be the game here, as we see now a 10k gold lead with these Baron up minions in the base, with an Udyr, with a Jinx, with a Swain teleporting in. There's the game going down here as the Nexus dies just after that Maokai goes down, and that's the game going in favor of the blue side. Confirmed OP is blue side. Does not matter which team it is, as we're now going to go to the third game after watching this blue host victory here. And now we learned from the first game some champions that needed to be banned going into game 2. And those adaptations were made. The Jinx was picked away. The bans were altered as needed. But now let's see if the red side can adapt equally as well. Let's see if this Google word search team can adapt as needed as well. That Udyr absolutely got to go. 9-0-3. Never had an answer for him. 16.6k gold. The highest, almost the highest, second only to Vel'Koz and Orianna. Well, actually second to a few people now that I look at it. But beating out Jinx, beating out Swain, beating out Maokai. Definitely crushing Rek'Sai. By far and away had way more gold than he should have. Outpaced anyone else in the game. And let's just look at his damage here. See how much that Udyr was able to deliver. As much, almost more than the Jinx did. Which is absurd in this game. So almost more than anyone on the red side as well. So definitely got to be concerned about that Udyr, though. The Vel'Koz, not to be snubbed at himself. Jinx didn't perform too well, though it wasn't necessary to pick away, and she did end up doing her job in the late game, getting a lot of damage out there, was able to destroy, just tear through those turrets alongside Udyr. But Vel'Koz as well, again, highest damage in the game, I believe, beat Orianna. Yes, he did. So that Vel'Koz got into that stage in the game where he was doing a lot of damage. He had that penetration. He had absurd totals of AP with that Death Cap Luden's Echo completed. And again, on his ultimate, on all his abilities with that passive, the ticks of true damage is already so absurd. With this penetration as well from the Void Staff, was able to do so much damage. This game 3 is going to be a very contentious game, and I'm very interested to see how these picks bans are going to change going into that. But if you aren't going to stay tuned for that game 3, of course, these videos will be uploaded afterwards to AfterHoursGaming.tv and the channel you're watching now, if you're one of our beautiful live streaming audience members. But we are going to get out of this cast so we can get into game 3 and figure out who will win in the final match between Bluehost and Google Word Search. Stay tuned for game 3. Oh, yes. We're about to jump right into this Pikmin phase, so let's do this one more time. Final game of the day, match 3. Let's do this. Here we go. Hello everyone and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. This is game 3 of Bluehost versus Google Word Search. Oh, and what an exciting series it has been. I am so ready to see what happens here in this final matchup between these two teams. If you haven't seen games 1 and 2, I would very much recommend you look at game 1 and game 2. Both sides had some very strong picks from both teams, and I think that's going to have a huge implication on this Pikmin phase. In fact, we already see it being reflected here again. Very quickly, let me introduce the teams here. On the blue side, we have Google Word Search, and on the red side, we have Bluehost. Ironically, on the red side twice in this series. For the updates on who those companies are and what charities they're playing for, tune into Game 1. Because I'm not going to repeat myself multiple times on this because my voice is already starting to get hoarse, and I don't think I'm going to make it to the rest of the match. So, we'll just go right into the pick bans here. Udyr being banned out this game. Of course, Vine, Thresh, Cassiopeia, all already standard bans, as we've mentioned before, targeted at each other. But the changes here over this series have been the Udyr ban now, coming in for Google Word Search. Absolutely do not want to allow that Udyr to get back through, because that was an insane no answer for the whole game for that Udyr. So an absolute must ban. I'm glad to see that change. For the red side, they are banning out Nasus. Cannot allow that Nasus to get over to the blue side yet again. But they're actually opting to opt out or to ban out Orianna this time, which has been somebody who's been just standard pickup for both sides. Hasn't really seen too many like insane Orianna plays throughout the series, so I'm interested in why there's an Orianna ban specifically when that Jinx was still available. Remember, in game 1, it wasn't just that Nasus, it was that Jinx. Jinx went insane. So we're going to see again for the third match in a row, it's going to be a Jinx Graves bottom lane. And the red side, you know, losing that first matchup, I actually believe every game Jinx has been on the blue side. So that's an interesting dichotomy for everybody who thinks that, you know, Graves' early game is more important than Jinx's late game. So just throwing that out there as a point of information for you guys to pontificate on. But regardless here, we're seeing them stick to their guns on this red side, saying, no, we lost the Graves Jinx matchup initially in the first go-around. Not going to happen this time. We're locking in Graves. We see your Jinx. We can beat it. We know how to do this. So, let's see what comes out here. It looks like they're going to go for something a little different here with that Morgana coming in as a possible support, possible mid lane, but probably a support. Oh, and could this be the trick up of red side sleeve? Could it be the Blitzcrank coming out? With that Morgana already locked in, it does make it less likely. But there it is. The Blitzcrank going to be coming out. It's going to be absolutely critical test of how well Morgana can throw out those black shields as soon as Blitzcrank begins that pull animation. If she can do that, this Blitzcrank Graves Lanes is going to have no effect. This is going to be absolutely nullified. But can she do it? Will she be able to get that done? That's going to be the question for this bottom lane. So, in these previous matches, it seems like that bottom lane, as goes bot lane, goes the game. So we're gonna keep a close eye on bottom lane to see what happens there. But I do want to point out the Udyr ban this time around left the Mundo open. There's Dr. Mundo being picked up by this red side, banned out in the other games. Not banned out this time, and there it is, snagged up. I'm excited to see that Mundo come out, and with, again, with that Maokai, with that, there it is. I'm so pleased to see this actually happening. We'll get into that in a second here. With that Maokai, with that Morgana, that is a lot of magic damage that's going to be coming out. With, of course, the Trinity Force on Hecarim. That is a lot of magic damage coming out. Mundo loves magic damage heavy teams because then he gets to rush that Spirit Visage, get that huge boost to his ultimate self-healing ability. So that's going to be fantastic for Mundo. He's loving seeing this team composition. And, you know, as we mentioned before in the previous game, that we're going to see in the mid lane, not in the top lane, but in the mid lane, is going to be this Hecarim. I am very interested to see how this plays out. I knew we've mentioned briefly. I mean, it's been banned, so we talked very briefly about that Hecarim being banned. Traditionally, nowadays, being seen in the top lane, seen running that Smite Ghost or Teleport Smite. This is even going to be more different. I mean, when Hecarim in recent memory originally burst onto the scene, right before he became a more standard thing in the top lane, we saw him briefly in the mid lane. So to see this Hecarim mid and not running Ghost, not running Smite, this is going to be something very different than we're used to seeing. This is going to be a very different kind of Hecarim. So it's all up in the air as to how this Hecarim is going to build. Is it going to be a more damage move speed Hecarim? Is it going to be a Hecarim that's about the same sort of Trinity Force into a tank normal standard transition? We're clearly going to see home guards. That's why Teleport's being picked up. You got to have those home guards. But what does the Ignite mean? Is that Ignite something that's going to actually be something saying, hey, I think I can kill a Cho'Gath in lane? I'm not necessarily sure that's what it means. I think it means this is going to be a more damage-oriented Hecarim, who's going to want to build damage items, who's going to want to get that Yomu's Ghostblade. Like, we're talking ultra rapid fire mode style Hecarim here. Speedy Pony, who's going to come for blood. That's the kind of Hecarim I think we're going to see here. That Hecarim that goes Trinity Force, Yomu's Ghostblade, and then considers transitioning into perhaps the Spirit Visage to get the extra healing on. The Randuins to slow people to keep them in his range. But I could be wrong. I don't know what we're going to see. We're going to have to wait, watch how the game goes, keep our eyes peeled for it. But we're going to have ourselves a fun mid-game. This is a game 3 to behold right here. As of course we're also need to comment as well on that Cho'Gath. A fairly non-standard pick nowadays. Coming back into flavor, but always very strong. If you can get those 6 stacks, actually be able to maintain those 6 stacks and devote your ultimate just to chunking people out on cooldown, you don't even have to get kills with it. You can just shove them right out of lane. As soon as you hit like level 9, level 10, feast people on cooldown, get that damage out there, or save it more conservatively for a burst. If that Hecarim, again, my feeling is this is going to be a Hecarim who wants to fight. So if that Hecarim goes in, is a little low, bites off a little bit more than he can chew, Cho'Gath's going to bite off exactly what he can chew. And what he can chew is going to be a pony. So we'll see how this all shakes out. But again, with that very delicious and tasty mid lane, we can't lose sight of, again, what has been the deciding factor in this matchup for these 2 previous games, which is the bot lane, which has been a Jinx versus Graves every time. The supports have fluxed, though, and this is by far going to be the most decisive support choices yet. It's going to be that Morgana. It's going to be that Blitzcrank. Putting aside later on whether or not Blitzcrank is going to pull the right people into the team, whether or not he's going to be able to find Morgana or Jinx, Whether or not Hecarim's going to be even a person who's squishy enough to want to pull, who knows. But in the laning phase, this Blitzcrank is going to be absolutely terrifying every time that cooldown is not up. The recent changes to Blitzcrank's move speed is that he gets a little bit higher move speed, but after it ends, he actually gets a little self-slow. So, I'm not sure how practice on the new, the current patch Blitzcrank this is. If you're pulling this out in Game 3, I'm assuming you've ran some practice matches with these changes and gotten used to that. But if you can't capitalize on that initial movement speed to get somebody out of position, catch somebody out of position, punish somebody who is out of position, then you are almost instantly going to become out of position. So we'll see what happens with this Blitzcrank, who actually is not in the game. That was my mistake, as we see here. This is clearly a second Mundo on the team for the red side here. But we're going to see, it looks like possible invade coming out from the blue side here. They're going to just send some people forward to scout out what's happening here, to keep an eye out for that Blitzcrank. Make sure nothing funny happens here. Morgana going to want to level either that Q or the pool first, depending on how hard they want to shove that lane if they want to play a little bit more defensively. And again, I am surprised to see no interest in doing a lane swap here. With that Maokai, he's going to be able to Twisted Advance away if he's pulled by the Blitzcrank. So to see this Maokai just hanging out, cheating a little bit towards the top side of the map, hinting that he's going to go up top side and try and go up against Mundo, who again, likes to build that MR initially. So if you sent the duo lane up against that Mundo, that would kind of cut him off at the knees, make it so he's not able to rush into that MR. You might have to consider building a little bit of armor first. But instead, Mundo, it looks like he's going to get that 1v1 matchup he wants. So I got to question the blue side's choice here of whether or not they should actually stick into this. Because again, whether or not they're confident on the Jinx, Jinx is a late game oriented champion. Graves is not. Graves is ready to fight you at level 2 and do as much damage as humanly possible. So I appreciate and respect the confidence to still take this on and sort of let this be the final deciding moment here. But I do really question whether or not it's the right thing to do strategically when you had knowledge of where this team was. So they very easily could have initiated a lane swap. And it looks like Hecarim bullying this Cho'Gath very heavily. That Q just barely missing on the Graves. Early level 2, oddly enough, going to Morgana. Perhaps she cheated some of the experience away from Rek'Sai there. Off of the Krugs. Or just got to lane a little bit quicker. No, it's definitely Krugs. It's not just a minion here or there. But Cho'Gath, there's that sustain from Cho'Gath's passive coming into play here. I am a little surprised to see no boot start if this is going to be a more aggressive Hecarim who wants to trade this hard. I would expect to see a boot start instead of just a flash start here. Certainly a flash start is very good as you're going to tear through that mana. As Hecarim, you're going to need that sustain. But if you're going for frequent trades, I would think it might have been better just to go boots and pick up a mana pot or two. But we'll see how that lane shakes out here. Clearly it's working out alright right now, as we see Hecarim bullying that Cho'Gath around. Taking a lot of minion damage though, getting a little overconfident there. As we've yet to see any pulls landed by the Blitzcrank. Of course, the camera will snap down there as soon as a pull is landed, so the fact that we haven't been watching the bot lane too much means those pulls haven't been finding their targets or haven't even been thrown out yet. Beautiful QW. Trying to bait out the pull onto herself, ready and waiting with that black shield is Morgana. Perhaps Blitzcrank is just sort of being a little studious here. Hold that thought actually, because here comes the knockup. Cho'Gath does land the knockup, and that's first blood On to Cho'Gath in this mid lane. And oh no, this is not going to be the best example of the mid lane pony. Well, going a little into the face of the minion there. Just a little bit. Yeah, not too much of a CS advantage coming out for the Cho'Gath here. Opting to just immediately back to make sure they get back at the same time there. But it does have an item advantage. Going to get the mana crystal as well as the health crystal. So not a huge advantage. Gonna wait for the black shield to expire. There's the flash. Actually pulls the Morgana, seeing that she had flashed, knowing black shield is down. And that will be the kill coming out. But here's Pony teleported successfully into the lane. The burn from the ignite gonna be enough. And the damage from Sejuani is gonna be enough as well. Gonna jump over that wall. Will the Pony be able to catch him? Pony doesn't have boots available. Pony gonna have to be dissatisfied with that, as that was a 2-for-1 in favor of this red side here. Already a 1k gold lead, and things are not shaping up well for the blue side in this game. Level advantage is in favor of Cho'Gath here, so some good bursts from this red side coming up, but needs to be a little bit careful about some extended trades here with the Cho'Gath. Always makes you real confident when you can dodge those Qs, but then all of a sudden, Qs aren't the only things you have to dodge if you get in close. And you lose your mechanism to dodge too if you get in too close. Anyways, we're gonna chasing that Blitzcrank out a little bit. Not gonna go too far out, but ready with the black shield should something like that happen. Gonna throw out the Q, force him. Actually does land the Q as well. Getting a little bit of that Spell Thief's proc. Always admire that. I'm not quite able to jump out of that in time, but he's going to go for a little bit of trade here as the Rek'Sai is coming in. The flash knockup comes out. There's the beautiful Q from Cho'Gath, forcing the disengage. Now that is the Cho'Gath Qs I like to see, right on top of yourself, saying, hey, if you want to get in auto attack range as a melee, you're not going to do it. You might as well just back off now. Disincentivize any further trading. Okay, looking to try and trade. Speaking of trading, right as Mundo is hitting 6 here, but unfortunately couldn't get too much done. And now Mundo, with that 6 available, is definitely going to be able to sustain through any damage that can come up, and it might already be too late in terms of finding some kills in this top lane. But we see a battle here of the two junglers right outside Dragon Pit. Blitzcrank going to be the first to rotate around, going to force Rek'Sai back. Fairly even trade between the two, though. Rek'Sai still looking to start off this dragon, or to get the Scuttle Crab to get vision, prepare for dragon. But, well, I thought Rek'Sai's so low, not going to be able to go down, though. Jinx thinking about the ultimate that she doesn't have available. Wishing for that ultimate. Seeing that blinking red Sejuani, I know how much that wish is out there. Actually, there's the teleport from the Pony. No, not even the teleport. Just seeing that ward. Hold on, let's go back. Watch that again. Watch the Pony's journey. We gotta watch this. Sees that the Scuttle Crab is taken. Thinks about going back. Thinks better of it. Wants to try and find a pick here. Can't find it. They're pinging out. They know he's there. They actually see him going up towards us. Perhaps thought he was going back to mid lane, but still not seeing him come out. The ward should have given it away. Just window shopping here was Sejuani. Didn't notice Hecarim going up on the long way. Didn't notice the ward being placed out. And ends up losing her life for it. Unfortunately, those items a little too attractive at times. Forcing the window shopping, not able to get too much out of it. Ends up giving up a kill here to the blue side. That was wow, I think I heard the point at which I lost my voice there. Blitzcrank just barely missing that hook. Beautiful chain CC though. Actually reverse order than usual. Usually Chompers into the binding, but actually going to be the other way around this time. He's looking to get some harassment down there, but needs to be wary of that pull. Now comes the slow. Oh, just barely over Jinx's shoulder that time. Very close from the Blitzcrank there. Just not able to make it. Very close. But Rek'Sai now in that bottom lane. Perhaps could be waiting out. See if they can find something here. Gonna interrupt that back again. Jinx does have ultimate available if Blitzcrank gets too low. I mean, he does have that passive shield. With the tier though, not any raw mana built up. Pony just gonna try and run away here. Rek'Sai not enough to disincentivize the chase. Pony goes down. Somehow Mundo not getting any assist credit. Rito, please. But that will be the kill going over to the red side here. Now this dragon will be going down. First dragon of the game. The ultimate from Jinx not going to be able to get it. We'll just leash it up so that Cho'Gath can feast it on down. Get another stack ready. Graves really wanted to take that trade there. Even opting dash right in as Morgana was coming out. Has the confidence here. Doesn't have the level advantage. Doesn't have an item advantage. So perhaps getting a little cocky here. Without that Blitzcrank in tow. Feigning that there's a Blitzcrank hanging around in one of these bushes perhaps. Blitzcrank just now showing himself back in the lane here. Pardon my moments of silence. I'm just trying not to burn my voice completely out here. We see the jungle items now completed for both the junglers here. Of course, the challenging smite coming out for the Sejuani or for the Rek'Sai here. With that, I do believe that's the 80. It's so hard to tell from a distance, but yes, that is the warrior enchantment. And the, of course, Juggernaut enchantment here for the Sejuani with the Cinder Hulk. But going for that Chilling Smite, actually opting for something a little bit different here, will hurt her clear time of the jungle camps a little bit. Trying to bait out the pull, and perhaps would have even let herself get pulled to get the Soul Shackles going with that Rek'Sai in tow there. Fortunately, Blitzcrank thinking better of it, not throwing it out, just hanging out here instead. Letting that tier pass up, or stack up, I should say, bit by bit. And that Blitzcrank going for that tier is going to mean that Blitzcrank is in a huge power drop. Because that tier, I mean, is just regen. It doesn't really help that shield. Slowly, as it does stack, it helps that shield more and more. But it's going to be a painful ride up there. As we see Sejuani scouting out that blue buff area. Not able to find anything for her trouble, but we'll get the reset on that, so they will know when it does spawn again here. So we look at the difference in vision right now. Not very much vision on the top side for this blue team, but they do have some good wards, some defensive pink wards, and some forward wards to spot out for them. As we see some trades going back and forth here in this mid lane. And for the red side, only that deep ward in the blue buff area and a ward in the tri-bush on top side. Not too much vision, actually very lax in vision here. I'm interested to see if that Sejuani is going to opt to turn that ruby crystal into a second sightstone. Now that Blitzcrank does have a sightstone of his own completed here, they might just decide that's enough. Gonna throw down the black shield preemptively, thinking she was about to be all in, but we'll get some nice return poke. Not gonna mean too much on a tanky Sejuani, but always feels good. And here comes the Rek'Sai looking to try and make something happen, but just gonna tunnel and force that Cho'Gath away as the pull does come out, but unfortunately goes wide there. Now will be Maokai coming in and taking that turret, ignoring Hugo, but hold that thought, because here's the Morgana, who was silenced by that ultimate from Blitzcrank. Gosh, my throat hurts. I'm so sorry about my choppiness here. And that ultimate from Sejuani, she will be interrupted. She's going to flash onto the turret for it, though. And there's no mana available on this Morgana. But that will still be her going down. In the end, looks to try and get a sneaky turn, but isn't able to do so. Graves left alone with the turret a little bit. Not sure if they'll be able to get anything for it, but hold that thought because Mundo popping the ultimate has got the chase, has kept the Maokai in range. Maokai trying to go, he does find a way to flash over that wall. Mundo, I believe, failed flash trying to get that wall. Let's keep our eyes peeled up here. I do see that summer go on cooldown. And yeah, that's a very unfortunate. That was a tricky flash to land there. Max range, very practiced Maokai there, flashing over that wall. And Mundo just jumping the gun by just a few pixels. Very unfortunate, not able to continue the chase. Could have gotten a kill there onto Maokai for sure. Was he able to chase him all the way through? Pony taking a lot of minion damage here. Needs to be careful. Make sure he doesn't get within feast range of that Cho'Gath who, is sitting with that feast available. I believe, yeah, that is a 6 stacks Cho'Gath already, so he's Rek'Sai. Thinking about going in, but tanky Cho'Gath, certainly not the one you want. You're gonna have to just take that red buff instead. Dragon coming up in 40 seconds now. So we see Blitzcrank running ward duty with Sejuani here. As Cho'Gath does now have that Rod of Ages built and stacking here. Morgana is going to have that tick out, but no. The slow coming in just too much for Blitzcrank to pursue that hard. Got to throw out the Desperation Hail Mary on the pole, and unfortunately for him, it does not find its mark. Cho'Gath able to one-shot those caster minions now with a Q now that he's got that Rod of Ages stacking here. And it looks like that's going to be the Dragon. A little out of position here is the blue team. Going to start this up, try and rush it down. Blue side is aware that this is going on, and Rek'Sai might try and be a hero. She might tunnel in for the steal. Does she go for it? No, she does not. As Cho'Gath will secure it with the feast. More damage than a smite can offer at this point in the game. At all points in the game, really. Unless if something goes terribly wrong. Cho'Gath using that feast to secure it does not have the damage there, and actually flashes over into still Jinx's auto range. And the last tick of Ignite goes down, getting the kill for the Pony. And that is a 2 for nothing going over to the blue side. Definitely what they wanted to see here. After losing that second dragon of the game unanswered, the red side got a little cocky, extended just a little bit too far. But hold that thought because we might have a little overextension. No! Twisted advance into the pole to save his team. Maokai, an MVP there, blocking off, perhaps even unintentionally, but blocking off that pole on a squishy. Gonna result in another kill. So an extended 3 for nothing. And just like that, this blue side has rocketed into the lead. Now, 1.5k gold lead ahead of this red team. And with that, we're going to see the items start to dip in favor now of the red side. Jinx got those tier 2 boots to nothing on Graves. The Trinity Force completed with the boots. Not quite up to tier 2 yet, but close there. And certainly that home guard going to be rushed as soon as possible afterwards on this hack room. Is going to be looking to back as soon as possible to get that available for his teleports. So a very close item break coming up for this hack room as well. And in the top lane, Maokai, I do believe, is fully stacked at this point. No, halfway stacked. He got that a little bit later than I recall. So yeah, Maokai hitting his stride there with that. And Rod of Ages getting stacked as well. Beautiful step forward there. Not going to worry too much about a single auto attack from Cho'Gath. And Jinx, the turret destroyer, does finish that up. And that will be the gold lead extended a little bit further, as now The blue side taking the turret lead. Oh no, but the pink ward baits out the pony, and he does go down. Pulled in, knocked up by the Blitzcrank punch, followed up again with another knockup by the Cho'Gath Q. Chain CC'd so long he couldn't even ultimate to get out of there. And that is the potential of this red side team. If they can get that CC chain on a pick target like that, they're done for. They're absolutely done for. And if they can get that Sejuani involved in that as well, then that's going to give so much time for Mundo to just AoE people down. For Braves to auto and just wail away on people. Land those abilities onto the squishies if possible. Cho'Gath so far ahead here. Hold that thought, because we're seeing a skirmish break out here. That's 4 members for the blue side here. That's a beautiful knockup. And that's going to be a kill on Cho'Gath, losing those stacks. Very critical kill there. Sejuani going to be able to jump over the wall. No trouble, but will be followed by the Maokai, who flashes, and then the twisting advance. Gonna be enough to finish him off. And here's Rek'Sai following as well, tunneling over. And there's an ultimate from Jinx. Not gonna do anything though. Blitzcrank gonna survive with that passive, which is now on cooldown. But that, most importantly, will free up a push opportunity in this mid lane here as this turret gets wailed on by the turret destroyer Jinx here. Beautiful Q, and there's the pony, gonna ultimate in off of the Q. Fantastic play by Morgana to land that at max range to set it up for the fear, for the absolute destruction there. And now all of a sudden that's 4 turrets down. A gold lead that is now 4K large. I mean, that's insane. This game is getting out of control right now. And again, we got to talk about how Jinx is a late game oriented champion here. Now that she's hitting her stride, now that she's got that IE completed, now that she's got the zeal building up there, getting ready to complete that into what looks like probably a static Shiv coming up. Jinx might be far enough ahead to make this, or far enough into the game with the gold resources she's had available to make something happen here. And Pony now, with that home guard teleport ready, with that Trinity Force complete, is looking like he's opting to go a bit more of the standard route here. Beautiful black shield, absolutely denied it. That pink ward being a hero, soaking up some damage for the Blitzcrank as Jinx aggroed onto that one first. Again, looking at the CS disparities here, Rek'Sai almost double the CS of Sejuani. I feel like this engagement is not about to help too much as this red side is caught out 3v5. There goes down Graves already, the primary damage dealer gone. Sejuani, the primary tank, gone. Cho'Gath forced to flash away defensively. And yeah, you get Scuttle Crab, but at what price? Unfortunately, red side might be starting to get a little fatigue here in the 3rd game with everything on the line. This is the ticket into the top 16 the next week of championship playoffs here for AHGL, or a ticket home. So this pressure might be building a little bit on this red side, as now this is going to be another inner turret going down. Cho'Gath doing what he can to try and fend them off, and simply unable to. With 5 members here, wave clear just isn't available for this red side team. And again, that's one of the problems you have when you pick a Mundo. The wave clear is absolutely atrocious on Mundo, unless if he's so far ahead he can just walk into places and not really worry about taking any damage. As there's that beautiful, gorgeous pony running out of that base with that home guard. Looks so great. Yeah, again, looking at the scores here, we see the Rod of Ages fully stacked now for both the rod users here. The item strides have been hit, but with Cho'Gath now up to 5 stacks, he's already stacking it back up. Only one cooldown away from being back to max tankiness here, being able to provide that role for his team. We see that blue buff being taken down by this Maokai. Goblin that on up as Hecarim certainly doesn't really need the blue buff too much. Wouldn't hurt to have it on Hecarim, but Maokai can actually use that mana sustain a little bit more than Hecarim can, so definitely good to spread the love around there. As we see that that Spirit Visage almost completed for this Hecarim, just not quite there yet, but that will help his sustain in these extended fights a lot as soon as he does. Help that self-healing. Increase that and stepping a little far forward. Will Blitz pull him? Gonna wait. Gonna be very patient here. They're gonna catch him out. We're gonna keep our eyes peeled on this bot lane here. Pony's so fast, but how fast does Pony have to be? Blitzcrank lands the pull, lands the knockup. Here's Cho. Q not yet available. Hecarim forced the ultimate over the wall. They do see him. They know it's warded. Or Hecarim knows it's warded. Gonna opt to just farm a little bit. Do some dirty farming. He's here. Might as well. And the thinking is it's gonna buy enough time for the rest of his team members. And he's absolutely correct as the minions shove in the mid lane. Fully distract them. Make sure they have to go up to this top lane where this fight is going down. Beautiful Zonias from there in this turret. Oh, surviving so long. That's got to be Morgana going down to that last Q, and there she does. And Mundo goes down as well. So much action going over him, and now here's the Pony joining the fight. There's the Prey Seeker in the last swing of the whatever kind of scythe thing that the Pony uses. I'm not sure what you call it with that skin. But regardless, taking a lot of turret damage from that inner turret during that fight means they're probably not going to be able to secure this inhibitor turret. But overall, that was a favorable trade. 1 for 2 in favor of the blue side here. We're actually seeing a Luden's Echo pickup on this Cho'Gath, looking to do a lot of magic damage here. Definitely needs it. His team needs to diversify their damage for sure. But I mean, you've got a Maokai, you've got a Hecarim. They're already building MR regardless. You don't really need to worry too much about forcing them into that. I really question that pickup here. Cho'Gath doesn't seem like the most natural fit for a Luden's Echo. I would expect more to see a Liandry's Torment or Raleigh's Crystal Scepter. Perhaps provide a little bit more CC for the rest of his team here with that slow on whoever he can land those abilities onto. Get a little bit of extra penetration with the Liandry's. But just to go in a raw AP Luden's Echo, I do really question that decision. So Rek'Sai going to be picking up that 30 gold. Scuttlecrab will be going over to the red side here, as this dragon is going to spawn in under a minute. Actually, unless Pony can contest it. Pony doesn't have Smite this game though, but he's going to chase them away. Pony 7-3-3, too scary right now. Graves, does manage to secure it with the buckshot. That's definitely going to be helpful here. I mean, that speed shrine, more important than the vision, is denying that speed from Hecarim, who's going to really want to use that speed shrine for a fight at the Dragon Pit if that's what happens. Maokai is split pushing this top lane though, so while they're waiting for this dragon to spawn, Maokai alone escorting some minions, but hold that thought because Pony is pulled, forced to ultimate away, and just like that, that could mean the dragon is uncontestable here. Pony gonna be forced to go back, but is gonna be looking to just give this up and teleport back into that top lane perhaps. No, he's going to hang around in this bottom lane. Does cancel that recall. If we can actually switch back to the view here on the dragon. There we go. People getting zoned. People dancing around that dragon pit. Nothing too fancy going on in that top lane here. And they are going to decide just to give it up once they've been thoroughly outpositioned here. And now all of a sudden Mundo realizes, oh, the team's here. And Mundo, very tanky though, he's got to turn off that ability if he wants to not die. He actually makes it out, even with the ability running the whole time. Incredible, the regen on that Mundo is just so much. And that is going to be 2 kills unanswered yet. No, there's the first kill for Jinx. Getting a little excited here. Does not have the ultimate available. Already used it. Those 2 blinking red members are going to make it out alive. But with them recalling, will they be able to shove these minions out? Try and get this turret down. They do have a Jinx, but here they come back. Mundo looking to give her the business here. Not going to be able to find her. Just barely out of range. And with that slow, with the chompers down, going to be able to fend him off. Protect that very low Jinx. If one of those cleavers would have landed, that definitely would have been a dead Jinx. So lucky play there that she was able to get out alive. Lucky play by the Mundo initially too, to be able to leave that, I believe, W running the whole time and not tick down. He came so close during that team fight while he was regenning up to actually burning out there. Perhaps if there was an ignite on him, I'm not sure. I do not recall if he was ignited by that Hecarim. And the pull just barely going wide. Oh no! Should have thrown down that ward right before the pull. A very important mistake there, because that Black Shield had expired. But unfortunately, that's not going to result in a kill onto that Morgana. That could have spelt a Baron there. Could be a very key misplay that results in a lot of ramifications here. Always going to be hard to tell those what ifs, but now we'll never really have an opportunity to know here. So they will spot out this pink. We're actually going to defend that turret. Morgana taken so low. Build no magic resistance so far. Does have that Zonia's completed. If she's going to go for that more, get in the middle of a team fight, I would expect to see more of an Abyssal Scepter follow-up there. It looks like she's favoring the cooldown a bit here instead. But that does mean she's going to be very vulnerable to this Cho'Gath, who is essentially going rod, glass cannon Cho'Gath here. I mean, picking up another needlessly large rod. Oddly enough, he does opt for the magic resistance boots here, the Merc Treads. So not entirely accidentally aggroing the Baron there. That is Rek'Sai with that AoE effect. But yeah, the AoE of coming out from under the Baron. So hold that thought here. Speaking of the damage, look at that. Even with the Black Shield, immediately burned through the Black Shield. Gonna have to be the smite that finishes her off. But wow, that damage from Cho'Gath, so strong here. I'm very surprised to see him, if he's going for this build, get something like a Merc Treads when there's not a lot of significant magic damage coming out from this blue side. The only real significant source is that Morgana, who is, in the end, still just a support. Certainly nice to have some MR, but sacrificing what could be a lot of penetration from some sorcerer shoes. I'm not sure how much I agree with that decision, if this is the build Cho'Gath was going to opt to go for. We're looking for a fight here. Possibly getting a fight they weren't looking for here. Down goes Rek'Sai. And all of a sudden, a 3v5. The only smite is down. Mundo way out of there. It's a 4v4. Now it's not. Mundo going to be teleporting in way too late. Oh no, what could have been a 4v5 situation. Absolutely turned down by Mundo, who teleports in far too late. Despite getting the first kill onto Rek'Sai, that is the only kill in that fight that goes over to this red side. Could have just simply backed away after that as well. Used that smite advantage to pick a better fight once Mundo had arrived at the Baron pit. but they do not do so, and that's gonna mean that this is the turret going down. Mundo, no threat. Mundo cannot poke these people away, and that is an inhibitor going down for free after that 4-for-1 exchange. And all of a sudden, what looked like it was about to be a comeback moment for the red side just took it a little bit too far, got a little bit too excited off of it, doing their best impression of Jinx, I suppose, getting very excited off of a single kill, but then ran a little bit too quick, got ahead of themselves. Now the dragon is spawning here in 30 seconds or so, so they're going to want to throw down some vision around there, perhaps try and go for that 4th dragon. And again, I mean, this is 4 dragons. The game is certainly by no means over at this point. Don't let that nearly 10k gold lead fool you. When you're at 3 dragons to 1 and another dragon's about to spawn, when you're all in position around that dragon with that Shogath, I mean, the smite and the feast, that's going to be your dragon. And if you can get to 4 dragons, you can get to 5. And if you can get to 5 dragons, you can win. So, definitely don't count them out yet. Rek'Sai is in the vicinity. That Scuttle Crab is going to go down in favor of the blue side, though. I do believe that was in favor of blue side, at least. Yes, it was. So, Pony's going to be extremely strong in this fight if they try and fight it out. They might have to try and delay this as long as possible. Wait to see if they can get a pick or just try and stall out. But, I mean, the blue side's stepping very far forward here, forcing them back, saying, hey, you either fight us right now or you surrender this dragon. And that's exactly what they're going to do, as this dragon will be going down. 2nd dragon of the game for the blue side here. But most critically, again, denying that 4th dragon. Blitzcrank getting a knockup there, but the Pony's not necessarily the one you want. Morgana throwing down a Q. There's a beautiful Hacker ultimate onto 5 people. They're all so low right now. It seems to be just a matter of time. There's the Cho'Gath going down. That Graves, poor Graves, gonna dash over the wall. Not gonna be able to get anywhere with it though. There's the smite coming out. And Graves going down as well. Says Ronnie somehow able to recall in the blue side's jungle, but that's going to be because all 5 members have grouped up. All 5 members are going to get those kills, and then all 5 members are going to go back to Baron. The Super Minions still streaming into the base. Absolutely no way to contest this here. Sejuani and Mundo thinking about it. Sejuani and Mundo need to think better at this point. Axum running interference, just wasting their time at this point. And there it is. That's the Baron going down to this blue side. Blitzcrank just now able to get in the area. Realize it's too late. Realize there's nothing he can do. He's just a machine. He is no man. He is but merely a machine. And he cannot contest the dragon as a machine alone. Perhaps if he was one of the brilliant machines by Heimerdinger, he could contest it, but we don't consider that lore in-game. We only consider the actual cause of a spawn here, and he is merely created by a nexus in this map. So unfortunately, not able to contest that Baron. That will be the Baron up team with an 11k gold lead right now. Pony gonna be grabbed, but I mean that's a Pony. I don't know how much you want to grab him. He's gonna be able to do quite a bit of damage to you. And Cho'Gath just eating it from the Baron up minions. Oh my goodness, so much damage. I mean, it looks like one of the previous games where there was Banner of Commanded up as super minions there with the Baron buff. But there weren't even, there was just 3 cannon minions with Baron buff. Absolutely chewed through the tanky Cho'Gath. Who, to be fair, isn't nearly as tanky as normal, given that he is going for a bit more glass cannon of a build. And that is going to be the Jinx Rocket, hitting multiple people. Rek'Sai does go down, though, getting a little bit too aggressive, but getting a little too aggressive in kind is the Graves, stepping a little bit too far forward, though essentially there's nothing you can do. So many minions in the base. The Baron buff still up. Super minions still streaming in through the middle lane. And I mean, this is just a matter of time here. Juggling the aggro of the champions between them only can last so long here. Sejuani Gonna go down to the last tick of Ignite there. Mundo trying to give Jinx the business, but not able to do so. Shogath coming in, trying to be a hero with that feast, but wasn't able to get in range of Jinx. Mundo simply flashing, and there's the ace. That's gonna be the game. Going over to Google Ward Search on the blue side here. Blue side, 100% victory in this series, 100% OP. And, I mean, it's very impressive to see that this Jinx play in both of these games from Google Ward Search, able to go into a Graves Laying and come out as the primary carry for the team. Doing so much damage. Morgana landing lots of Qs in those team fights, getting that Zonius completed fairly quickly, was able to lock down a lot of people, throw her body recklessly into the team fight, and then just stasis and be fine. But perhaps the hidden carry of the game, the never killed 2-0-18 Maokai, building that locket for his team, negating a lot of the magic damage that was coming out, and building so much tankiness, fully stacked Rod of Ages, full tank items, was always up in the front of the team, and was so tanky he never died once. That Maokai, I mean, obviously the highlights that are going to be talked about for this game are going to be that Hecarim in the mid lane, showing up strong, 10, 4, and 9. There's going to be that Jinx again into an unfavorable, supposedly laning phase, showing up huge, 11, 2, and 11. But we gotta give some props to this Maokai in the top lane, coming out with no deaths, always being engaged from his team. I can't remember a team fight that he wasn't involved in. I mean, apparently there was 7 kills, but I don't know how many team fights Maokai wasn't involved in, wasn't throwing himself into the middle of things, and causing great peel for his team, soaking up tons of damage for his team. And I mean, a strong showing on the Sejuani for the red side, but unfortunately that's just not going to be enough in the end. Maokai looking very quickly here at just damage taken. Where is Maokai here? Yeah. Not actually taking up just about as much damage as Rek'Sai and Hecarim here, but killed infinitely less times. So, I mean, it certainly does help when you've got a Rek'Sai who wants to go in with you, when you've got a Hecarim who wants to go in with you. But this maybe is a team composition that people need to think about going into the round of 16 matches. Whoever gets matched up with Google Ward Search, maybe they need to think about giving a little bit more credence to that pony. Maybe they need to think about making sure that Jinx doesn't end up in their hands, because, I mean, it seems at least that whenever that Jinx gets chosen by this blue side, or by this Google Ward Search team, they show up big on her. So if that's not going to be a ban, you got to first pick it away, because they've demonstrated some clear proficiency on that. So, I mean, congratulations to both teams for making it to the round of 32 playoffs, but that will be in the third and final game. Google Ward Search taking the win, going on to the round of 16 next week. And that is it for me today. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed these tournament series here. I will see you guys next week for some more matches in the round of 16. And for everybody watching the live stream, thank you so much. We have, of course, we'll be live streaming it to this channel as well. All the uploads next week for the matches iCast will be uploaded to this channel as well. And you can always stay tuned to the lovely website displayed on your screen here, AfterHoursGaming.tv. All the schedules will be posted there, all the matches will be posted there, all the casts will be posted there. And if you feel so inclined, feel free to stay tuned to this channel, subscribe, whatever, watch some of these previous matches. And I will be uploading, again, all the matches following Sunday as well. So hopefully I will see you guys then, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. And a huge thank you again to all of my lovely streamers who are watching this with me. 3 people still hanging out in the stream. Thank you so much. I am going to kill this stream now. I hope you had a fantastic time watching these games. Definitely were some exciting games for us this series. So I'm glad we ended it off with a bang with this best of 3, actually going all 3 matches here. I will see you guys next week, and thanks again for tuning in. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend.